Welcome to www.youtube.com. Wait, nah. Okay, we're live. Oops, comments. Back. Oh, where'd I go? Am I back? Oh, okay, I'm back. Uh, yeah, so broadcasting, in the middle of a giant storm that just flew over. I mean, it's still going on, but yeah, I got broadcasting off the generator. The powers. Well, I mean, there's all sorts of outages all over, but the yeah. So, what was I getting at? Yeah, this. Um, damn. Oh yeah. So I only got one screen. So, but I do have some books. I could continue the book I was reading. Can't remember which part I was on though. Oh, God damn it! Darn it. Where did that go? There's. Okay. Um. Yeah, these pictures look a little bit better. These are the. Oh, am I still here? Where'd it go? Yeah. So these pictures were drawn before the statues crumbled. Pretty sure these are. Uh. Yeah, these are drawings, but these differ because they're more detailed. Damn it! Did I just go out again? Oh, am I back? Okay. Maybe I should move the satellite thing. But so these differ in detail because they're more detailed in comparison to the. Damn it! I forgot which page I was on. What is Room 101 in occultism? That sounds like a trick. 101. 101. I'm not sure. Let's see here. So, let's see if we can. Oh, is it a car? Yeah, I'm just gonna send out some invites, see if anybody's awake. Uh, okay. Let's see. Yeah, just sending out some invites here. Let's see. I don't think. Well, let's see. Okay. Yeah. So I don't normally know. Wait, you never answered the. Wait. Oh, never mind. Sorry. Why do they fear that room? What? Wait. What is room 101? I'm not. Yeah. So I'm not sure what you're talking about. Rogue philosopher. Sounds a little bit rogue to me. Oh. Yeah, so it seems like the humidity drops. So I open the window all the way up. I mean, the humidity is like 1,000% right now, but the it's, it's still raining a bunch. But it's the what was I getting at? Where's I'm trying to figure out where I was at in this book here. The colors. Let's see here. Blah, blah. Okay, I remember reading that part. See, I don't remember what this the digital copy of the book seems a lot longer than this paper copy that I've got of this book. Trying to figure out where it was because it had numbers and the paragraphs were like numbered. Okay, I remember reading that part. Pretty sure I stopped at the end of a part, but I may be wrong. Let me just double check this. Yeah, I think I remember stopping here. The earth is black, water is white, blah, blah. Ether is red, the sun yellow. Okay, I think I found the spot here. Because I was in the next chapter. Well, actually, I forgot to put an invite out in the audience. If anybody wants to come on and discuss anything, you'll be damned if you don't. I'm just joking. Okay, so I think this is where I was at. Where it is. Well, I don't know if this is a body and lion. Yeah, I don't want to reread part of this. I'm just, damn it, I'm pretty stoned. I need to like not have dead air time. No, I broke rule number one of podcasting. Calendars. Yeah, so yeah, the book is the paperback book is just a different format with the pages. So I'm having trouble here finding the spot. Is that plus the book tab opened or closed? Otherwise, it would just open it. Because basically I lost my page. I think. Well, I mean, I could try to open it. Yeah, I was looking at the Fulcanelli book. Why is this open here? Books. Let's see. It should be like in the recents here somewhere. Wait, no, it's on the other book folder. Okay. Sorry for the delay. Fulcanelli. Did I spell it wrong? Okay. For some reason, I'm not finding it. 1 second here. Well, maybe I'd better just start blabbing about something. Oops. So I guess what we were discussing last night about the book, Green Lion. Damn it! This is Salt of the Stars. I'm trying to remember which page I left off of here. I don't know if I mean, maybe I don't have to talk about the Fulcanelli book tonight. I mean, I do have the Dark Side of Freemasonry here too. Also, it is a rolling paper. All right. Yeah. Also, this is a good book series. I've only got one of them, but it's from the '90s. Mystic Places, Mysteries of the Unknown. Well, the Mysteries of the Unknown is the name of the series, but Mystic Places, it's one of those like Time Life books. But these are interesting books because it brings up stuff about. I think this is from like '97 or something. Yeah, but it brings up all sorts of random shit, like conspiracies, lost places. So that circle, what is that like? Uh, Idaho or something. I forget where that's at. Megaliths. Yeah, these books are interesting. These different species of bats. But what's interesting though, because one of these books had a picture of a pterodactyl with miners in a cave who were digging coal and supposedly found. Oh, that book stinks. It smells like an old book. Supposedly found a pterodactyl that was still alive for a split moment there. It's talking about Blavatsky. Okay, yeah, you can see it there. Uh, yeah, so I mean, technically, I read all these books. Cause one time I got stuck in my friend's house. Oh, that's funny. It's got a mason right there. I got stuck in my friend's house because my friend was an idiot. There was food and alcohol and weed though, so it wasn't too bad. But because the car. Uh, but anyways, my friend had the whole set of these books, and I read them all while I was for like 3 days. uh, yeah, yeah. My friend was being a drunken idiot, crashed his car or something. And we were all in it, and I was like, "What the fuck, dude?" I was like, "Don't go over that hill and fucking." Uh, there's a stop sign, and there's this dirt road that goes straight up, and the whole car was like, boom, and one of the tires popped or some shit and bent. He just drove it back to his house all bent. I was like, dude, I can change the tire, you know. I've ever changed the tire. Like, why don't you pull over? I'll change the tire. He's like, fuck you, you know. It's like, whatever. Yeah, and then that was like a long time ago. Now, yeah, but so, I'm not sure what I should carry on about. Yeah, so this Mystery of the Cathedral book. Well, sometimes I like to read books backwards, so maybe I should go to the last chapter. That's how you fake a book report. Read the first and last chapter, then they're confused. No, like, well, you know, it's part of the book. I'm just joking. Okay. Let's see. Conclusion. Okay, let's read the conclusion. Well, this is the writer's conclusion. Well, so what do you guys want to discuss this evening? What do you want to hear about? I don't know if I'm really in a reading type. I feel like I need a cigarette, but I don't want to smoke a cigarette. Fucking, I'm trying to quit. I must not give in to the cigarette. I started smoking cigarettes as a joke. And I was like, what the fuck? These things are addictive. Here's one of my copy of the. Oops, the page is a little fucked up. New Age magazine. Uh, yeah, Supreme Council, the 33rd. Is this? There we go. See the building, 1963. These things are small magazines. They weren't like a full size magazine. Anyway, okay. Yeah, so it's interesting. Interesting little book here that's disintegrating. The front page just fell off. Oh, there goes the back page too. Yeah, so what was this? I forgot. I think I paid like $7 for this. It's interesting. It's got some good articles. But here, so this is what's interesting. It speaks against the Communist Party right here. It's got a whole article on it. Speaking against the Communist Party, which I've read this before. This is by William E. Givens, 33rd degree. The Communists speak of themselves as a party. However, in Soviet Russia and Red China, the Communist Party operates more like a military organization than a political party. Am I gonna make my chair go up or something? There we go. More like than a political party. Trained by military discipline, serves as a general staff in the battalions of workers. The military character of the Communist Party was developed further by Stalin. Okay, the communists everywhere talk about elections, representatives, constitution, and Congress, but these words mean something quite different in the Communist Party than in the Constitutional Republic. In democratic countries, elections are free choice by the voters, supposedly. They select the individuals they desire to represent them. In communist countries, voters have no choice among candidates. The Communist Party tells them for whom to vote. The Communist Party stresses principle and leadership by an elite dictator such as Mussolini in Italy and Hitler in Germany emphasized leadership by the elite. Lenin developed the Communist Party. Uh, where's that? Idea of leadership and obedience. A dictator allows only one political party to exist. Mussolini crushed all Italian political parties except his own, the Fascist Party. Hitler permitted only the Nazi Party. Stalin made it clear that in the USSR there was a place for only one party, the Communist Party. In theory, the Bolshevik Revolution was the rising of the masses. The masses, however, belonged to two groups, the workers and the poor peasants. The Bolshevik Revolution sought to wipe out all their classes, including landowners, businessmen, and office holders. In democratic countries, citizens are free to organize and join political parties. They may criticize the government for this as a part of freedom of speech, but in communist theory, political parties are merely representatives of working classes. Therefore, when all people except for the working class have been wiped out, the worker is then free, quote unquote, to be represented and ruled by the communists. This kind of argument is strange to people living in a free country. The important thing is remember about the communist membership is that it has always included only a very small part of the people. In Russia in 1921, it was made up of less than 4/10 of 1% of the people of Russia, the Communist Party. 1963, when the Soviet population is reached about 215 million, only 4% of them are permitted to be Communist Party members. The Communist Party demands complete obedience from all people. He's basically condemning the Communist Party. This 33rd degree Mason, Dr. William E. Givens, Director of Education, House of the Temple, 1963. Wait, no, I think this article is from 1957, October. by the Supreme Council. Oh, that's interesting. So that's interesting because the Supreme Council was condemning the communist. Where's that here? To disagree or question any party doctrine or to disobey any order is called deviation. Uh, wait, deviation. This is the most serious crime punishable by purge and expulsion from the party. In most cases, of deviation there follows arrest and trial. If found guilty, the deviation is. He's talking about the communists. Expect imprisonment, blah blah, death, slave labor. Lenin openly insisted on. I'm reading an article on the necessity of party purges. Stalin even used the purge to get rid of his personal enemies. Khrushchev follows much the same policy. The most dangerous thing in the world is to try to leap a chasm in two jumps. Is it the end of the article? Wait. I think there's more. No, that was the end of the article. Whoa, shit. Okay, so let's get an article on Washington. General Washington. Let's see here. My flag. Still looking for an esoteric article in this magazine. Principles that guide in Washington. This one could be good. Maybe I should. Masonry and practice. Let's see what we got. Yeah, news. Lodge. Blah, blah. Let's see. Our ancient prayer. No. Masonry in Mexico. That one's a good article. I remember that one. What is this? My 32nd degree. Coloso, Mexico. Wait, how many pages is it? I'm trying to see if it's about history or if it's about okay, let's see, okay, I'm gonna go back to this article about General Washington. Sorry, I'm slow. General George Washington, farmer, surveyor, leader during the War for Independence, presiding officer of the Constitutional Convention, leading Mason of his time and father of our great republic, was a man of few words. When he had something to say, people listened. But because he was a gifted speaker, not because he was a gifted speaker, he wasn't. It was because of his sound judgment, his proven leadership and wisdom, unquestioned honesty, fairness, and integrity. He was not a man who promoted questionable and unproved theories. He was a man of courage who based his decisions and actions on strong convictions and proved principles. In fact, he was dubious of general theories and empty eloquence. He made decisions after prayerful thought and blah blah conclusions. Okay, this is a lot of descriptive language here. Let's get to the meat of the matter. What was the keystone of personality? What? Okay, this article sucks. I'm pretty sure all the articles in this Not really that great. I mean, that anti-communist article is good. Oh, damn it. I think I bit by a mosquito. Well, I've got other stuff I can, maybe I'll bust out this book. Let's see. Discovery. What chapter is this? Discovery of the Lost Word. I'll read some of this. Which chapter is this? No, I'm gonna start up here. A non-Mason can understand the secrets of Masonry. The rituals in first 3 degrees have been thoroughly revealed and are available in written form. Anyone who has the interest in them. Masonic books, which are found in lodge libraries, are available from a number of any sources. An individual who is not Mason can read and reflect and come to a very detailed understanding of Masonic teachings. The primary criteria should be to identify those materials that are produced for the consumption of the Masons by credible Masonic authority. Okay, let me fast forward here. Okay, here we go. What is the temperature? Okay. Understanding the secret doctrine is crucial to understanding Freemasonry. Swinburne Clymer wrote in the Mysticism of Masonry, secret doctrine is a complete philosophy of Masonic symbolism. This statement is correct. The true nature of the Masonic Lodge cannot be understood without understanding the secret doctrine and comparing it to the gospel of Jesus. Masonic author George Steinmetz wrote in the book The Last Word its hidden meaning. The jacket flap of the book contains a statement that the book was written with the primary purpose of delving into the secret doctrine of Freemasonry. In chapter 2, titled The Secret Doctrine, Steinmetz writes, secret doctrine, being the real secret of Freemasonry, is not divulged even to the candidate. There is no machinery set up in the ritual for the purpose. And the secret doctrine itself is not seen, even acknowledged to exist. Officially, the ritual is all that there is. And no Grand Lodge will go beyond that fact and attempt to define the teachings of Masonry. It's because, remember, the rule, uh, the German lady, Ellie remembers the rule. No, I can't remember the rule. Magic is not to be understood, it is to be taught. So, of course, they're not going to elaborate. Admit, where was that? Nor will any Grand Lodge admit the existence of the secret doctrine, which is so openly discussed and written about by Masonic students and authorities on Masonic symbolism. Steinmetz continues, the secret doctrine of Freemasonry cannot be too strongly stressed. Firstly, because there are those in the order who, in their lack of knowledge, claim that it does not exist. Secondly, because the seeking Mason can gain no further light than is shed by the ritual itself until he starts his quest for the real secrets of the hidden mysteries of Freemasonry. They are found within the secret doctrine. I think I'm gonna grab a cigarette real quick. I'll be right back. Well, I don't need it. Okay, excuse me. Yeah, so the secret doctrine of Freemasonry. Something I've been trying to slowly describe in great detail over the last year and a half or however long I've been podcasting on my own channel. Secret doctrine of Freemasonry. It's something that a lot of people are not understanding. They can't see the forest through the trees. This secret doctrine is something that I've studied quite extensively. The Masons, speaking of surrealism, and just rolling a cigarette real quick. Because even the Masons don't understand their systems. Even when you talk to a real high up one, even if you talk to a whole bunch of high up Masons, they don't know what's going on. I don't know if I've ever discussed with one of the Supreme Council members of the Scottish Rite, but I speculate that I have. I don't know if. Well, I mean, there's a ruby uh, coin necklace thing that the Supreme Council people wear. I don't know if that dude had one, but because it was just uh, well, correspondence over what was it, Twitter? I can't remember, but uh, no, not Twitter. Excuse me, Facebook. Wait, what? What's that say? Magic is correlated to the nervous system. Yeah, there's all sorts of types of magic. Let's see here. Hypnotism could be considered magic. Divination of talking to the dead could be, that's necromancy. Divination by fire, pyromancy. Trying to ask the fire questions and see if it shows you images. The other types of magic, the shamanic magic of the ayahuasca to contact spirits of the plants. I don't know that could be called, like botany mancy. Let's see if anybody messaged me back on Twitter. Okay. No. Okay. Bill Gates. What the fuck? Why is everybody retarded? That's not the real Bill Gates. Or is it? No. Wait. Wait, I guess I didn't read that second part there. Sorry. The body Freemasonry is a temple building organization. The temple is the body. Well, the body is. No, the body is. Well, yeah, the temple is the body. But each person is just a brick in the temple. It's all symbolism. Let's see here. Damn, my cigarette's not lighting. Okay. This book's already fucked, so I'm just gonna hold it however I want. After considering the writings of Steinmetz, the Indiana Monitor, Freemason's Guide, and Kentucky Monitor, the Masonic Lodge Methods by Blakemore, we gain a better understanding of the method. The Lodge avoids directly referring to the secret doctrine. Instead, it tells the new Master Mason that there is more to learn, and the way to learn is to read. This method of instruction provides Grand Lodges an ability to deny responsibility for the secret doctrine, or even to deny the existence of the secret doctrine. Even as they deny the existence of the secret doctrine, they continue to encourage the discovery of the Masonic practice, discovery of it. Masonic practice casts serious doubt on the credibility of denials of either the existence of the secret doctrine or that it accurately reflects Masonic teaching. Oh, that's interesting. Oh yeah. Yeah, I sent you an invite on what? Yeah. Well, I guess I don't know what your time zone is. Sent you an invite on Twitter. Mortis. What is that? Additional details of the meaning of the legend of the third degree. Let me get like a good puff off this cigarette real quick. I think I rolled it too tight. I rolled it because the regular papers, they've got chlorine. Indiana Monitor and Freemason's Guide stated the legend of the third degree. By its legend and all its ritual, it is implied that we have redeemed from the death and sin of the sepulchre of pollution. See note 23, 25. 25. The Indiana Monitor makes the claim that Masons are redeemed from death of sin, yet the Monitor fails to explain the details of the salvation process. You gotta remember this book's written from a very Christian point of view. Ow. What does that say? OCB. Japanese and thin papers. Let's see here. Man, the cigarette's strong. J.D. Buck. Mystic Masonry by J.D. Buck contains a more complete explanation of the meaning of the legend of the third degree. The third degree, the candidate impersonates Haram, who has been shown to be identical with the Christos of the Greeks, with the sun gods of all other nations. The superiority of Masonry at this point over all exotic religions consists of this. In this, all these religions take the symbol for the thing symbolized. Christ was originally like the Father. Now he is made identical with the Father. And deifying Jesus, the whole humanity. This is J.D. Buck. He's the 33rd, I'm pretty sure. The whole of humanity is a benefit of the Christos, is an eternal potency within the human soul. He's talking about the psychological Christ consciousness of Alice Bailey, the latent Christ in every man, and thus deifying one man, they have orphaned the whole of humanity. So he's saying that it's all of humanity. On the other hand, Masonry makes every candidate personify Hiram has preserved the original teaching, which is the universal glyphic. See, the Masons, I hate to interject with this writer here, but the Masons don't understand the real secret was slang, which I've went over somewhat because of that book, but it's more than that because that the Templars had to hide their their version of the story from the profane, so they purposely adopted a story which is not anything to do with the original story and then concealed it within that so that the people were not aware of. And the whole point of the doctrine was simply to carry on the doctrine through time through the initiates. That's what the original thing was. It wasn't this psychological Christ consciousness shit. Where was that? Few candidates may be aware that Hiram, who they have represented and personified ideally, is precisely the same Christ, yet is undoubtedly the case. See, it's a symbol of Jesus, but it's not the same, and I don't have a religion, so I'm not trying to take religion's side or Freemasonry's side. So this old philosophy shows what Christ as a glyphic means and how the Christ state results from the real initiation or from revolution human into divine. J.D. Buck, Mystery Masonry, page 133 and 134. So you see, it's the same. I swear I got bit by a mosquito. It's the same fucking. It's the same program as Bobo Grits and the God Makers with the Mormons. That book, The God Makers. I forget who writes it, but blah blah. Buck further writes, or Herman Biff is identical to Jesus. Blah blah. But see, it's like they got a hold of that India stuff and perverted the Templar lore. Those Illuminists. Most Masons will deny that this could be a viable explanation. Blah blah. See, I could go on and on about the stone the builders rejected, the chief cornerstone, and the man said that he had. Let me skip ahead here. Next, what do we got here? The Kentucky Monitor. What is this? All believed in a future life to be attained by purification and trials in a state or successive states of reward and punishments, and the mediator or redeemer, by whom the evil principle was to overcome the supreme deity reconciled to his creatures. The belief was general that he was to be born of a virgin and suffer a painful death. The Hindus called him. Remember how in the Fulcanelli book, the lamb that was smeared on the doors of Egypt was the same symbol as Jesus to the French alchemists. Uh, the Lamb of God is what is it? Emmanuel something. Where am I here? Blah blah blah. Sosach of the Chaldeans, Divani of the Egyptians, Horus, Plato, Jove of the Scandinavians, Balder of blah blah. They're all equated. Let me go skip ahead here. I'm having kind of a brain fart. Uh, okay, so it's talking about the hill Moriah, Golgotha, A small hill near Mount Moriah can be clearly identified by the most convincing analogies as being no other than Mount Calvary. The Christian Mason will readily perceive the peculiar character of the symbolism which this identification of the spot on the great truth of the resurrection was unfolded in both systems, the Masonic and Christian, must suggest. That's from the Monitor of South Carolina. Let's see. Let me just hit this cigarette like a couple more times. Cigarette. Oh, oh, that's strong. Okay. Oh, shit. Yeah, for some reason it's easier with two screens. Look at the one screen going right now. Let's skip ahead here. Here we go. Terminology of the secret doctrine. The terminology of the secret doctrine of the Masonic Lodge is largely unfamiliar to the general masses. Blah, blah, blah. General categories of terms describe major concepts. Often multiple terms are used to refer to a particular concept. Cosmic consciousness, Christ consciousness, and possession of the lost word are all refer to the same state, the Christ state, wherein the individual Mason has worked out his own salvation, initiation, evolution, divine science, science of soul development, soul architecture, all terms describe salvation of the Masonic doctrine. The secret doctrine, possession of the lost word, is the key in the mysticism of Masonry. It's a book. Clymer writes, after the candidate is obligated and brought to light in the third degree, he is bantered with the statement that undoubtedly he now imagines himself a master mason. He is informed not only that such is not the case, but that there is no certainty that he will ever become such. He subsequently starts on his journey for the discovery of the lost word. Damn, I should have. I guess I do have a water. Clymer is referring here to the section of the third degree ritual just prior to the portion where the candidate portrays Hiram Abiff. The candidate is intentionally misled that the lodge is about to be closed. He is asked how he. See, I guess I should explain the. So the candidate lays down on a carpet. The carpet has a coffin on it, drawn on it, and that it has a symbol of the acacia tree to the east, and it has, I don't know which way is east. I think it's that way. And it has a skull and crossbones at the west, and that the initiate in the older Masonic doctrine is a symbol of the creator of the universe, and that when the candidate is raised, uh, the lost word is already given to him through the symbolism, but yet he is not aware of it, and that the Illuminists have turned it into a psychological thing. It was all about the restoration through the initiate, carrying on the practice. Where should I go here? But see, it talks about that in chapter 3, where it's the the what is that, the collective. No, the what do they call that? The group mind, the group spirit, the the group thought form. The Alice Bailey, Foster Bailey, many of the other Masons write about. that are part of the Illuminism. Wait, where's that? Third degree, lost word. Okay, the hoodwink is again placed over his eyes before the ritual continues. The candidate then portrays Hiram Abiff in the legend of the third degree, which deals with the death of Hiram and the loss of the word. Clymer writes of this lost word. Every man who takes up upon himself the Masonic obligation can, if he will, find the lost word. The material required for the process of transmutation is within in himself as surely as a man who has his cellar filled with coal and furnace. I forgot about the balance part of the destroying the animal within man thing. Anyways, wherein to burn it has all that is required to start the roaring fire. Blah blah. Finding the lost word is the individual work. See, they make it out like it's perfection of the person, but uh, the perfection of the person, quote unquote, uh, puts them all in a state of mind. Once they're in this perfected state of mind, then they can start the group work, the group, the group prayer and group consciousness. This whole thing that is to be used by their supposed master on the lodge, the Great White Lodge of Sirius. In the last sentence, Clymer claims that the churchman who's well, I'm going to skip that part. Other Masonic writers stress the importance of finding the lost word. Consider Reverend Charles H. the book Veil and Ancient Mysteries in Modern Masonry. The symbol of the lost word and legend of the search for it embodies the whole design of Masonry. The primary object of Masonry is to search for the divine truth. The word is the symbol of the divine truth. This truth is the key to the science of the soul. End quote. Veil reveals clearly that the lost word is not a literal word, but a symbol that represents divine truth. Masonic writers such as Manly P. Hall and Lost Keys of Freemasonry uh, wrote, wait, uh, well, I'm going to skip that part. Oh, here we go. Hall wrote, the word is found when the master himself is ordained by the living hand of God, cleansed by the living water, baptized by living fire, a priest king after the order of Melchizedek, who is above the law. End quote. Hall is saying the Master Mason becomes a Christ when the lost word is found. The Melchizedek priesthood is the priesthood of Jesus mentioned by the Hebrews 5:5-6 in the book Hebrews 5:5-6, chapter 5, verse 5 and 6. The teaching of the man become Christ is the cornerstone of the secret doctrine. Blah blah blah. An ancient operative masonry S.R. Parchment sums up the Masonic teaching of the lost word, the God within, and the redemption contained in the secret doctrine. The lost word is the God within, to which the mystic Mason looks for redemption. Thus, the Master Jesus, who was the initiate of the ancient operative school, taught his followers that the kingdom of heaven is within. The church, is this early church, as in the secret doctrine, there was not a personal Christ for the living, for the world, but a potential Christ in every being. Yea, the mystic, while investigating the intangible realms, beholds potential Christs in the atoms which compose the universe. Hence, Masons believe the architect of the universe. Believe in, but no, positively not in Jesus, the man, as the only Son of God. End quote by Ancient Operative Masonry, 1930, page 35. W.B. Conley. Blah, blah. Just H.L. Hayward wrote about the significance of initiation in a chapter titled The Meaning of the Initiate and Secrecy. The Great Teachings of Masonry. Where'd that go? Masonic initiation is intended to be quite as profound as the revolutionizing an experience. As a result of the candidate should become a new man, he should have new range of thought, a new feeling about mankind, a new idea about God. After the reader has become fully aware of the secret doctrine, the statement will be understood. Wait, there was the end of the quote after God. What does it say? The book, in the chapter titled The Secret Doctrine, continued in Buck's Mystic Masonry, we find that the process of human evolution, aka initiation, is one in which man evolves from man into God by becoming Christ. Quote, becoming perfect. Well, I don't know if I read all these fucking. Let me skip ahead here. Technique of initiation, internal, blah, blah. Skip ahead. Wilmshurst. Okay, so here we go. What is this from? The Last Keys of Freemasonry. Hall says Freemasonry has concealed the mystery of creation, the answer of the problem of existence, and the path that must tread in order to join those who are really the living powers behind the thrones of modern national and international affairs. The Master Mason, if he is truly a master, is in communication with the unseen powers that move the destinies of life, aka the natures. Uh, Man, my knee hurts like crazy. I should have known there was a storm coming. Fucking, I could like barely walk today. Fucking, yeah, don't let people skateboard. The Builders was written by Joseph Fort Newton in 1914. It is the classic that today is often presented to newly raised Master Masons. The bibliography contains reference to most of the major books and often reveal the hidden meanings behind Masonry. Chapter titled The Secret Doctrine, the following is found, quote, perhaps the greatest student in the field of esoteric teaching and method, certainly the greatest now living, is Arthur Edward Waite, to whom it is the pleasure to pay tribute, end quote. The tribute continues page 57 through the page 69. Newton speaks of Waite's writings as a series of volumes noble in form, united in aim, unique in wealth of revealing beauty and unequaled worth. End quote. Waite, who until his death in 1945 was considered a great student of the secret doctrine, wrote such books as Devil Worship in France, which was basically a debunking book of the devil worship. Excuse me, the Book of Black Magic, and the Way of Divine Union. Excuse me. I think I've read the Book of Black Magic. It wasn't really. It was. He talked around everything in the book. So here it says detailed instructions for conjuring, quote, Emperor Lucifer, master and prince of rebellious spirits, end quote. For obvious reasons, it will not be quoted here. Waite was a Luciferian. Let's see. Let's get the Bible quotes. Well, Doctrine of Devils, speaking of lies, hypocrisy, having their conscience seared with the hot iron. Let's skip ahead here. So this Christ consciousness. I mean, well, I'm not gonna get into that. Expected result of Masonic initiation. True self-knowledge. What is this? Masonic initiation by... What is this from? Well, okay, I'm going to start up here. From Ancient Mysteries and Modern Masonry, the book, we learn, quote, that initiation, as we shall see in a subsequent lecture, was regeneration, real spiritual new becoming or rebirth. The candidate himself becomes the thing symbolized: Hermes, Buddha, Christ, etc. This state was the result of real initiation, an evolution of human into the divine. End quote. Oh shit! Looks like I got a guest over here. I didn't see that.
Hey, what's up, dude?
Hey, what's going on? Let me just turn my volume down.
Let me try to figure out what I'm doing here as far as getting the echo out.
Oh, hold on. I think I turned my echo thing off. So it was, yeah. Let me. Oh, okay. Yep.
Make sure it's not me. I'm still coming through a little bit.
Oh, 1 second. Okay, it should be good now.
Testing. It's still coming through.
Oh, well, hold on. Let me move my microphone away from my ear thing.
That might be what's picking it up.
Okay, it should be good now.
All right. Yes, it's still doing it, man. You hear what I'm saying? It's like it's a double. It sounds like one's underneath water, and I can hear mine.
Can you hear it
it's
still?
Weird. Yeah, I can hear myself.
Well, I mean, it's still echoing right now.
A little bit, but it's like behind in the background a little bit, so it's not so bad.
Okay. Yeah,
I was kind of trying to figure out, like, I was at a loss, like, all right, well, what could we talk about exactly? Because, like, where you're going from is, like, it seems like a specific spot, because you're talking about this, the secret doctrine and all that.
Oh yeah, I'm just kind of randomly winging it because I got my other screen off because the storm took out the power. So.
Oh yeah, yeah. I usually leave my job around 11, and like right as I'm like leaving to go clock out, like I couldn't clock out because fucking power went, and I had to wait till they restored power so I could get back to the time clock and be like, okay, well I had to stay an hour, so fuck all y'all.
Oh yeah. What you on the West Coast or the East Coast?
I'm in Oklahoma, dude.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. One of the most Masonic states in the Union, dude.
Oh, interesting.
Oh yeah, totally. Yeah, like if you did not, where are you at?
I'm in Michigan.
Oh, you're up in Michigan? Yeah, that's another great Masonic stronghold.
Oh yeah,
big time. I got a couple of friends up in Michigan, so
it's
fucking cool up there.
It's give or take. Sometimes it's cool. Sometimes it's.
I mean, if you go by the Great Lakes, like a certain family has a big mansion over there, and then they hold some meetings there that are quite a
Oh, interesting.
Type. Yeah, if you know which family I'm talking about because everyone's drove one of them in their lifetime.
Oh, Ford.
Yeah, the Fords. Totally.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of rumors. I heard a rumor that there was some kind of shrine in Ford's house or something.
Yeah. Well, it depends. There's like two shoot offs. There's a Swiss shoot off, and there's an Irish shoot or Scottish one. So. Yeah. And like Henry Ford is from I believe the Irish one. Yeah. There's a lot of ties to where is it? Upstate New York, Albany, into San Moon Minor stuff where it's all super occult and the Catskills and where they bury the bodies and where the mob used to do all their stuff and where the process church used to run around and all that good shit. I'm trying to find some source stuff so I can if you pull up something, I can speak on it with some authority.
We can just wing it.
I got a couple of things laying around. I got morals. Got morals here.
Yeah, I've read
See
quite a
here.
few. If you
Yeah.
notice at the end of Morals and Dogma, he talks about that balance, the equilibrium.
Yeah. Equilibrium. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Then
Yeah,
I
it
got
seems.
the
It
classic.
seems.
Hold on. I was gonna tell you real quick. I got the classic. What is this one? The new Encyclopedia of Freemasonry. It's the combined edition with the 2 volumes. The weight one. It's an old ass one. If you can
Oh,
read that.
nice. That's
Yeah.
pretty cool.
Yeah. I got all this from my ex's late father. He was LDS and very. Oh man, he's got a lot of folded chapters in here. Notice that
Oh
page.
yeah.
Damn. Yeah.
My Mormon friends have 32nd degree.
Oh yeah. Yeah. That's usually what it is. It's the Boy Scout pipeline into the LDS, and then definitely you're gonna try to get into your Scottish rites and stuff. And there's also like the hidden degrees above 33rd and stuff too.
Yeah.
Yeah. I always get weird about those because I think that's the whenever you were mentioning about Alfred Pike and you're talking about like which I don't know. I haven't even I was just kind of going off of what I was quick researching at the moment. I don't really know more than that.
Yeah.
But I've heard some stuff about the whole like sex rings type thing, like Hellfire Club situation, that sort
Yeah.
of thing.
I
And
think it was Archon Rules book that was really caught my eye about sex cults because I didn't really believe in them too much until reading that book. Because there
I
was
mean, yeah, I mean that's
castration cult in Russia.
yes, that's a big one that people don't really want to talk about too much. Is the castration cults because that's a Mormon thing too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah. When on the other side of the star, as they say, there's certain families that, from what I've researched kind of loosely, and I'd have to pull up something specifically to kind of say I know it for sure. But what I've speculatively heard is stuff like, if you cross them or if you try to marry outside of an arranged marriage, they can do that to you. Like
Whoa.
certain families, certain like upper families, like up in Salt Lake. I mean, if you know the story about who is it? I want to say it's Michael Aquino's grandfather. He was actually killed. He was a famous surgeon, and he
Huh.
came up with there was a stitch that he did. I think he was Scottish, maybe. He might be related to why Aquino went after the Campbell clan to kind of like become part of Clan Campbell in Scotland, which he did later on in his career.
Yeah, I've always wondered about that.
Yeah.
That picture where he's got like a kilt on or something.
Yeah, well, I mean, I mean, he married Lilith Sinclair, and the Sinclairs, if you know Scottish names,
Oh,
yeah, Sinclair, and that's not even her real name.
I
She's
forgot
also
about.
a Mormon too.
Wait,
Yeah,
so her
Lilith.
real name isn't Sinclair?
No, it's well, she went from Kino to Sinclair, and then it was something before that. Dana Duda has dug up a bunch of that stuff on Aquino specifically because she was trying to
Oh yeah.
kind of do some digging, and this is kind of where I found out about this too. About Aquino's grandfather was accused of stealing babies.
Whoa.
Yeah, back
That's
in
fucked up.
the 1800s or something, and he got found suicided in a bathtub with his neck slit, and it was a shaving accident.
Huh.
But
Jesus.
what's funny about it is when you go along and read about that, like it's the same thing as the Masonic oaths. It's the same thing as the Mormon oaths that, like, and if you ever
Oh
speak
yeah.
against or whatever, may your throat be cut from ear to ear.
Yeah. Same as the
So
witchcraft oaths too.
yep. Well, it's Salem.
Images.
It's Salem, and when you actually when you go back and you look up the Campbells and like Lilith Sinclair's, I should looked up her original last name, like her given birth last name, but there's also a connection with Ford there too because Betty Ford Aquino was actually Michael Aquino's mother. Not the famous Betty Ford that they named the clinic after, but another one. She was super intelligent, and she was like a child prodigy. And if you know anything about eugenics, and Lewis Terman and Terman's tots back in the 1900s, she was one of the first ones. And this was like back to a program, an understated program that became an official program in MK Ultra, where they were trying to find the brightest and smartest ones for remote viewing and
Yeah.
shit like that. Yeah. So that's what definitely she was groundbreaking for that. Like this is like Tavistock era stuff in the 10s and 20s, and pre the Jesuit stuff that like Mengele was doing over there with the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute and stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, right. But no, like trying to think straight off top. Yeah, that was just really crazy stuff about that, about his grandfather being like a baby snatcher. I was like, well, that says a lot. And then like he was a famous surgeon, so there's actually a stitch, like a type of stitch named after him. Which I thought was kind of wild. And I was like, well, shit, man. But yeah,
some of those, my aunt's a nurse. She always talks about surgeons and how they're always kind of dark people.
Yeah, they are.
It'd take a real fucked up that.
Well, I mean,
I've got a deer and chickens and fish and stuff, but to be a surgeon, that'd just be like fucking really weird and gross.
Yeah. Well, I mean, not even so much that. Like, if you think you're helping people, you can kind of get past that. Like, you can, there's a natural apprehension to, doing something destructive to another human because you like subconsciously think of yourself. It's why people have a hard time killing people. They had to train people in the military how to kill. Like, if you go back all the way to the Revolutionary War, the hit rate was like they shot above each other's heads. And then
I heard about that about World War II and World War One, but
World War One and World War II, they did not. It was mostly trench warfare, so people didn't see each other. They just threw a fucking grenade or threw a rocket over or whatever, like mortars and stuff. They did a lot of mortars and trench warfare, and it wasn't really until Korea and Vietnam that they started maximizing the killing potential. Like I see your eyes, clack 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 clack, and that was a part of the Marshall study where they were doing all that sort of stuff. If you're since I'm gonna just naturally assume you're an avid reader and collector of books. Look up oh god, what's his name? Is it Sam? There's a psychologist who was doing work for the Army, and he was trying to like talk about violent video games, and this was in lieu of like Columbine and Sandy Hook and stuff. And it was this Grossman. I can't think of his first name though, but he did a book called On Killing where he cites the Marshall study, and he talks about the apprehension where they basically had to train to depersonalize people so you could then attack them. It's the same thing as in the 90s and 2000s when they were doing the zombie drills on crowd control in militaries.
Yeah,
they're like, oh no, these people, like containment and depersonalization.
That's the same reason why they always have countries that don't speak the same language fight each other.
Damn straight, yeah. Well, I mean, some of that's
they don't want to know if somebody's screaming for help,
Well, no, they know. They know. Like, I'll give you. You a fan of Dr. Wendy Painting's work?
I'm not familiar.
She did the McVeigh book about the OKC bombing called "Aberration in the Heartland of the Real: The Secret Lives of Timothy McVeigh."
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I know a lot about that subject.
Okay, good deal. Because that's one of my my old wheelhouses actually. So I remember when it happened, and I have some family that are not family, really? But like close affiliations to it because I'm in Oklahoma. So
I remember that when it was on the news and stuff.
Yeah,
I remember it was either that one or the New York one.
Yeah, well, I mean they're like 2 years apart. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah. Well, one of them, they said that they found the axle of the van, the Ryder van.
Yeah, that was the Oklahoma City one. That was in '95. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, it was interesting because I was a kid and I was like, I worked on cars with my dad. It's like and I was like, "There's no VIN numbers on the axle." I'm like,
yeah. Well, they used to plant staple. They used to stamp. There was a transfer number on the bottom of it for like Ford and it was Ford because it was a Econoline Ryder truck. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, it was
the wrong brand of truck.
Yeah, Ford does weird stuff like that. I mean, I've had a couple of those pieces of shit, and I've wrecked one of them, and it had stamped stuff in weird places and stuff. And this was also like years later, whenever the U.S. military actually bought out Ford, and started putting Abrams tanks parts in there for like the air filter and shit.
Yeah.
I
must have been looking up the wrong. make and model of the vehicle or something. I was looking up the parts on eBay and I couldn't find the parts.
Yeah. I mean, like, well, also they scrub a lot of that stuff too. You know, like a lot of that stuff they don't do it like that anymore, so you won't find it. And they did. They only did it for a few
Oh, yeah.
years too. They only did it for like I think from like 85 to 2000 maybe on certain select commercial vehicles.
Well, like it's interesting because Bill Cooper, he says he was trained in that type of stuff, and that he believed that there was no way that what was used could have taken out a hard target.
No, no way. I mean,
then what he says that he said that he had all his CAGI people, Citizens Agency of Joint Intelligence, he had them go into the city and collect all the seismograph reports.
Yeah, they got the three readings from OU Norman, yeah, and the seismology department, yeah.
Well, it showed that the this bowl is clogged. It showed that that there was more than one kaboom.
Yeah, there's three. Yeah.
Oh, three. Okay.
Yeah, there was three. There was the actual they got the impact of the truck. They have the impact of the building, of the explosion in the building, and then they also have the crash from the floor slapping.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Right. So they got like probably like 10 actual readings because you have floors doing the whole pancake thing in that section where the big hollowed out section is in the front. One I'll give you a good piece of story because I have a personal bone author and he's now.
Oh, am I cutting out or is it you?
This guy.
Oh, I think I don't
know. Good.
There's a storm over here. Kind of.
That's all right. Yeah.
Are you familiar with the Brezhnev character? He's suspect number 2.
Oh, John Doe number 2.
Yeah, John Doe number 2. Yep.
Yeah, a lot of people. Yeah. Well, I mean, a lot of people look at it's like Mike Brescia, which it wasn't Mike Brescia because he's still free. And I looked him up, and he's in Connecticut or fucking Ohio or somewhere back east doing plumbing. So he's if the FBI wanted him hidden, he wouldn't have that name anymore.
Well, there was some kind of connection. I was on JJ's show and we were talking about it. It was some kind of connection with the. I know he was an informant at minimum.
Well, like, right, yeah. Like the main going. There's like three current. There's like three real solid current kind of theories on who John Doe number 2 was. And this is like sans all the bullshit, sans all the people. I have a book from she was married to this guy, and he was like from Salvador, and he was a government guy, and it's all this other shit. And there's so much like fun little compelling parts in it, but it's total bullshit.
Well, Cooper names 9 suspects. I don't remember.
Yeah, there's a big ring of them. Yeah, and there's also Palestinian guys too, and all kinds of people.
Well, that whole thing about it's like, I mean, to like super condense the research. There's like a connection with the Nazis, the Re-aliens, and then the Re-aliens and their Elohim is the same type of Elohim City bullshit.
And that's Canadian Zionism and Oklahoman Zionism. And there's also, your Catholic Order of Malta connection with Francis Keating and, the governor at the time, which that's not even his real birth name, but he got angelicized as like 3 or 4 years old. And he was also a former head of the FBI. A lot of people, not FBI, maybe it was DEA. He was a former head of the DEA for a while. Frank Keating was our ex-governor. And that was the guy that pretty much rushed the cleanup and got Whack and Hut in there to demolish the building in 2-3 weeks, so nobody could go sniffing around.
Jesus.
Right. Yeah. It was like when you got or he's trying to get back in the building just to kind of see stuff. And like, they got armed security, not letting people in the building. And, he almost got arrested and shit. And he's an off-duty cop. And he was like the first responder to the bombing. And then of course he gets found in El Reno in a field somewhere. And he had to, fucking 20 slashes on one arm, 20 something slashes on the other, had his throat cut and shot himself at an angle. Yeah, of course.
The Mormon Mafia again?
Oh, is that who?
The Mormon Mafia?
I mean, dude, if that's the Mormon, Dude, if that's the Mormon Mafia, they got friends in all kinds of places because that looked more like FBI, really. There's people following him from the Oklahoma City Police Department. That basically he was trying to go to FBI and go to Dallas. He was actually planning on being promoted and going to the FBI. I've actually met that dude back in 1994 when I was in elementary school. He was part of the DARE program, and he came over to our school and
Jesus.
yeah, fucking played basketball with all of us and all that shit. Yeah. So yeah, it's a really fucking weird position I'm in about this whole subject because
I
I have
speculate from Cooper's research, to sum it up, it seems like there was a secret program during the interrogation program in Vietnam where it was more than just interrogation. It seemed to be
the Phoenix Project.
Phoenix, that they were possibly implanting microchips in people's minds.
They were starting to. Yeah, they were not, but they were doing augmented like they were doing and the whole project was to basically name dissenters and name snitches and understand who were like good with the North Vietnamese so we were still in Laos doing this after we pretty much creamed their ass, but we never officially won. We actually just pulled out and said we won. That was the whole Vietnam Laos thing.
Yeah, like a giant stalemate.
Right. It was it was basically like Korea. We actually did something, but we learned everything we did for the excuse for MK was because the Koreans had figured out how to brainwash our soldiers as POWs, which was bullshit because we were doing that shit before them. We were doing the research before that stuff a long time before that. Like back in the 1930s, we were doing some of that stuff and like
sub projects.
Yeah, and then even before that, and then you didn't get me started on the sub projects because if
hypnosis.
Yeah, that's that goes back to the Royal College. That's UK. That's oh gosh, I'm gonna butcher his name. Anton Mercer, Mesmer. Anton Mesmer.
Yeah, Mesmer. He was
mesmerized.
He was Illuminati.
Oh yeah.
So the thing about that Phoenix thing, it seemed like it jumped from there after Vietnam. I went to California, and then it seemed like it was doing experiments.
Well, it was already in California while we were doing Vietnam. Like it was kind of ongoing at the same time. There's also a program in Texas. There was also a program in Ohio. They didn't talk about much. There was also one in Ionia State Hospital. That was like in 1954. They were doing the against your will violent predation type things where they would castrate somebody and see if they could still make them try to rape a woman with no genitals, shit like that. Yeah, they were not fucking around about that because all these people were like killers, and rapists, like lifer rapists, so they could just do whatever they wanted to with them. And they already said, well, they already have a propensity, so we can really fucking push some buttons and see what makes them tick. And that's what they did in the early days, like the earlier start of MK. Yeah, because MK didn't really officially kick off until like 54, 55.
Yeah. Well, then the psychedelics, they were administering prisoners with large doses.
Yeah. LSD.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of stories about that.
Well, I mean, they were also using scopolamine as well, too. I mean,
scopolamine.
Scopolamine, yeah, sorry. Famously, about Jolly West. Jolly West was an OP for about 10 years. He actually was with the OU medical department here, and he was originally from back east. And he was Air Force before he got involved with MK, and then he kind of washed out, and then he kind of shows up as a doctor, and then he goes to Oklahoma, and then he gives a bunch of fucking LSD to an elephant at the Oklahoma City Zoo named Tusco, kills that son of a bitch.
Well, it's interesting because I wanted to bring up the Donald DeFreeze guy. Is like Jolene West. Well, I mean, if you look up Jolene West's whole lineup of people that he examined after some kind of criminal thing, they were all seemed to be some kind of MK Ultra people, like
Ruby.
I traced it to this one dude who what was his name? It was after I was doing the Rakano Shudo research. It was Ralph Tortorici. he
I think
claimed
I remember that
openly
name.
in the public that he was implanted with a microchip by the
Yeah.
CIA.
Yeah. Do you know what's weird about that? And you should if you get a chance, go back and check out some of Dana's episodes. I remember she did some talking about Reconasciuto and the second LSD pipeline in Haight Ashbury, where they had two pipelines, where they had the one that was the CIA LSD, and then somebody else was making it off site somewhere out in Sonoma or out in Nevada or somewhere. Some people speculated they were doing that at Sandia National Laboratories in New Mexico. So, which is interesting too, because that's right there where JPL is, and that's also where so many other connections of that time were going on.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely something weird going on, that's for sure.
Right, for sure. But I actually want to jump back on that one thing you're talking about with the OKC, like the whole John Doe #2 thing. I've kind of got it figured out to two. There was always two people that kind of stick out the most, and I'm sure you've heard of one. You may have not have heard of the other. One is, of course, Andrea Strassmeyer, the German national, who was coming
Oh
up
yeah, the
here.
roommate of
Yeah, the Von Lisp. Yeah. Then he's all like, I've never been to no Lady Godiva's. And I think that's funny because I used to go by Lady Godiva's on the way to high school because it's in my town. And I used to go by there. I'm like, that big motherfucker said, and then of course there's a interview later. It was John Ronson with Channel 4 BBC did a documentary about the whole thing, and he's talking to Dennis Mahon, who is like the famous KKK dial a Nazi, dial a racist guy back in the early 1990s in Tulsa. And he's sitting there having just a random interview with him and just kind of talking and getting his comments, and he goes, the women at the Lady Godiva's are some of the best, some of the best in the country. They've got the pure features, the Aryan features, and the Lady Godiva's are the best. Yeah, and it's like, dude, you fat fuck. They were always trash chicks up in there. I don't give a fuck.
I wonder if the company's a Nazi company.
No, I mean the Titty Club is definitely not a Nazi company, but yeah, that's the Lady Godiva's Titty Club. Yeah,
okay, I thought you were talking about
but which is weird about
history
it.
For a second.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm pretty stoned. Go on.
It's all good, brother. But no, man, like the funny story, there's a woman named Chantel who was a dancer there who actually at the night that the McVeigh and Strassmeyer and a couple other dudes, I don't know if Nichols was with them. It was like three guys. But she remembers talking to a guy who said, "Hey, you're in a couple of weeks. She's like, talking about. He's like, oh yeah, well you'll remember my name. She's like, oh yeah. He's like, oh, okay, well I'm so and so and so. And basically she gave that information to some other people, and then she wound up dead, which was really weird. And then they took the surveillance camera.
I gotta put some more gas in my generator real quick. I'll be right back.
Right on, bro. Wow, pretty good microphone. Fix that. Maybe not this guitar. Maybe I'll fuck around with another guitar that I know is actually in tune. I wonder something. Bet you I can run a signal in while I'm waiting on dude to come back. I'm gonna find out. I'm gonna find out. Boggle. Okay. All right, I guess I can play guitar too. Let's see. Let's bust out this whole fucker. Feeling that one. Kind of playing stiff. Change in strings. I like this big. Actually go back to the Turb here and see what the people on the live actually saying about that. If anyone's saying anything, I don't know.
I'm back.
Oh, you're back? Right on. I was gonna.
Okay.
Yeah, I got bored. I started playing guitar.
Yeah, my freaking my generator, gas.
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah. Man, dude, I wish I had a generator. I need one. We're all gonna need one in the time to come pretty soon. So, and out there, I know it's like a necessity too for like the winter and shit. Otherwise,
Yeah, I got a good one.
yeah.
A fireplace would be better though. But
What's that?
a fireplace would be better. Wait, I didn't put the. Let's switch it to the mic.
I was just even trying
fireplace.
to. Okay, there you go. Yeah, I was even trying to see if like, because it's not that super loud. Like I could probably turn it up, but it doesn't get much.
Yeah, what kind of guitar is that?
It's just one of them old LTD 7-string ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah, I
it's
gave
the,
my friend one of those.
it's the Metallica one that they only had like 300 of, and they were trying to get Metallica to play these, and the Metallica was like, "Fuck that shit." Like, hey James, since you play all this crap on Saint Anger, like, how about we give you a 7-string? He's all like, "No," and they're like, "Kirk," I'm like, "Fuck no," and they're like, "Okay, well, we got 300 of these made up. Let's go sell them. Go give them to musicians, friend." This is the and I got one of the regular ones back here too, but this one's all fucking, it's gutted. I need to take the pickups out but it's like the regular F207. And then
like, I thought about making a Frankenstein guitar.
Shit, yeah, dude. I mean, I got some. This one here is technically a Frankenstein.
Oh, that's pretty nice.
Yeah, it's a baritone neck, and when I bought it, the guy who sold it to me, it was fine. It was good. And then I get it, and UPS fucking broke the headstock off. So I had to basically I had to do that myself and like make a joint. You see that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so I basically had to put new maple on there and then round it down. And then the paint job is my first ever attempt at doing a paint job, like a serious paint job.
Looks pretty nice.
Yeah, dude. I did the Willie Adler from Lamb of God. He had the black camo. And I was like, that would look sick on an F series because I like these fucking things because they're ugly strats. And I was like, they're almost kind of metal. They're not quite a Warlock, kind of cool, but yeah. And so that one's my first one of that. And then actually, I got my Warlock back here, or my sort of Warlock.
Oh, yeah.
Boys, yeah, I got the Sepultura sticker on there, so it's Max approved and shit. So yeah, because I went and fucking saw them. It's been a week now. I saw them like last week, and
was it their original singer or their newer singer?
Well, yeah, no, I didn't see Sepultura. I went and saw Soulfly, but Max Cavalera is definitely there for sure. But it's like Max and his son on drums, basically. But dude, it was a good show. It was Gwar.
I started off on the PV. What the fuck is that called? PV.
The Transube or something.
It looked just like a Stratocaster.
Oh, you're talking about a guitar? Yeah, like was a T60 or something, or like was it the Raptor?
PV Predator. That's what it is.
Predator. Yeah, that was the one that had the humbucker in the back.
Yeah, it was a nice guitar. It played really
nice. Those are sick. I like those. They're fun to play, dude. Like those are like Yamaha Pacificas too. Those are really nice, like for what they are. They're like, wow, they're such a balanced guitar. You know?
Yeah, it's a good starting guitar.
Hell yeah, dude. I mean, I've had like worse. I had my first thing I started out on was a bass, and I had a Crate Electra bass with a Crate BX15 amp, and that's what I had until my dad took the fucking bass and broke it because I didn't mow the yard with my brother.
Oh, yeah.
And then he felt bad, and then he made me a piece of fucking like pressed wood for body. I'm like, well, the bass doesn't fucking even work now, Dad.
Oh, yeah.
And I was a kid and shit, and I was like, I was trying to be like Cliff Burton and shit. I was like fucking learning my solos and shit and playing distorted bass, and here he goes, fucking fucks that all up. And so I didn't touch a guitar or a bass for a couple of years, and then eventually I got around to some people were like, well, you know how to play some Black Label Society shit, and we're all drinking at a party. And I'm like, well, yeah, I can play that shit all fucking day. And then I got on there and started jamming, and I'm like, hey, you should play guitar more often. I'm like, maybe I fucking will. And then eventually I got around to getting some money and got a couple of Dean V's back before everyone bought all the dime stuff up. It was back when Dean was kind of like nobody really cared in 2000.
Oh yeah, Deans are good guitars.
Fucking A, man, especially the when they were still in Florida, that was like the best. Yeah. When they still made them in Florida and Sarasota, it was really fucking good.
Yeah,
But
Dean's got
yeah.
a Floyd Rose.
Yeah, dude. Well, I mean, like the thing I liked about them is because I always my go-to guitar was always a Gibson Gothic Explorer. I always wanted one of them, but they were $900. I'm like, fuck that shit.
Oh yeah. What's
Yeah.
that? The Angus Young guitar.
Oh, the SG.
Yeah, those play really nice.
Yeah, they do. They're super light too, and they're even thinner than most regular guitars. They're like they're an inch and a half, and most guitars are an inch and 3/4. So they're like easier to play on stage and stuff. But yeah, dude. Yeah, but yeah, I looked at that and I was like $900 for a Gibson, or I could spend $370 on this fucking Dean 79V. It plays just as good as the Gibson and it actually has more sustain and shit. It doesn't feel as dead. Like, and I can throw that in any amp and it sounds pretty sick, and it's mahogany and it's the same construction and everything. And so I went that way with it, and I got a Marshall. Shit, I remember probably spent like about $2,000. My dad got a settlement. He got his disability as whatever, and so I got some money. I was under 18, and so fucking bought me a dual super lead and fucking had that thing for years until eventually, like an idiot, I sold it.
Ooh.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I had a 5150 that I got from a crackhead for $100 too, and I shouldn't have sold that, but also didn't feel good about having it because I knew it was somebody's. You know, the whole thing like, hey man, I found you a box of knobs. How much you want for it? I'm like, $100. It's like it's like worth $1,100. And yeah, I'm like, let me take that serial number plate off the back of that fucker, so I don't want this is too before I can take it home.
Yeah, I got a 1959 silver tone. It's really nice. Well,
nice.
It's in like the roughest condition possible, but it plays really well.
Dude, I'll tell you one. I got I don't have one of those, but I did have my uncle, who was like the family musician. He passed away like about 4 years ago, and I inherited a bunch of his stuff, and he had like not very expensive stuff, but like what he had was like really old from the 70s. Like, so he had like a 70s banjo. He had like an old,
those are nice.
Yeah, 5-string old, like I want to say it was started with the J, whatever it was. It wasn't
good banjo can go for $1,000.
Right, and here's the sucky part. You're not gonna hate that is I think it got stolen. I had 3 or 4 items stolen out of a storage unit that they didn't even know got broken into because the guy put another padlock back on it to make it look like it was fine. And then he got pinched with a bunch of shit, and I didn't hear about it for like a year. And then I go over there, I'm like, I think my shit was broken into. Oh wow, you want to file a thing? I'm like, can I get the police report? Because if the guy got arrested, I need to get the police report, so they might still have my shit and it hadn't been auctioned off by now. And I never got it back. It's gone. But so they stole a bike frame, that, and they stole an old BC Rich Beast guitar that I had whenever I was like, a girlfriend like fucking 15 years ago bought it for me, and it was like $100, and I was like, oh, that's nice, thanks, oh, happy birthday to me. All right, now eat BJ and a steak, come on. Like fuck the guitar. I want the birthday thing. You know what I'm saying? But no, dude, it was a nice thing, and then she turned out to be a fucking stupid bitch. Anyways, but yeah, that kind of shit's fun. I like all kinds of. I'm a big gearhead, and I like the old stuff. My uncle did have a really cool Montgomery Ward amp that was like a 2-channel big tube fucking thing. It looked like the old Silvertone style ones. Had a Silvertone cab, and I still have that. But it's like rust bucket. You have to replace everything on it, clear all the rust off, and then go back and put a new output transformer in it, and all that sort of shit. And so that's a boat that I don't have money to fuck with right now.
Yeah, it's gonna make a homemade bass amp with these 15-inch speakers I had, but
hell yeah,
one of my friends wanted the speakers, so I sold them to him for really cheap.
Yeah, that's kind of what I did. This cabinet back here. This one right here it's a 212, And I found them on like Facebook Marketplace. This guy was selling these SG Systems cabs from like the 70s, right? They're just PA cabs, and they had like cool like woofer cone style like speakers in them, so they were kind of high every time. And I ripped them fuckers out. I still got them, but I put them in the thing, put a grate on it, took the cloth away, put a grate on it, fucking put a Nutrix speak on in the back, and then I got 2 of them like this. And then I put like a 400-watt Celestion PA speaker in the bottom, and put a triple cone in the top. So whenever it's sitting up and you're playing on it, like if it's on a stage and it's behind you, the bottom 12 is fucking punching the back of your legs like a regular 412, and the top one is going to sound like whatever speaker modeling you use. Like if you have like one of those IR things, like any of those kind, or a multi effect that has like you can switch around cabs or whatever. It's good for that. It's just supposed to be clean, dead, nothing crazy. But the thing is loud as fuck. It'll handle bass. It'll handle anything. It's like it handles up to 800 watts RMS. So it does about as good as gosh, like the fucking Invader cabs. If you ever see death metal bands playing, you know, like they have like the custom Invader, you know, Vader cabs or whatever. Like it's the same thing. Like some with like their logos all cut out of metal and shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's not as quite as cool as that, but I was also thinking about like I don't play out much, and I'm like 40 years old, and my other guitar player's about a little bit older than me, and he's like, dude, I won't fucking hang around fucking having to haul 412s and out of places. I'm like, fuck that shit, dude. We're at the day now where we can just go direct to board. Also, I'm old school, he's old school, and so I always want to have a cab stay shit, or you just want to feel it, you know. And and you know, we're on a stage, we're in a jam room, all the amps are going, you know, but we can control it a little bit, you know, so it doesn't fuck with the whole mix and stuff. And and then like this power amp that it's going to, this little Seymour Duncan power stage thing, fucking perfect, dude. Fucking 700 watts. It's more than enough you need. It's class D, so it's light as fuck. And yeah, it'll power 212. It'll power 2 cabs. So like 2 412s. You can put 2 412s up and put that fucker on top of it and run 2 guitars through it, and it sounds great. It's perfect.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It'd be cool to do a live show.
Hell yeah, dude. I've had 4 or 5 people that are trying to hit me up to get into bands, like dudes I used to jam with, because I shut my band down a couple of years ago, just because of family stuff and the singer I had and the drummer I had, I really don't care to ever fucking do shit with him ever again.
I know a good drummer. He's he's into a lot of death metal and stuff, but I mean, I'm not trying to go.
Oh no, that's my sort of shit though. I mean, but those kinds of guys are like they got the technical about them. Like I don't like to only play that sort of stuff. I don't like to just play shred or anything. I like to play whatever.
You get the death metal drummer to play some kind of poppy shit.
Dude, you'd be surprised. A lot of the motherfuckers are multitasking. They were like, hey, you know that Susanna beat, you know, they know how to fucking play like Rush, and they know how to play, you know, all that sort of like old 70s fusion-y shit. So
it seems like metal's came back a lot since the downfall in the 90s.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's never really went away, but like
it got weak.
It got weak for sure. Yeah. I mean, it got commercial as fuck, and then you know,
dropped a bunch of weed.
Oh, that's never good.
Yeah. Well, it's like my friend's uncle was in Metallica, and it's like, well, if he could do it, why can't one of us, you know?
Right. Yeah.
It's like, it's like that fucking yeah, I remember one time I met the dude from Slayer, and it
Which
was
one?
like the
bald head guy. Oh, Kerry. Yeah.
He was just a normal person. There was nothing.
He's a normal dude. They're all normal people.
Yeah, he was just some regular dude.
He just looks like a fucking weirdo because he's got this fucking long ass chin beard, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, hell, I've been lucky and fortunate enough to meet people like over the years. Like I got to meet Ronnie James Dio the year before he died. Dude,
Oh wow.
such a bro, such a cool dude. Like older, of course, you know, he's got his fucking manners about him and
Yeah.
shit. But I remember I asked him, like, dude, I just got one question. Like, how do you, after all these years, how do you still sound like Dio? And he's like, I don't suck. And I was like, oh fuck. And he was like, I just was like, I just,
Man on the Silver Mountain.
well, because dude, it was with Heaven and Hell. So it was him and Sabbath. It was him and Sabbath and Vinny Appice on drums, right? So it was like that, the 1980 lineup. And then he corrected himself. He's like, no, I can't. This is my instrument. This is my thing. This is what I'm known for. This is what I have to do. I'm very serious about it. And then he started talking shit about Rob Halford because Judas Priest was on the bill. And so Rob Halford and Priest were up doing their, so he's like, it's better than like what you hear out there. Like, I don't have to go high. I have to sound good. He's like, he's got the whole Barry White idea, you know, about his vocals. Like, even though he can kind of go high, you know, but that was a really cool show anyways. Cause it was, them, Judas Priest, Motorhead, and Testament. And Testament got to open up his Testament with Alex Skolnick. Whenever Skolnick first came back on and was playing live with him, and I was like, "Oh, this is perfect for me." And then we ran into some dude who had a kid who was supposed to show up, and he never showed up. And so they were like 10 seats from the stage, and we were all the way in the back. It was in Dallas. And he was like, hey, you know, y'all can hold the ticket. And one of y'all can, like, you know, pick a band you want to see because there's 4 bands, there's 4 y'all, you know. And so yeah, like, you know, my girlfriend at the time's dad wanted to see Motorhead. He was a big Motorhead guy. And then the other dude, his work buddy who came down with us, like, he wanted to see Testament. I'm like, dude, I just want to see Testament. I don't give a fuck about seeing him from the stage. Like, no, I'll save it for Sabbath. That's the bread and the butter right there, you know. Seeing Die Young 10 seats from the stage, I start crying like a bitch, man. You know, I love that shit.
Wow. I always get stuck going to concerts that I have no idea where I'm going. Like,
yeah. Like, wait, where the fuck is this at? Oh, can I go back here? And like, you know, just kind of randomly walking around in between bands and shit.
Yeah, everything I want to see is in Chicago or
oh yeah,
really far away, and it's like, man, I don't want to go that far just to see a band.
Yeah,
I mean, the band. No.
No, I hear you, man. Like, dude, like that's the thing. Like when I started meeting people from bands, like from going to shows and just happened to be like in the right place at the right time, like you just start realizing everybody's just people. Like I remember like the first time I got to meet Jens Kidman from Meshuggah back in when was it? It was in 2002, whenever they did Nothing. And they were playing a show here, and Strapping Young Lad was opening for him, and like Jens was just walking around in a Tool hoodie, like just like super polite, super quiet, super nice. I couldn't hear what he said to me. He was just really nice and quiet, but then he gets on stage and he's all like, you know, body headbanging and shit, you know. Fucking got the wah-wahs on stage, you know. So yeah, which was fucking sick getting to see Meshuggah because yeah, I ran into them like 98. I started listening to them because Chaos Fear came out, and I was like, what the fuck is this? You know, and I was like, never heard anything like that, you know, that fucking like futuristic sounding, like metallic sounding, like that was just like, is the bass going through a guitar amp? Why does it sound so fucking like tight, you know? And,
yeah, I used to listen to a lot of Fear Factory in the 90s.
Oh yeah, dude. Oh well, here's an interesting one. You remember when Dino was out, right?
When what?
When Dino Cazares, the guitar player, quit, like they fired him or whatever, and then they kind of went on without him, and they had the bass player play guitar for a couple of records.
Oh, is that something where I only kept up with him up to like 2001 or so?
Yeah, that was like right after that, like 2003 is when they Dino got kicked out. So he got kicked out of his own band, and then he started forming a band called Divine Heresy with Tim Young from Vital Remains and Joe Payne from Nile, and this one dude, Tommy Vex, who used to be in the hardcore band Vex from New Jersey, and he was setting that band. He was band up, and this is like 2005. They dropped their first record, and they didn't have Joe Payne from Nile yet. Like he ended up they were needing a bass player, and I showed him I could play the songs on like fucking MySpace. I was messaging him on MySpace, and he's like, just like come out to LA and try out. I'm like, dude, I live all the way in Oklahoma, and I need like some guarantees. He's like, I can only guarantee that I'll give you a shot to try out. And I was like, he was just kind of like, he's kind of standoffish a little bit, like kind of like, well, either you want to do it or you don't want to do it kind of deal. And I'm like, I totally get that. So I almost got to be in his side band that he ended up doing because he was still doing Assassino, and he was still like jamming with Brujeria whenever they would do one-off shows or whatever because he played with them before and stuff. But Assassino was like his band, his other band other than Fear Factory. And then I think
check that out.
Yeah, dude. And they did 2 records with like 2 different singers, and then after that, that band kind of went on hiatus, and then because Dino went back to Fear Factory, and then they did their thing for like 4 more records until this last deal, and now Burton's gone, and so Dino's the only original member.
It's funny how Fear Factory predicted the technocracy.
Yeah, dude, fucking there's no morning sun, no morning rain, we're acres of skin. Yeah, dude, straight up the fucking the Digimortal, the chip that goes on forever, that's straight Matrix Aldous Huxley stuff. The fucking, what was it?
Yeah, they were into it before the Matrix.
Yeah.
Totally.
Dude, well, I mean, they were doing that on Obsolete too. They were talking about that on Demanufacture. My favorite record of theirs was the one that actually had less to do with like, the Terminator type, like screenplay stuff of it. It was Soul of a New Machine. I love that one. That was what got me on that. It was like dead. I was like fucking, I was hooked on that shit, dude.
Oh yeah.
That fucking Carcass kind of, remind you of style shit, and Napalm kind of guitars going on. I was all like, what? And then like, hey, his kind of death metal shit better than him. And it's like, the next record is like, oh, he doesn't sound like that, but he sounds better. Okay, nice. It's good.
Yeah, like
that was like their first thing out.
Yeah, the demo before their first album. That's my favorite album. There's
Concrete.
Yeah,
Concreto. Yeah. Well, they also had like
that, what was that album? Obsolete. I bought that right when it came out because I heard him on that video game.
Yeah. I remember that, dude. Well, I remember them being on like the Mortal Kombat soundtrack too, with Zero Signal, where it's like, what was it, Scorpion and Johnny Cage fighting in the movie, and they're, I was like, yeah, that's pretty fucking sick. And I think that was the first time I heard Typo Negative too. Was in '93 was when I heard that that soundtrack. I heard fucking Blood and Fire, and then I had to go back and listen to fucking Bloody Kisses and Origin of the Feces and all that sort of shit. And
yeah, the
October Rust.
Somebody that comes on here was that guy's neighbor.
Oh, for real?
Clean up the stuff or something. Geo. I'm just breaking up roaches to throw in my bowl.
You got it, man. That's what you got to do, man. It's like for me, like finding cigarettes and hunting for snipes. All right, fuck, I don't want to go to the store and buy any more cigarettes. Let me find me a snipe and bust a couple of these fuckers up, and
Well, it's like, okay, so I know this really good guitar player. He chooses to do tattoos, which he's really good at, but his true thing is guitar. I mean, but like, it's like we don't get along the greatest. Same with this other dude that I know that's like he's really good at producing music. Which I produced some songs with him before, and like which I don't have them on the internet, but I lost all my old albums that I made. But
I mean, I'm surprised that my shit's survived. Any of my demo stuff has survived because I've moved it onto different drives for like 5 years straight now.
The idea of like it's like sometimes when you have a band that's like nobody really gets along. I mean, maybe some people get along, but it's kind of cliquey.
Or you only get along when you're drunk. Or do you
Well,
only go on when y'all
sometimes,
smoke out? Yeah, like
yeah. Well, those bands sometimes they are the best bands. That's why they always break
hmm
up real quick and
yeah.
fucking be cool
There's
to
always
like,
something in between. Yeah, you're right, dude. You're right. Like
yeah.
the
Because my
band that
friend, he he was in this AC/DC cover band called Let There Be Rock or something.
okay.
He's the dude that did the guitar on that Ozzy song that I did.
Oh,
And
okay.
yeah, and
Nice.
like he's got like fucking millions of views on shit with that fucking with that AC/DC cover band, but it's like
Mm,
he doesn't even play guitar hardly anymore. And it's like
just
I know
barely
all
fucks
sorts of
with it.
people like that that are savants and stuff, but they're like they never really get like what like when I was in his band, he's like,
Mm.
"Oh, you sound too much like Dave Mustaine, and I don't like that," you know.
I mean, plays a credit. I just fuck it, do what you want, make it work, and make something new out of it, and just have fun with it. If you're not having fun, you're not fucking right. Like
Yeah,
that's why, like, I put my band apart because like it felt like a fucking job. And here I am, like, I got another guitar player who he'll eventually come up with shit. But that's a
yeah,
lot of me sitting around drinking with him and fucking we'll bat it back and forth. But I didn't have patience for that shit. So the last thing I wrote for it, I did basically a whole record, wrote it, pretty much. And like, hey, we can change whatever, but you can't change it the way it is and make it shittier. You have to make it better than this. It can be your whole idea. You can take a whole fucking riff and say, fuck this shit. But it's got to be better than this. Like it's got to meet you got to meet or exceed. You can't fucking
yeah,
undershoot it, And
yeah. It's like
guitar wise,
some
my buddy could do it. The drummer, fuck no, couldn't do it. Fuck the singer, fuck that.
oh, my one friend, he's the metal drummer. He's got style. Like he may
Right.
not be the best drummer, but he's definitely got a
Yeah,
really
that's all you
interesting
need.
style. He's the one
Yeah,
that
that's all.
introduced me to that Buried Alive band. The that Carl, what's his name? Carl. I shared a video of it on Twitter. You seen
Huh.
it? That guitar
Yeah,
player.
I think so. I think so.
Yeah,
It's been a
like
minute. I might have to go back and look.
but well, it's like I know this other dude. He does tattoos too. He's a drummer, and
Yeah.
like he's a really good drummer. And I used to hang out with him a lot in middle school. But like
Mm.
when we were kids, and like he started hanging out with all these loser people, and but it was like at one point he somehow he got in some I don't remember what the name of the band was, but some kind of super heavy metal death band. It was and like he got to go on MTV2 in like
Oh, nice.
1999 or 2001 or something,
Fucking A.
and like the he also got to tour in Europe or something, but like
Yeah.
he never really went past that. He made some local band that sucked with a bunch of losers, and
Yeah.
then he kind of I don't know.
Well, I mean, I got a our buddy. He used to live up in Chicago for a long time. He had a girl up there he used to be with, and because he's from shows. He had a band, I believe it was called Cursed, and he used to talk about fucking going to the guy. He played in Gorgasm for like a little before they got started, like when they were doing with Damien and Big. I don't remember the other guy's name, but yeah, Damien. Yeah, then I remember he told me stuff about like we used to play shows with Morgue Supplier all the time, and then he remembered the Soil guys that used to be Oppressor. So Sean Glass and his band used to be Oppressor, and he remembers the Mudvayne guys before they got big, and then he remembered fucking Disturbed and how they used to be good, and then they got this rich kid guy from like the north side or whatever walking around in flip-flops, this Jewish kid, and he comes over there and he can do the monkey screams, and then they start going off and writing really like mainstream shit.
Oh,
and
the
fucking down with the sickness shit, basically ripping off the whole Alice Cooper like in the jail suit, like the shocker,
oh wait, Alice Cooper. Huh.
Yeah, Alice Cooper used to do the whole like I'm in an electric chair thing, and that's what Dave and Disturbed did live in their first tour. They did like he would strap up to like the fucking electric chair bit and then act like the shocker.
Yeah,
And,
they were just copying him.
Basically,
Oh, that's pretty harsh.
I mean, like everybody kind of rips somebody a little bit, but that was a straight up like, dude, Cooper did. Alice Cooper did that shit. Don't be fucking taking shit from people who've been around for a lot longer than you. You know.
Yeah, that's
But
pretty harsh.
yeah, it's kind of like biting. You know, it's like I'm not gonna jump up on stage with a white Explorer and like fuck yeah. You know, I'm not gonna do all that sort of shit. You know, so like. You know, only one guy could do that, and he's not doing that anymore so much. I mean, he says yeah a lot. Oh God, he says yeah a lot.
What makes you wonder about? See, I was an original '90s Tool. I mean, my friends all listened to Tool in the '90s when they 1st came out, but it was like,
yeah, Undertow.
I mean, I like the music and stuff, but it's like the lyrics are messed. It's all symbolic, but like,
yeah.
My friend's dad used to know the lead singer, but it was
Maynard.
Yeah, there's something just fishy about him. And then when the
he's ex-military, dude.
Well, yeah, then the Perfect Circle album came out. It was all about this concealed goddess and shit and fucking. And I'm just like, what the fuck is going on?
We're getting into
here?
Hecate and Isis and shit, are we now? You know, the
if you
lady.
Listen to the first 2 Perfect Circle albums, you'll be like, what the fuck is this shit?
They're talking.
Mind will be blown.
Yeah, it's straight Gnosticism stuff. It's Sophia, you know, Sophia wisdom, you know, makes the demiurge. The demiurge thinks he's the god that created everything, but he's not, but he thinks he is, and he's under a delusion, and he's a snake with a lion head who, you know, breathes fire, and there's your dragons. It's the same thing as was it I'm going to butcher this. I hope I don't piss off anybody who's a Buddhist or, you know, related, but like, wasn't it like Shiva's serpent? He had a serpent around his neck, like Shakati, or I forgot what it was, but that's the same. It's the same thing as the Ouroboros, you know, which is technically what, if you follow the biblical tradition, it's Satan. If Satan has dominion over the earth, so he circles the earth, he goes up and down the earth, and he's a serpent, weird. Right?
Some of the paintings have people with halos, and their halo isn't light; it's an Ouroboros.
Yeah, well, I mean, they'll keep the mark will be in the right hand or the forehead, right? You know, it's the same thing. When you get to all the eschatological stuff, it's always good versus evil, one way or another, right?
Well, I found that the damn, I don't have that Fulcanelli. Wait. Yeah, I do have it over here. Okay, yeah, this Fulcanelli book. The main picture is the full symbology of the crow.
Skulls. Yeah,
it's like the crow's pointing to the quote unquote decomposition or some shit, which is excuse me, the symbol of a hidden pillar in the temple, and that pillar has the Ouroboros, and then inside it says Pan something something, all is one, and then and I think that it's alluding to Pan simply being a symbol of all these gods and goddesses. It always shows them like
you're saying Pan, right? Like Pan.
Yeah. Pan.
Yeah, that's Apollo. It's the same thing. Pan, the Beast Man, was it
he's everything. All is one. And then like but like there's something in the book that it was alluding to, which me and the German lady were reading the book last night, Ellie, and that it was saying some kind of symbolic thing about some kind of peculiar game with balls. And then I think it was talking about the symbols on the Sephiroth or something.
Oh yeah, like Kabbalah. Yeah. Well, I mean, I know the one thing
like
they
a
talk about
pre Kabbalah.
Oh yeah,
Templar Kabbalah.
They talk. Yeah, well, they have see all their stuff is like a mixture of the Oriental mysticism with the Jewish system that was already there. So you're talking about King Solomon magic, you know, and Solomon's magic is just straight, you know, before Mishnah. It's a lot older than that. Like it's Enochian, if you want to get around to it. Like it's really it's the same.
Because I've always speculated the Seal of Solomon was pentacle and a hexagram.
Yeah, well, I mean, technically, kind of is. I mean,
One
it's
side
still
of each. But
it's
then,
it's the same as the
so then
Star of
on the
Remphan.
on the symbolic pillars of Solomon's temple is pomegranates, and if you take a pomegranate, the end of it is it's got a 6-pointed star, and then if you cut it open, it's got a 5-pointed star.
Yep.
And then
Saturn.
then then the number of seeds, I think it's 213 or something, is relevant to the laws of the Hebrews.
Well, I mean, they have like literally like they have. It depends on which ones you're talking about, like because they have different eras of the law. But like, if you go by all the Torah law that they had, and then you go into and
maybe it was
it's not that many. The 613 mitzvot, yeah, that's what that's Kabbalah.
Yeah,
that's not actually legitimately what they started with. Like what they started with was
there's an old tradition in the Middle East where the pomegranate traditionally is known to have that many seeds in it.
Right. Yeah. And that's probably where they actually came up with the whole spacing out of it, because see, like, and this is kind of complicated, but like
the Egyptians do something similar where
it's Hermeticism. Yeah.
Well, the 42 laws of the 42 lesser confessions of Ma'at. It's like when you go into the Egyptian mysticism, 42 is the number of the incubation of days on the ostrich egg.
Yeah.
And then it's also the number of days when the heart gestates or whatever. The heart starts beating.
Yeah, from in utero. Yeah.
Yes. So it's interesting. Like two different cultures would just kind of.
Well, see, it's very similar because see, they all had like a common start. Like when you look at like where all the extra gods came from. So like the whole story on the Watchers and stuff, and you had like the first 70, and then you had the 200 with the with Shemyaza, and then the fucking 20 chiefs of tens, which were like the arc demons basically, or the arc fallen angels. And then at some point when it's actually 200 first, that's the first incursion, and then you get the second incursion with the 70. And that's whenever the Tower of Babel happens. And then that's whenever God splits up the languages. And that's when he says, all right, I'm done with all y'all. Fuck this shit. I got my people over here that I'm going to take care of. And then you guys can have all the other gods. And these will be the gods that manage you. And then there's like a commentary where it comes back around in the mythology where like, he brings them up to the heavenly court and he starts talking to these fallen angels. Like, I made you to be the gods over the nations, over the Goyim. He said, you were supposed to bring them closer back to me, and you've driven them further into depth and into depravity. You need to step it up, or I'm going to put all you all out. And then he does through Noah. So,
well, what's interesting is that it's interesting how like the cyclical nature, where it's like the Hebrews, they find Noah or whatever, or not find him, but he goes up to the mountain, and he gets the law, which then
Moses, yeah.
To I'm pretty stoned.
No, dude, it's okay, but like I got the important things, you got to remember how many hundreds of years too, and the whole chronology. There's a big part of that. It's like important, but I get what you're saying. But it's Moses.
The symbolism of them evolving their religion, where it was like they evolved it with Moses, and then when it came around to Jerusalem, they evolved it with Jesus, and then
Jesus is the end of it. Jesus is like, he's like basically daddy's home kind of shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's what's important. It's important about that.
Verse, in Revelations, it says like, where's the? It says like it's interesting because it talks about it similarly, kind of like the cyclical nature of symbols of the tarot.
Oh, it was like, about the hangman and the high priest. Yeah.
Well, there was, I think it's like chapter 21 or something. It was. I mean, I can paraphrase it. It was something about him stepping off into a new world or something.
Yeah, a new Jerusalem and a new heaven and a new earth. Yeah.
Yeah, and it reminds me of how in the tarot, because the tarot seems to be more ancient than what they think. But
Yeah,
like,
it is. It's back to the time of Enoch. It's like
yeah,
literally like in between Genesis and
well,
Exodus.
they say it's the book of Adam, but like the
Essentially, yeah.
in the tarot, the first, well, I couldn't figure out the full card was the first card or the last card, or whatever, and
Yeah,
so
the
I did like a
dualism.
huge deep dive on it, and then I figure out that it's just a circle, and it's
Time is a flat circle.
I mean, it's interesting because it's like,
Oh no, totally no. I mean, like that's the thing about it, and you really only
Well-
get that through. Oh, go ahead. I'm trying to
Oh.
cut you off.
the Hebrews, they had this thing with what was it? Fire was air was the past, and that water was the future, and that earth was the present, and that fire was all three combined.
Yeah. And then there's like the other that was just the earliest working of it, but that goes back to the Phoenician times, and that goes back. I mean, that's kind of like just the general of the world. They knew about that.
Yeah, somebody that wants to come on.
Oh, what's up?
Hey, how's it going?
Right. Good. Happy Tuesday night. Thanks for the man show.
Oh, thank you. Melted copper. All right, so sorry,
Yeah,
you can
I've been
go
drinking.
on.
I know it's Tuesday. Usually I wait for the weekends. I've been. How you guys doing?
Just doing
do you
all right, man.
frequent the channel?
I think I've been subscribed for almost a week. I witnessed a little bit. I typed in the comments because it'd be rude not to type in the comment section and just beam in. That's weird.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Do you have a question for us?
No, I'm mostly a sad, pathetic loser with nothing going on in my personal life, and I think actually, honestly, I think I meant to hit on a different show, but I was like, fuck it, let's just roll with
We
these
just see
guys.
what fucking
I mean,
happens, right? Let's see where this goes.
right? What's
Right.
it called? Randomness, I guess. Sometimes is a spice of life. Sometimes you're like, you know
Right.
what, just roll with it.
Dude,
Oh,
go
yeah.
with your gut, dude. Always go with your gut. If it tells you to do something, do something.
Well,
Right?
sometimes if you constructively like know people, you sort of weave a web of people who just agree with you, and there's a moment where it's like, no, just
Yeah, like an echo
let it
chamber.
happen.
Yeah. Right.
But no, I'm not gonna do anything shaky because listen, I appreciate you letting a random stranger, especially a guy in a reverse slasher, which I don't know, I guess what read comics, but thank you for giving me a presence. And if you beat me off, I get it. It happens. I wouldn't trust people either. It's very bold to let strangers on a show.
Oh yeah.
So I appreciate this 2 seconds or 30 seconds on a
Oh,
Tuesday night.
Wait, you are you looking for some kind of advice or anything? I'm pretty sure that we're wise people over here.
Oh
Yeah.
man, listen, I'm just a guy. Honestly, do you
Do
want
you
the
know
real
about
answer?
conspiracies?
I'm not listen, I have a wife and kids, so obviously my enthusiasm about waking up tomorrow is sort of an argument with my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. That's a long story. But my negative mentality or sort of my shaky, divisive nature isn't a plague upon you guys. I mean, why talk to people if I'm here to fucking banter you guys of my personal ideas? It's nice. It's nice to meet you, gentlemen.
Yeah.
For sure.
Jay
man.
Mortis, Clint
Jay
Eastwood.
All right.
Clint Eastwood.
Oh
That's
man,
my rapper name. Yeah. So, do you know anything about the occult or what is?
I'm very vast in my knowledge about anything, even Jesus Christ. In fact, actually, never mind. You guys speak, and I'll just go with what you're
Okay.
saying. Yeah, I'm what's called a side character or a joke. Like you guys carry dialogue, and I'll just insert dialogue as it is needed.
Sounds like you've been drinking.
Oh yeah. Well, listen. Like, hey, I'd like to know. I'm not a scumbag. Listen, I have no job, no wife and kids, and the bills are paid, so I'm a reasonable alcoholic.
You've taken care of business, so you can do whatever the fuck you want.
Judge.
Yeah, one shouldn't say it this way, but you gotta do these things. Like it's, what I mean. I'm not just some fucking. I don't know how. I'm 40. Sorry, I don't pay attention to myself. I'm 45, so it's like I've been on this earth for some time.
Yeah, I'm 40. Gonna be 42 here real soon.
Right? Yeah, like I said, I thought I was beaming on a different show, but then I was like, okay.
Oh, so you're a YouTube surfer.
A little bit. It's kind of like 'cause I'd
You
like
look
to.
like a
I'm like
surfer.
old school, like YouTube, where like you make a video, like not live streamer. Like if you look at my
Yeah.
channel, I'm gonna try and like sell myself on your show. My apologies. It's late.
Man,
It's Tuesday. I'm
so
drinking. Anyways,
what
I'm in
message
the
are you
old world where
compelled
you
to
make a
tell us?
video, like do boring editing, and no one pays attention. You're drawing and you're trying to make a cartoon, but it does feel like just yelling at people on a live stream. It's kind of relative. Like I'm 2 years in on this live stream world, which even now seems so fun.
Well, I try to do a live stream where, because everybody's trying to do debates about religion and stuff. But yeah, I don't understand how somebody could debate about religion if it's something they believe. There's really not much to debate about.
Well, they want to debate about tenets and like dogma and shit like that, and that's not how you do
listen,
anything.
I don't know what you guys gentlemen got going on, but the psychology of humanity in the modern world is fucking crazy. Like there's moments when you talk to people and you're like, and like I said, I don't mind. Like I don't believe in the flat Earth, but I like the flat Earth because the flat Earth equals Oregon Trail. Because I can't make a rocket, right? But if the world is flat, right? Like
Well,
I
I
like
don't
the idea of a flat
well,
Earth because
I'm not
like I
into
can
the,
get a boat.
flat Earth
I don't
thing,
mind the ice wall.
No preaching your flat Earth religion here. No offense.
Oh, I do. Hey, man, listen, I'm a new character. You go ahead. You say as much of the offensive, crazy shit because obviously that's the whole of your show. No one knows me. What better time to say crazy
microphone
shit?
hog alert.
Right? Yeah, there's no better time to say crazy shit than when a random new guy in a reverse slasher appears. Yeah, you go ahead. Brutalize me, man. Indulge yourself. Will we meet again? Probably not.
Well, let me ask you a question, since we may be on finite time because we don't know if we'll meet you again or not. But let me ask you a serious question though. So, like when you were talking about how like the psychology of people modernly is like, you know, really fucked up. Like everyone's pretty well insane to some degree. Do you think? I mean, I have a feeling that you're going to probably agree with me to say that's a little bit contrived. Like that's on purpose. That's been like cultivated, right?
Engineered,
if you want to say.
Right. Well, are we all in our 40s?
I'm in my 40s. You're in your 40s. I don't know about Clint.
All right, which is fine. I'm a new character. You don't need to tell me too much. What's it called? Doxes, you used to call it. And it's fine. Listen, I don't mind abstract thoughts and unique ideas and stuff. I'm not beyond it. I mean, but also I like to say there's a lot of. Never mind. I did reference the flat Earth thing and stuff, but it's kind of like.
Okay, I'm back.
I don't know. What were you guys talking about? Listen, obviously, I'm cool.
Well,
I'm sorry.
You understand the Illuminati? They work in. They like to have people work driven by superstition.
Yeah.
Oh God, man, are you guys conspiracy people at all?
Well, I've been studying.
Unique opinions. I'm sorry, conspiracy might sound jaded. Do you guys have abstract ideas of reality?
Well, I can prove that the Earth is round with a simple observation. Science is the art of observation. If you look at the shadow of the Earth on the moon during a lunar eclipse, you'll see that it's round.
Right. Okay. Because listen, I'm sorry.
Well, then there's more.
Anyway, too much backstory. Man, I had a guy try to live off me. And I guess he's like big mushroom eater and a Tool fan. And people you want to avoid mushroom acid people who like Tool. They just. I'm sorry. Did I hate on you guys listening? If you like mushrooms and Tool, my apologies.
But there's simple. You gotta understand physics and science. It's like if you're at the equator and you stick a pole in the ground.
Oh man, trust me, dude.
Pole will have a measurement. Well, hold on. Then at high noon, when the sun is exactly perpendicular to the Earth, the pole will have zero shadow. And that if you go 200 miles north of the equator, you do the same thing, the pole will have a shadow. That's proof that the Earth is not flat. There's a whole bunch of other.
I try to explain this guy, like listen. One can both question the moon landing, but also not be a flat earther. Okay, like you can accept the shape of the Earth and the pretending.
I know geometry. The Earth is definitely round.
Right? Yeah. Because if the fucking moon is round,
there's a lot of into an argument here.
Shit, man. I was just trying to
Alright.
get him to answer that question. I was going to see if he wanted to walk that walk a little bit, talking about how psychopathy is kind of engineered and why, like the steps on how it works. Like, because I mean, if he's in my age group, like I know this shit. Like, I was a
Yeah.
latchkey kid, you know, and I know like the younger generations is when they, you know, parents worked like all day and they couldn't watch their kids, so they put them in daycare. And then if they have culture of this after a while, kids being in daycare all the time, you know, they're gonna not have a parental bond with their parents, so they're gonna act out, and then they're gonna learn a negative reinforcement through daycare workers who don't know how to handle them and shit. And so it's going to lead into the whole thing that, you know, like chicks do whenever they don't get their way, they throw a fucking tantrum like a toddler. It's the same kind of, it's the same thing, right? Well, no, it's the same thing that, like, I mean, dudes do it, chicks do it now. And like, it basically arrested development or like some kind of like externalized neoteny or something like that. And then they do that sort of shit. And then one of the reward systems of that is like, you know, sociopathy and psychopathy, you know, and that's why. And then psychopathy is groomed in corporate America. Everything is corporate America, you know.
The profane don't understand that the Illuminati work with the natures, the nature of deception. That part of the outrageous things that the Illuminists make up, such as Joseph Smith with the hat and all this stuff. It's part of it is the power of the reaction of the person who hears it.
Yeah, it's the average of the outcome. It's the outcome being the thing you look for, not the ingredients in the soup, but what it tastes like in the end. That's what they get to. It's the same thing as communism. That's the same thing Marx was looking at with the average of outcomes. Yeah. That's what the utopia is. The utopia is the outcome, you know.
Yeah, well, then the first, what was it? The first Mormon settlement was, what the fuck was it called? Like,
I used to know that.
Some kind of communist city. It was in like Utah or some shit.
Well, no, but they start because remember, like didn't they start in Elmira, New York, or somewhere, and then they eventually had to do the trip. They had to do the trip out to Salt Lake or whatever.
It was their first like out west settlement. Not as far as Salt Lake, but
it was before. No, it was Missouri. It was in Missouri, wasn't it? Well, I want to say it was Missouri.
Well, it's like they were just a branch of the animal magnetism and mesmerism.
Yeah, I think they had a lot of. I think they had a lot of Eastern Star going on, if I remember correctly.
It's like, you know, the thing about it's like a different sect of the cult where it's like the Masons all have the white gloves, and that like but in the Mormons, I mean, they get white gloves and shit, I'm pretty sure too, but they when they go to meet the God behind the curtain, all they see is the hands with the white gloves, just like it's very bizarre.
Well, you know what's interesting about that is the Masonic representation and the Mormon representation are really similar. What a lot of people don't know about it is, and I'm sure you probably ran across this before, is, you know, the whole the clowns are actually Nephilim theory, right?
Well, I mean,
Ronald McDonald is like the fucking just a description of the Nephilim or the, you know, the Anunnaki. It's the same thing. It goes back to tribal.
Well, the gloves are the symbol of man being God.
Yeah, it's the power. It's the when you take your hand and do something, that's the authority. It's like, you know, if you take your hand off of Job, then I can affect him, right? You know,
it definitely makes you wonder
authority and power.
Well, like think about the Job story. It's like in the, I mean, take it in whatever sense. That God never intervened until.
Yeah.
You know,
well, no, I mean,
one dude just left.
Yeah, I figured
he was being kind of rude, I
thought. He was just, you know, he's drunk and, you know,
yeah, but, only Todd's allowed to drink.
But I mean, no, like I know what you're talking about there, because like I was actually doing a study about that, because like what the Job story was, people always miscommunicate. They didn't understand, like, and a lot of Christians are bad about this, and all denominations and even Catholics. They don't understand the actual authoritative power that Satan has. Like, he doesn't have any power unless God gives him power, because he's a created being, no different than any of the other angels or fallen angels. He's not like big and bad. Like he
Yeah.
can wreck our lives, but
Well, it's
it
the
has to have
occultists.
authority.
It's interesting. The occultists, they seem to believe in the theology different, where it's like
Mhm.
to them the God above is their mind and their heart, and
Mhm.
that the God below is their stomach and their
Their basic,
sexuality.
yeah, it's their sacral energy, their basic, the
Yeah.
grounded energy. Yeah, it's the earth.
Well,
It's
well
the
then,
same thing as the Kabbalah tree of
then the
life.
Illuminists pervert the whole thing, where it's
Yeah.
like the old Masonic stuff, the staff of Hermes and stuff.
Staff
It
of
didn't have the
Hermes.
same.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't
Yeah.
the same as the modern occultist, starting
Mhm.
with Eliphas Levi. It was
Yeah.
like he turned the staff of Hermes, which was a symbol of the dual natures of man, the two serpents,
Yep.
and then they perverted it and they
Yep.
placed it at the lower aspect.
Yeah, that's what the Sabbateans were all about. Like it's same thing as the Gnostics, the Ophites, and God, what was the other one?
Well,
Ophites
that's
were
where
like,
it's weird
yeah,
because
they were the gross ones.
I think it's either
Borberites.
Climber or Leadbeater. I've read a lot of writings where it's like all the occultists that the Christians demonize. I mean, not counting Crowley, but like
Mhm.
the Rose, all these different Masonic, Luciferian orders, that in their writings they're saying that there's a dark force that's not there, that's not because they like to demonize Christianity a lot, but
Mhm. Oh
that
yeah.
that's well, Clymer referred to it as Crowley's force. I mean, but like it's like this connection, the connection between
Like Ahriman,
well,
like
well,
Ahrimanic force. It's the same thing like Steiner would
Illuminati.
say.
Well, the connection of the Illuminati and Crowley's OTO is like they were all practicing debauchery and orgies, and that
Yep. Same as the Sabbateans.
same as Cagliostro and
Cogliostro. Yeah,
but
exactly.
it
Yeah.
seemed they were exercising their god through their sex.
Yeah, it was
And
will over force instead of, it was I do as I want rather than I don't do as I want, but I serve someone else. Like it's the inversion of like the whole
well, yeah,
savior
he
servant
inverted
thing.
masonry.
Right.
He it's like in masonry the apron is to symbolize what's that, cleanliness? No, what is that called? Purity.
Yeah.
And but it also symbolizes within it the word of creation at the same time with the geometric proportions of Jehovah or the Tetragrammaton.
Yeah, the
And it's
Tetragrammaton. Well, I mean, because it goes back to the Levite priesthoods. That's where they get their stuff. Like if you notice this is an interesting thing in Masonic stuff.
What's really weird to me is that it's like this thing about in the ancient temples, if you look at it and you try to think of it like, what if it's a scientific thing where it's like they're wearing a chest plate that's made out of gold with
the high priest
12 stones,
the breastplate.
yeah, well, it's like a spiritual conduit, and then they're going into a room which is the stone probably would have been sandstone, which is
there's also granite too. Yeah, I mean, you're talking about the Solomon Temple when they go from the outer to the inner.
Yeah, it's like a human computer. The person is like,
yeah,
the person is wearing a spiritual conduit supposedly that is like channeling somehow the spirit of the lodge.
Well, he also it goes back to the Levite priesthood where they have the sacrifice and they have the blood from the sacrifice specifically, and that blood had to be pure, and they had to go from the outer to the inner to bring it to the inner sanctum and to burn it before the altar, and then they light the incense and all that stuff.
There's something weird about the lore of like the two dragons. One, a great white dragon, the other red dragon.
Yeah.
and well, I mean, like, so when they're putting on these things and feeding goats to the god or whatever,
Yeah,
it's like Mr. Mythos goes over this on YouTube. It's
I
like,
remember. I think I've watched that one before too. Yeah, about
yeah,
the
he's talking
Azazel,
about
the
the
talking about the
dragons.
yeah, where Yahweh was a dragon type thing.
Yeah,
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 I watched that one too. That was a really good one.
claws, wings, breathes
Fire,
fire, eats
yeah,
goat.
smokeless fire, specifically smokeless fire.
Well, that
Right?
gets into something very interesting because either it's literal or it's not. You know what I mean? It's either
Right.
it's dragons or it's some kind of symbolic thing.
Right. We'll see what's really weird too is in that like in a couple of things I've studied here lately was that when he appears to Moses, he's smokeless fire in the acacia bush, right? But when before
Yeah.
he appears to Moses, like generations before that, when he's making a covenant with Abraham, and Abraham's taking Isaac, who's blind, he's taking his son and making him march with a big old pile of sticks on his back to sacrifice his own son.
Yeah, well, it
And
seems like after
then
reading that Alvin Boyd Kuhn book, Lost Light, he points out all this weird symbolism that I never noticed.
yeah, there's a lot of it.
It's
Like
weird.
Well, like the thing I was talking about on
Interesting.
Twitter that I was kind of going with, like, that same place in Moriah that you were talking about earlier in the stream here for a minute. That's
yeah.
that's the same place where like 4 different key events of like the tradition happened. Like that's the burial place of Adam, and then that was actually they had this is what's interesting about that. If you remember the Genesis narrative, whenever he made Adam and Eve leave the garden, he found 2 goats or 2 rams or whatever. I think it was goats, and God fashioned them lamb skins for them to wear out in the wilderness. And then so when they die, the lamb skins, which go to Jacob later, and he does this to trick his blind father Isaac, the same one who's going to get sacrificed against his brother Esau, Jacob and Esau. And then Esau, gives up his birthright. Jacob puts on the magical skins of Adam and Eve, which his dad thinks is Esau because Esau is hairy, and he thinks he's giving him the birthright. So basically, he's giving him it's a form of trickery.
Well, there's
then when they find out, he's like, "Oh no, it's good that you tricked me." And Esau, you will have to be slaved and soldier to your brother Jacob, and it makes a proclamation like that to him. Not only did you lose your birthright, but now you got to be your brother's bitch.
Well, Alvin Boyd Cooney says that he says that they were a symbol of the 2 natures of man, that they weren't really 2 people, that it was just a symbol of and then and he says when the heel touches the head, when the 2 were born, that it's the same symbol as Achilles and the heel.
Yeah, it's very similar. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. And I mean, what that comes down to,
real quick, I'm just gonna grab it. Take like 2 seconds.
Oh, you're fine, dude. Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that.
You're all good, dude. I'm probably actually gonna here in a second. I may just dip off for a second and finish the snipe I got because I don't smoke in my house because my kid is in here. So,
oh dang.
So, yeah, it's one of those things. And I mean, when his mom moves out to her new house and he's there half the time, then I may start smoking back in this office space again. So then I won't have to worry about that. But for the moment, I'm trying to keep everything quiet.
But supposed to not make any
just not to start any drama with the ex. Yeah, but no, what I was getting at about that was so I mean, there's that part of the story, but then the interesting part of that thing is that whenever he appears to Abraham, he's a cauldron of fire. Like, and then also you talk about the covenant that he makes with Abraham and his descendants, where they do a Caesarean vassal covenant, where the lesser party is supposed to like recite walk an aisle of slain animals and to say, you know, if I break the reciting the terms of the covenant, and then at the end of it, he's doing that as to say, well, if I fuck up the covenant, then I end up like these slain animals. And then whenever he's going to do that, the scripture says that he puts Abraham under a sleep, which I have a thing about that too, because if you know much about the occult and witchcraft and even Masonic types of rites, there's a thing about a veil, putting a veil over somebody. That's part of the Masonic rite for, like, you know, Hiram Abiff, the fourth degree in the Scottish rite. Whenever they put a hood over your head, you know, and then they put the noose around you, they have the hood over your head. You recite the, you know, you do the play, and then they walk through, and then they take it off, and then like, you know, I demand you open this door, you know, and they do that whole bit, and then they're supposed to mock kill him, you know, the three ruffians and all that. But
well, it's interesting because I've looked at that symbolism in masonry from so many different writers' angles.
yeah, I try to. I mean, I remember first running into that when I look at the Necronomicon, and I remember first hearing about the Hiram Abiff legend from that, and I actually had to go dig it up from a Masonic
Oh,
source.
that's weird.
Yeah, it's
Well,
really
Hiram-
weird that it was in that.
But Hiram is I'm gonna have to reread that. Hiram is that's Aramaic for Chiram, which is
Yeah.
fire.
Right,
the,
right,
uh,
right.
A
And
beef is
mhm.
I forget what a beef, but the whole story seems to be a reiteration of
He's the widow's son, you know. He's the widow's
yeah.
son from the Bible, yeah. And
Well, in
like,
the Aramaic,
mhm.
that Jesus was the widow's son.
Yeah, I think that's kind of interesting how they have them both the same way. And you know, what's also interesting too is that you have Hiram of Tyre, King Hiram the First of Tyre, who's the
Yeah,
king of
that seemed to
Tyre.
be Mars, I think.
Right. Well,
'Cause
see,
he was
traditionally,
well, there was something what was that Bible verse? It's like
well, they talk about him basically being like the king of perdition or the king of lawlessness, basically like kind of an early figure for he's synonymous with Satan or with the accuser because he's so wicked. He's like, yeah, like kind of
well,
like King
that Fulcanelli book's weird because it was like it was saying that the cross is the crucible and that it's like Hiram Biff jumping into the crucible is a symbol of Jesus jumping on the cross.
I mean, kind of, yes, sort of. But here's the thing, and here's the interplay within that makes it kind of interesting because, you know, in the Hiram Abiff legend, he goes to the underworld, right? Where's Jesus go? And he's in the tomb.
3 days.
He goes to the underworld to preach to the captives and stuff, right? Because he supposedly, you know, has the keys to death and hell, right? Which is, you know,
Hades,
Sheol, yeah, or Hades, yeah. And then like the interesting part about that too is in the Masonic tradition, he goes. So Hiram goes and sees Tubal Cain, who is his ancestor.
Well, that's one of the versions.
And then he gives him the gilded compass, right? And that's what he comes back. He comes back. He survives the, you know, the all-consuming fire, and he comes back and makes the molten sea for the temple.
Yeah.
And then this is before he gets killed, and then that's when they decide to make, you know, because Solomon was wanting that Queen of Sheba's pussy pretty fucking serious, and
it seems like it's a creation myth.
It kind of is, but I think it's more like a Levitical priesthood thing.
Well, the molten sea is the symbol of the two mothers, Mary and Martha.
Yeah, the vessel,
Isis and
the vessel. Right.
Well,
yeah,
the one in the alchemy was the symbol of earth, and the other one was a symbol of spirit.
Right. Yeah, that's what they like to do. Yeah, that one.
It seemed interesting because it was like it was something I never really heard of. You know, like they're talking about that the writer was claiming that the Jesus story was a creation story of the universe, and it was like the combination of the earth and then the you know, crucified and you know, and then they put above his cross the
King
elements,
of the Jews and the three names. Yeah.
Well, the fire in the occult sense, it's fire, water, air, and
well, that would
earth.
put fire twice. It'd be fire then fire, so it'd be one fire then another fire because it INRI. So
I might have messed up the order, but
I'm not. I know what you're. I've heard what you're talking about before too, and a lot of those types of tradition, I keep finding out that like they're for one, they're like, as far as like a scriptural thing, because I'm not a perfect Christian. I'm not even a judgmental Christian, but it's just a personal thing. Like I don't tell people what to do with their lives. Like, if you want to know
Yeah.
more about it, ask
You're gonna
me. If
watch my
not,
later.
yeah. Oh shit.
Well, think of it like this.
But as far as the
It's-
scriptural stuff, like all that extra non-canonical stuff, like I find so much of it is just Zoroastrianism, really. Because I mean,
well, it goes back really far. I mean, okay, so one of the old replies, damn, where the fuck is the later at? I'm trying to smoke my cigarette. Okay, so would be hold up one finger, which meant one God,
yeah,
and the other person would hold up two fingers, which meant two worlds.
yeah. Well, there's
then
also
the other-
Baphomet with the
Well,
solve
then
it.
three. No, it was a return back and forth thing for Masons.
Oh yeah,
Then three was that the three gods were one, or wait,
triune God, yeah. Well, that's talking about who am I thinking of?
but then the return sign was one again.
Yeah.
But so when the Masons showed that to the natives, I don't know, the natives did that to them.
Yeah, because they knew
were
about it
spooked
already.
out because they were like, how do these people know this symbolism? How do they know our Masonic hand signs?
That's really interesting you bring that up because I'm in a state where all the 5 civilized tribes chiefs all had to be 33rd degree Masons to actually be chiefs before they could do the the force removals and all the stuff to Oklahoma. Like John Ross, all the famous chiefs of all the tribes, they were all Masons. Like famous Seminole was I believe he was Seminole or Choctaw. He was Choctaw. Stan Watai, he was a brigadier general of the Indian Regiment Cavalry for the Confederacy, and he was big stick walking tall motherfucker. And he was one of the last battles of the Civil War was actually because he wouldn't surrender. He was out here in I want to say Kansas or the Oklahoma Panhandle, somewhere like that, maybe North Texas.
Yeah,
but all those guys had to be. Oh, there you go.
Well, so
yeah.
Okay, so the
but when I was going to say before you jump off on that,
right.
I was going to say, interestingly enough, the Chickasaw and Choctaw people knew of a Jesus type character, like a God that walked in the flesh type thing.
Yeah,
they talked about that pretty heavy, and I'm part Chickasaw, so
Oh, cool.
I'm like an 8th or something. My great grandpa was a full blood, so but yeah, they're one of the only like Muskogean tribes that that take on to a whole triune God type situation about the great father and then his son and then the spirit.
Well, then think of the diagrams where it's like triangle, square, pentagon,
yeah, as the side
hexagon,
yeah,
up to like 11 sides, I think. But
yeah,
so the fourth one would be the first 3 would be God.
right.
The fourth one is the elements.
Oh
the
hell,
square,
I got you right now.
And
right
then
there.
Like
there's
what's
your
that?
4 elements right there. It's an Ankh. There's your 4 elements right
well,
there. For real.
Well, it's interesting because I've traced that symbol to the serpent on the staff of Moses was actually
Nehushtan.
the Ankh, which was the Tau with the Ouroboros.
Yeah, the Ouroboros, or the other part of it is the sun, and then the elements in the sun is the fire element, and then you have earth, water, and soil, which is the 4 corners. It's also the four living creatures in Scripture. That's also similar to that because one of those living creatures is man, and man is in the image of God. So that would be if God is the sun, and it's just a replay. It's just a replay, which I love that sort of shit because it's so metaphorical. You can see it that way, and it does make sense.
Well, that's where some of the Masonic stuff leads to something that's not Gnostic and it's not Christian.
It's Hermetic. It's older than Gnosticism as a prescribed belief because like the Gnosticism I think is like a mixture of Egyptian Hermeticism
with
the
Greek. Idea that the whole universe is God,
Mhm.
and that we live in it, and it's like,
Yeah.
but it's more than just a material thing. It's like,
It's
uh,
immaterial.
it's and that the it's interesting. It's because some of the Masons thought the Jesus story was a creation story.
Hmm.
The crucifixion on the cross,
Yeah,
the
like it was
hanging of the elements,
allegorical.
and
Yeah, it was
the
about
valence.
alchemy. Yeah,
But
which is also interesting too, because when you go
what if
back
it was
to like,
both?
I mean, well, here's the thing about it. There is an element of both, because you look at like, for instance,
Oh,
like
the drunk
Mercury.
dude's back. Sorry, go on.
When you talk about like Mercury, for instance, Mercury is a really interesting topic in that form of like alchemy, and then like also spiritualism too. And also
Yeah.
like when you're talking about Solomon, like let's talk about the elements in Solomon. So the one interesting thing about Solomon is that he wanted wisdom, right? So with wisdom comes grief, they say, but then also he was given power to build the temple through a signet ring that had you know the Star of David, and then it was made of iron and brass, and then it also had 4 inset
Well,
jewels from 4 archangels that were the corners of the earth, and that gave him the ability to speak to animals and all this other. And then he had
well,
power to control angels, and then he also had power to control demons with the
there,
iron. And the iron is interesting about that, because when you go to the tradition of like the Iron Cross, the Templar cross, when you look at like wrought iron railing around cemeteries that had, there's things
yeah.
about iron, and it's actually a frequency damper. If you understand,
Well, before you go off,
you're
the
good.
there's something about Churchward's writing. He wrote the Arcana of Freemasonry,
Mhm.
and he goes against all the Masonic dialect, and that he
Hmm.
says that the North Star and the Pleiades were relevant.
Pleiades,
That was one of the pillars, and that the Pleiades. One of the other writers says that the Pleiades are the 7 trumpets, and that when the axis of the Earth, every procession it moves and
the
points
the
to a different
23.5.
star.
Yeah, the
Uh,
23.5. Yeah,
and
the
that
tilt.
that they were saying when the procession happened that it was you know that God came about basically.
Oh yeah.
Or
Well,
something.
no, that's Kabbalah too. That's when you talk about the 7 planets lining up, where you could basically
Well,
shoot through all of them. That's like the transmigration of the soul and Gilgul and
well,
reincarnation.
this wasn't like a Kabbalist type. It was like a
I know. I mean, but it's
astronomy
taken from that.
doomsday. It was like they
Yeah.
were saying that they were talking about the destroyer god and this riddle of this donkey,
Right.
and that
Oh yeah.
it was like they
Is it like
believed of like meteorological events or something
is
happening.
that related to the star of Regulus, I believe, and the Sphinx?
It's like that story when the uh what is that, Sodom and Gomorrah,
Yeah.
they it's like the dudes that left, they were like had a keen instinct that they thought was God telling them to get the fuck out of there, and
Yeah.
so it was like they had a prophetic meteorological vision.
Well, I mean, like as it was, they were told by the 2 angels that were brought in, because like the whole story about that, people get that confused a lot of times. They try to say, oh well, this is a lesson about like immorality, and not to be gay, and not to not to do abominable acts. But actually it had
Well,
nothing to do about dudes trying to get up dudes' butts. It has
I
nothing to
think it
do with
was
that.
I think they thought that the
Well, they
religion
wanted the angels.
was
They
bad.
wanted the 2 angels. They demanded to have. They said, give us the 2 men from out. It has to do with not treating people like strangers with hospitality. That's the
Oh
first
yeah, I
sin that
forgot
they
about
broke.
that part.
Yeah, they broke that sin, and then the second part of it was they wanted the angels, because what they were trying to do was make Nephilim, and that's how you make Nephilim, is when you go into a covenant with an
Well,
angel.
it's
You're not
weird
supposed to do that.
because Cooper says this thing about the Nephilim being the people that believe they're gods, and that
That's part of it. Yeah,
if you
that's
were
part
to
of it.
if you were to take the theosophy stuff and like
Mhm.
mix it in with the theology, it's like
Yeah.
the people, the Nephilim, were invoking the gods, but they
Pretty
weren't
much.
gods. They were spirits that were fallen angels, according to the mythos.
Well, what they kind of treat them as is the same thing. If you look at the stories of like when a witch has a half, a half witch or half witch, half human, or half vampire, half human, they have a thing that they call it like a Dhampir, or there's a specific word. It's Merlin was one of these. I can't remember the name off the top of my head.
Oh, you're talking about anthropomancy?
Kind of, but they call him a Cambrian. A Cambron or Cambrion or something like that, and that's a child that's born half of a warlock or a witch and a regular person, and it has like the mage abilities and stuff. So that's what Merlin
like the fairy folklore and stuff.
Like if Tinkerbell like decided to like get a baby out of one of us one of these days, and then the kid shows up, 10 years later, knocks on the door, is like, my mom said that, when she flew away to the fairyland, that you were my dad. So now you have to take care of me. I will make you give me all your money out of your bank account with a wave of my hand. No, but literally that's what that was. And that's what Merlin was. But it's a similar thing to the Nephilim, because the Nephilim are like more or less like.
Well, there's a weird thing with the Merlin lore. Mirrodin is the other name for Merlin.
Yeah.
If you play Magic cards, you probably heard that name, but
I've heard it before. I never played Magic, but like my ex played Magic ridiculously. My stepson used to play the shit out of Magic. Yeah.
All right. Well, then you break down the etymology of Mirrodin. It's Mer for water, and then Odin. Water Odin.
Yeah.
And that it's interesting because it's like it goes along with the Jesus mythos in a way with the water.
Yeah. And then also his voice was like rushing waters. That's another thing that's a key characteristic of the returning Jesus, like the warrior Jesus, is that he had the voice of 1,000 rushing waters. That's another thing from Revelation, which is kind of interesting too, which I think it's really funny.
Probably build some boats.
Right. No, dude, here's what's crazy. I'm gonna tell you this real quick, and I'm gonna jump off of here for like 2 minutes. Just go smoke real quick and let you kind of like steer it somewhere else for a second. But and then I'll come back. But what I was gonna say was have you seen those videos where they have AI and they have it like saying, like, giving it a religious phrase like Jesus is Lord, or something like that, or to say something like 50 times, and then as it starts to run over itself, it starts to like denigrate a little bit, and it starts to distort and say other weird words that don't make sense. And then sometimes you'll just hear when it's playing back through a phone or whatever, like it just like it's a static noise, and it sounds like something submerged underwater with like waves going over it. It's really weird. And I've always
those ghost shows, they do something similar with like a closed loop of a video.
Yeah, I've kind of wondered if it's like just audio phenomena, or if it's like, because audio phenomena has been really proven in a lot of ways to be like you can get astral shit out of it, like you can get spirit world. So like EVP, for instance, like I remember believing in when I was a kid, and I'd watch sightings on Fox and shit, and I'd see like the EVP lady talking about, I was here at the bottom of the catacombs and I heard the voice of a man clearly saying, and then they had the guy years later who did it was an electronic video phenomenon. It wasn't voice, it was a different type. It was the you take a camera and you make an infinity mirror out of it. You point a camera at a television screen at snow, and then it feeds back and makes 1 million, and record the output of that. A face of somebody show up like it shouldn't be there.
Yeah.
And I think that's like, this dude supposedly started doing that because he was looping videos, or he was doing some kind of audio work. He used to be a TV repairman or a cameraman, and then he saw some negative or something where he saw his dead daughter, and then that started an obsession about it, and so he started doing it. But I also have a theory about that myself, like from my own research about hauntology and things like you know, well, I'll get off here for a second. I'll leave with this guy and let you check him out. Have you ever heard of Nathaniel Gillis before?
Is that modern or old? Oh, am I back?
Demonologist who's a are you there?
Oh, is that modern or old?
He's a newer guy. He's like on YouTube. He does shows and stuff. He's on a lot of different podcasts and stuff. But he's a demon. He's a modern demonologist, and he's brought up a lot of things about like basically like where he's kind of pioneered a field called necronetics, where it has to do a little bit about ancient necromancy, like Jewish necromancy and Sumerian stuff, talking about how that's the same as, hauntology, same thing as alien abduction, same thing as demonic possession and obsession and sightings, like when people see spirits. Talking about orbs, of course, how like a lot of spirits show up with orbs, how different phenomena, they all kind of overlap. They have a similar thing. And he talks about the observer effect quite a bit. He brings up stuff like the Soviet experiments with the Kozyrev mirror, where they see it's like an infinity mirror, and they were doing this thing where it's a curved piece of metal, and things would come out of it, and orbs and shit would come out of it whenever they would do certain things, and like minute stare at goat stuff, and they would do astral projection with it and all this other stuff. And then these entities also could astral project them too. Like Sybil Leek supposedly did this too, back in either the 70s or maybe 1980. But the UK occultist Sybil Leek did this thing out in the desert, our desert, like, probably JPL or Los Alamos or somewhere, where she conjured one of these things, and then CIA had remote viewers go in and try to see where this thing came from. And somewhere during the whole experience, like a bunch of people passed the fuck out, like scientists and shit, supposedly. But the remote viewers, the entity or the personality or whatever the phenomenon was, it sensed that it was being remote viewed, and it remote viewed those people back. And then when they left and they thought it was all done and everything, then they go home and their house is haunted and all kinds of fucked up shit starts happening, and they start getting, where they can't sleep in their houses and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that shit's kind of interesting on the just on the spooky side, just because so much of what that stuff kind of goes along with is the whole observer effect. And so much of the observer effect is really clearly in like the esoteric traditions and biblical traditions. And so when you start breaking down Masonic stuff, Satan, Luciferianism,
that's what they're going there.
Yeah,
putting themselves in a trance.
Yeah,
stand up for a second.
Yeah, you're good. It's all delta. It's all theta brainwaves. Delta. It's not delta. That's a different part of MK.
Well, it's bizarre because it's like they're saying that they're invoking the serious consciousness, and that serious consciousness is, according to them, and
it's the same thing as CE5 too. CE5 does the same thing, where you go through the protocols and then an orb shows up, or you see a UFO, or a guy comes out of a cloud and his name's Bijou, and he blows his head off with a revolver, as Stephen Greer talked about.
Scientologists?
No, that's the modern CE5 alien abduction disclosure people, like the Lou Elizondos and the
that's weird.
There's a whole there's a guy now too who's it borders Raelians and Scientologists, honestly, in my opinion. A lot of it's Mormon Mafia and the Seven Mountain Mandate cliques. One half of them is all like, we've got to support Israel, and the other half of them is we've got to go to space on the Hellbop, and the Hellbop heads are basically right up there with the Theosophists and the Satanists and the we've got
they were doing like the same shit as the Solar Temple
boys, the White Brotherhood, the Lotus, all that sort of shit, the Om, all the those types of cults and stuff. But there's a one guy here, I can't think of his name off the top of my head. It's like Chris something or another, but he's got this whole thing about 2027 prophecies and shit like that. And he's talking about the lady. They're seeing the lady in these C5 things, which to me is just like, okay, so you figured out that Inanna is showing back up, or I mean Hecate or Kali or any of the divine feminines that it's always been, because they've always been basically it's the Queen of Heaven, Inanna.
I think they're invoking it through the people's.
That's what they're. That's exact. Well, here's the argument is.
That's why you see all these tough chicks these days.
Well, I mean, some of that, but I think some of that's also just gender confusion. And then, like, if you want to get spiritual about it, if you believe in this sort of stuff, I think it's a Jezebel spirit. It's a false anointing of I'm as tough as a man. Yeah, you're tough as a man until a man puts you in your place. I'm sorry, like you can't beat science. My skeleton's bigger than yours. My muscle mass is bigger than yours, and you might be a crazier chick than me, but if you want to be a man, you better be a man, and I know you can't do it. So stop.
Yeah. I try to always keep it ultra skeptic just for the viewer's sake, where it's like, even if it is just psychology, it's still a system which is
right.
They're trying to implement world revolution.
Exactly.
And
it's the Monroe Institute, man. It's the hemisync. It's syncing both hemispheres up so you become a vessel and not a person anymore. It's about making NPCs.
Vessel of the meme.
Yeah, right. Not only do you embody the meme, you're going to embody whatever entity comes through, and it's going to say, "Oh, well, I was born a woman, but now I'm going to grow this badass mustache and look like Tom Selleck all over this bitch," right?
What's weird is Mingala is doing research like that.
Yeah, the monarch stuff. Yeah, with the chromatism and the twins and stuff. The identical twin stuff where they put the bleach in one eye and one in the other and see which one changes different and see all that sort of stuff. That's out of Von I can't remember his name, but
it reminds me of that Tool Baron song 46 and 2.
46 and 2, just a
46 chromosomes with 2 more.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, what's interesting about that too, they've done DNA testing on the blood from the Shroud of Turin. And they've only found 23 chromosomes too.
Oh yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah, which means it literally just has the blood of Mary.
That's interesting.
Yeah. I always thought that was interesting too. It's like, you should have, 23 from your mom, 23 from your dad, and he's only got 24, like 23 or 24.
Yeah.
Which puts him just above a chimp, basically.
Yeah, that's definitely weird. It's
and then the recent testing too.
The Prophecy movie with Christopher Walken
Yeah.
The angels don't have any sex parts.
So I don't care what she looks like. I'm not gonna be the guy. Yeah. Yeah. No, totally. Yeah. Like the whole what was it? Dogma, where they're all like Alan Rickman's all like, pulling this shit down. He's like, "I'm sorry, I can't really help you." He's playing Metatron, and he's like talking to the crazy chick, and then there's the shit demon and all that jazz. Yeah,
it's definitely bizarre.
Definitely. But no, dude, you should definitely look into the guy Nathaniel Gillis. He does some really good research. He picks up a lot of the Peel research from the UK about hauntology, and then he also follows Dr. Steve Mera from from Scotland, and then a lot of his work is kind of inherited from Dr. Carla Turner, who did a lot of interesting stuff. And there's actually a weird tie-in to that woman through her research person, because she was a UFO person, like a UFO abduction person. And she had a number 2 in her lab who was actually married to a famous Tulsa artist, and both of them died in a car accident in the 90s, which was really kind of crazy and stuff. I can't think of his name, and it escapes me right now. But yeah, it's just kind of weird how that connection is to my town and stuff, because I'm in Tulsa and stuff. And yeah. It's just like so many it's the whole number 23 and the butterfly effect, all the coincidences and stuff. That sort of shit is really fascinating to me, but I think a lot of it has to do specifically with the observer effect and using our own I'm really seriously considering the idea that this is why animals have a certain kind of perception with spiritual or mystic or anything like that, as opposed to people that we reflect them and make an infinity mirror and then we see an illusion. Like we're not seeing them as their true form, you know?
Hmm.
Like they give us an archetype to look at, like
What's
okay,
weird?
well, I'm Jesus now, okay, or I'm a Buddha or Krishna or whatever. I'm whoever I'm, fucking Marx, whatever, whoever
I
your
mean,
God is or your person in mind that you take authority from.
some of that animal magnetism stuff.
That's a lot of that too.
Well, like, because it seemed like, uh, I mean, think about the idea of teaching man that he's free and that
Yeah,
uh, because God said so. It's like uh, that. I'm not side with biblical stuff or anything, but
right. I get
the
you. I get you.
but
Just
so
the
then
concept.
you look at the animals and stuff. It's like they all seem to be moving and doing things in a in like a in like a in a way. The whole morphogenetic field thing applies in a
Yeah,
way where it's like
totally. I get what you're
they're
saying.
all under autopilot and that. But
Essentially,
then
yeah.
it's like humans are, we have the gift of not being on autopilot. But
Yeah,
then
we're more autonomous than them. They're like on a simple level of autonomy. And then here's another concept too that a lot of people have
well,
brought up and a lot of people haven't thought about. It's kind of going off what you're saying, that
there's a little
when
bit
we
more too
interact
though.
with them,
uh so the Aramaic stuff about the 12 zodiacs being
Mhm,
genies and the
mhm,
idea of somebody running on autopilot. If they were running on autopilot, would they be acting as their
their birth
sign?
sign, right.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
that
well, I
because
mean,
they call them the fire genies, and that the idea of like possession, but not really possession, more like because it's weird when you like. I'm sure you've been to a party where somebody's blacked out drunk, and
yeah,
they're definitely not acting like themselves.
yeah,
Uh,
they're under the influence of the spirit they ingested, right?
well, I mean, it's interesting. It's 'cause a lot of the. I mean, because if you look at religion like ceremonial magic, they're
Yeah,
drinking the alcohol, and that
right. And and
uh,
and, and even in supposed God fearing, following Yahweh, whatever, whichever one you want to believe, but in biblical tradition, the Old Testament, they talk about how wine was important for ritual too, because it was a placator for blood.
yeah, the
It's
symbol
always
of
been blood. It's always been
water
blood
into
as a
wine.
yeah. It's always been a symbol of blood. And blood
Yeah,
is like the highest currency in the spiritual realm too. That's why blood is used to make pacts, covenants,
yeah,
marriages, everything is blood.
the Grail,
Yeah. But here's the
Saint
interest.
Grail.
Yeah. Dan Brown, come on.
Well,
But
the original word for Grail was Sangreal, which is
yeah, Sangreal, yeah.
Latin for blood.
Right. Oh, interesting thing,
And then
since I really need a cigarette and I gotta tell you about this before I get up and step out for a second. But the original founder of the Templars was Hugh de Payon.
yeah,
His family is actually who built Rosslyn Chapel in Sienne, France, right?
hmm.
Yeah,
It
and
wasn't he said to
Rosslyn
be a
Chapel is
prior of Sion?
that's the blood grail, holy grail, holy bloodline thing is all that, it's centered around Rosslyn Chapel. And then also that's the Rosicrucians are based around it's the Order of the Rose, it's
Yeah,
same thing. I had somebody tell me this. I gotta stop talking, or I'll never go smoke a cigarette.
yeah.
If you ever check out, are you a fan of the band Iced Earth? You ever check them out?
Hmm. You'll have to send me a link.
Cool.
I listen to
Well,
a
so
lot of Channel 40 liquid metal on Sirius Radio, so I might
You
have
probably
heard
heard them before. You probably heard them before. So they have there's a concept. They started doing like an Eddie thing. They're like, think of Iron Maiden and Metallica marrying. That's what they sounded like. It's got all the gallops, but it's just as heavy as Metallica shit in the prime.
Yeah,
And
I think I've heard them.
right. So they have records about a character called Set Abomine, which is like, it's kind of an inversion of the whole like Christian, eschatological thing about, the Antichrist. Well, to them, it's actually the inverse. The humans were the bad people. They were aliens that were on Earth, and we were the aliens that came from another star, and we killed them off, and they clouded us, and then all this sort of shit. And then Set Abomine is like our Antichrist, and it's their savior. It's literally like the whole Goyim versus Jews thing, or Goyim versus Israel thing. Like, their guy is our bad guy, our good guy is their bad guy. And they have so much stuff on there too. Like, he'll have there's songs about like secret societies. And one of my badass songs on there is called Order of the Rose. It's on this album called Framing Armageddon. And then interestingly enough, the next album that comes out that's like the finisher to that is called The Crucible of Man, which I think is interesting. So just to kind of touch on what you were bringing up before about the crucible symbolism. But yeah, check that shit out sometime here whenever you get a chance. But I'm gonna like take 2-3 minutes and go smoke a cigarette, and I will be back if you want to kind of keep the conversation going, dude. But
yeah, the crucible or the
let my dog out anyway.
The stuff about the rose, that one temple, that one cathedral not having light shine on the rose in the north. It's symbolic of the cathedral being a Masonic lodge, and that and that it's interesting because goes along with the Hiram Abiff lore of the secret word being a carved on the hammer, and that when it was transmutated in the well before Hiram Abiff's death. Remember, Hiram Abiff is the symbol of the great builder of the universe, and that then when Hiram Abiff was resurrected, his hammer was returned to him, but instead in the form of a disc, which was inscribed with the secret word and a rose. Oh, I left part of it out. The hammer and the hammer and the disc. The word was inscribed on the disc, and that the hammer transmutated in the story symbolically into the cross, and then the disc transmutated into the rose. And the symbolism of and it's interesting too because it's like there's a lot of layers to the stories. I mean, take away the astro-theological stuff. Well, in star stuff, when a star goes below the horizon, it would be considered going into the earth, and that it's a lot. Most of it's just about astronomy. But at the same time, it's got metaphysical symbology, and that I'm pretty sure that the calendar symbol of the rebirth of Hiram Abiff is August 7th, which correlates to the Leo constellation being closest to the star Sirius, and the paw of the lion gripping the symbol of the fruit, which you'll see in the temples around the world in China, they, instead of a lion, they had a dog. but the lion with its hand, paw gripping the symbol, the fruit. And then in China, they have it outside the temples. The dog with the paw gripping the symbol of the fruit. The and the it's very interesting. It's and it's all just symbolism for fruit being knowledge or wisdom and the ability to delve into and decipher the ancient mysteries. Uh, that these ancient mysteries seem to be the only thing left of ancient mankind and the lost understanding of them, which still is alluded to by many scholars. And the, uh, these ancient mysteries were old understandings of natures of science most of the time. The How was I going to say? The symbolisms of the two. Where was I at there with that? These Leo with the star Sirius, the knowledge rebirth through the initiate. Uh, it's all ancient symbolism. The widow's son, fathered by the symbol of God, uh, which was the doctrine. The father was the doctrine. The temple was the mother, and the initiate was uh, the initiate was the son of the you know that the whole body of initiates was the whole of the whole body of Horus, and that the conducting of the body through the doctrine was uh, was something that was Crowley was alluding to with the eon of Horus the conquering child controlling. But see, Crowley's plan was different than the traditional Masonry. He took and externalized the doctrine and then invoked it into the minds of the masses, and then he had not us obviously, but the what was I gonna the externalizing of the doctrine was, and it's not that the people believed in some kind of god or something, it's that they were a tool of the natures, because remember the people were conducting the natures like a symphony orchestra, the natures of man, and that this was their god, and that this is how they exercise their god is invoking the natures into the minds of the people to have them enact on those natures, and thus they would wield control over anyone who was absorbed into the doctrine of Illuminism the uh, and that the and that the what was I gonna the oh, fuck, I'm stoned. Excuse me. This whole thing of this conducting of the natures is relevant with the theosophical stories of the Wizard of Oz and the conducting of the natures of the Dorothy and the three symbols, the Tin Man, the Lion, and the Scarecrow, that they're showing the natures of man, the the lion being the heart, the scarecrow being the one seeking the mind, and that the what's the other one? The scarecrow, lion, and fuck is the other one? Wait, Tin Man, Scarecrow, and Lion. Yeah, the Tin Man was seeking the heart.
Yeah.
So they were seeking the natures of mankind, and that only through leaving Nirvana and then entering into Samsara through the yellow brick road did they meet the two-faced man, the Wizard of Oz, the Green Man, Osiris, who then judged them and gave them the nature.
What's interesting is the green light symbolism with Hermes and also Satan and Apollo.
Well, it's the
It's
well
the
for
forbidden knowledge.
Hermes it was the symbol of the green language, but for well, I don't know what Apollo was. The Osiris, it was a symbol of well, I mean, according to the modern Theosophists, it was a symbol of the green
It's like the
spectrum.
Philosopher's Stone, right?
Well, the middle spectrum of the seven colors.
Right. It was kind of the was it fucking universalism?
Yeah, like the Philosopher's Stone is. It seems to be the controlling of the animal natures, the lower natures, and
the baser natures.
Yeah, that's what it symbolizes, and that it's
which are connected to the 7 planets, and it's goes back to the
in the Revelations book. He's like he received a new name after receiving the white stone.
Right.
And then, It seemed like it was so like after normally I hate on Paul, but okay, so after Paul was or after Saul had committed his crimes and stuff, he then repented and he received a new name.
Right.
And then was it one of the other ones? A couple of them had two names.
Well, I mean, hell, so many of them. I mean, Joshua, supposedly his name was originally Hosea ben Nun, and then whenever he was going to go to spy on Canaan, I believe it was, they gave him another name. It was Yehoshua, which was like, Yahweh saves, or Yahweh is my savior, or something like that. And then that's also the same name for Jesus, is traditionally Yehoshua, and so
it reminds me a lot of like a mixture of the Plains Indians, Plains natives, and the what's that those other tribes?
Well, I know what you're talking about, like Muskogee Creek based ones. Like, I know. Interesting thing I did looking up when I brought up earlier about the Choctaws and the Chickasaws is, Morocco, their original language was wasn't specifically Arabic. It was actually Urdu, which is a weird dialect they only did there. And then some of the same words like La Abini and stuff like that. It's the same thing, like, my God, or my spirit brother. Yeah. It's the same. It's the same translation. It's phonetically similar. And I always thought that was really weird how, like, this one branch tribe has phonetic similarities with Moroccans, which to me I always thought of, like, because I always thought about the Templar legends about there were Moroccans and Basque kings in the Vichy of France, wherever the Templars were originally from, because they were Basque kings, the 9 Basque kings who started the Templars before the Vatican picked them up in the 900s. And then so, like, back before that, you follow the chronology of where the the Basque people came from. They came from Morocco, and then so you follow the Moroccan exile. Well, if you remember the Ottoman story about the red fez that they talk about with the Shriners, where they had they had like 5,000, 6,000 people in Fez, Morocco, and they killed all of them because they bow to Islam or not, bow to take Islam or you're an infidel, and they killed the men, women, and children, and the blood would run in the streets, and they would take a black fez hat and dip it in the blood to signify their victory over Christ. And that's also why they have the names like Tripoli and Mecca and all this sort of shit on the Shriner fezes. And they also have the star and the scimitar, which is ISIS, Inanna, with the scimitar, which is the Islamic might,
Yeah,
and
Venus.
then right. And then before that, most of those people came from Alexandria. And if you follow back to the Islamic takeover of Alexandria, where they burned the library and they're burning the scrolls to stay warm under Omar the Caliph, which was the second in command underneath Muhammad after Muhammad died, because his cousin disavowed him and became a Christian. But so Omar the Caliph was actually a crypto Jew, and which I mean, if you follow the
I'm not sure what that term means.
That means you say you're Arabic when you're not Arabic. You're actually from a Levite tribe. So basically, you're Jew, but then you convert to something else, but you never really quit being a Jew. Like they still do their rights in their home, and then knock on the door. They're like, oh yeah, look my Allah. They do all their they go Arabic and they go back to Allah and pray in Mecca in front of their friends. But when they're in their house, they're repenting of doing it. Yeah, they're just
really Islamic. But
they fake Islamicism, and they keep their Jewish tradition hidden. That's what crypto Jews typically are. So, and that's what.
Why do they do that?
Because they don't believe in bowing to Ishmael because they're of Jacob. So they're of the true root from Adam and Noah and Moshe, Moses and all that and stuff. And Seth, they don't believe they hold to their traditions over that, because the whole thing about Abraham and Sarah and the concubine and Hagar, and then they had Ishmael, and then Sarah didn't believe she'd get pregnant. God was like, haha, joke's on you, bitch. I'm gonna make my people through you. 90 years old, my ass. You best keep them hips tight, bitch.
Yeah. Well, so what's interesting, because in Hebrew, Sarah, which is just like
princess.
Sarah, means to contend.
Yeah. To put up with.
Yeah, like Sarah El is one of the etymologies of Israel to contend with God. Or wait, no. Sarah El. No, I'm thinking of Sarah El was.
You're thinking of Israel, which means to wrestle with God and live. Yeah.
No, well, I think I was thinking of Ella Shiva.
Oh yeah, Shahiva. Yeah.
Yeah, because I speculated that the Queen of England had taken that name as a deified rank.
Well, yeah. Well, she's also, she's Welsh, specifically Germanic Welsh.
Well, yeah. So. Well, plus she's the whole British Israelism thing about them thinking they're one of the tribes.
Yeah, and the whole the stone of what was it, the scone stone or whatever, or the one that they put underneath the royal chair.
Well, it's funny because the real stone is in Kilmartin Glen, Scotland, and it's definitely a stone that you wouldn't be able to move.
Right, I know. And so they have a different one. I think the one they actually use in the British royal court, for the monarchy in Belgravia, I believe that one is actually one from Jerusalem or something. And they try to trace it back to the lineage of Solomon, which I think is just insane, because I mean, how many artifacts did the Templars dig up and take back to England? You know what I'm saying?
What's interesting about the if or if not, if Solomon did exist or not,
right?
In that Naked Archaeology show, he does a trick which is similar to how you can find coins in the desert, where you take a heat camera. And then when it's sundown in the desert, right when the sun goes down,
you can catch the thermal on it. Yeah.
Yeah, catch the thermal on the coins.
Yeah.
But like, but he did that with the temple there in Jerusalem, and he pointed it down to this blank courtyard or something. And
Yeah.
underneath it was, you could see there was another temple under the dirt.
Yep.
Where the pillars and stuff were still warm.
Yeah. That's there. That whole
people want to dig it up
over there. Yeah, that whole complex over there is really, really fucky. To be honest
well,
with.
Then the same guy claimed that he was some Hebrew dude. He claimed that that there was treasure behind that wall, Solomon's treasure.
I mean,
the wall that they prayed to.
Oh yeah, the Roman wall that they all do, the Wailing Wall. Yeah, the one that you put your hand on it when you're a politician.
That was, the wall was like right on top of it, and the temple was supposedly that, because it's like the Hashashim, they built the temple. They built their temple over the Roman temple.
Yeah,
which was Zeus.
Yeah.
And so the spot where their temple is the old temple of Zeus, and you can see it on the radar or whatever, and the blueprint or whatever. But like so it's like the Hashashim are worshiping Zeus. They've got some kind of false temple built that's a continuation of the Roman temple.
Yeah,
it's like,
which is Apollo.
Yeah, and fucking
that's Zeus. I mean, it's the same, right?
Yeah.
And then there's Pergamum too, which is, like the gates of hell, and that's where the church was established, right next to it, so they could, the first church, I believe, was, and that's where, like, Jesus tells Peter, even though you're a small stone, in your name, I will build my church, and be set upon a stone greater than you, and all that.
There's a stone in that Fulcanelli book, Mystery of the Cathedral. He says in this one cathedral there was a stone, and it was called like Saint Peter the Devil or something.
Yeah,
it was a stone they would all put their candles out on. And then,
yeah.
Well, then there's this verse where it's like Jesus is calling Peter the devil.
Well, yeah, because he says that Satan enters him, and he calls him, and he goes, "Get behind me, Satan." Whenever he says, you don't need to you don't need to do this thing, you don't need to die. And he's like, "Get behind me, Satan." And then there's also the time that Peter strikes Malchus's ear off.
Well, the profane Islams, they think the devil is in the stone.
The black stone, the Kaaba.
Well, no, it's some other wall or something.
Oh, no. It's interesting.
Not sure
what's interesting too is when they look up the astrological research, the black stone of the Kaaba in Mecca was moved from Anatolia, right? It landed in Turkey.
Oh, wow.
and then Muhammad sent for it and brought it back to Mecca and put it in the Kaaba, which is literally it's the same cube, the black cube of Saturn thing. It's the whole, what is it? The tefillin or whatever that the Orthodox Jews do, where they put they strap it on.
The French guy, Fulcanelli, he says that the symbol of the goddess was the black, and that it's interesting, the whole because I mean they're all the Islams, they're all promised 72 virgins and all this stuff.
I got something about that. Yeah.
It's like they're the male side, they're the warrior side of the Astarte temple.
They literally are. Well, here's the thing. This is going to be fun. So when they talk about the 72 virgins, you know how many 72 jinn there are, right? In the Islamic tradition, there are 72 jinn in the brass vessel. And that's your genie legend. That's your Arabian Nights right there, and like, so the 72 virgins are not going to be virgins. They're going to be they're going to probably be some kind of alien hybrid thing.
Well, I mean, it seems to be like some kind of parallel lore to it's like the 72 always is encapsulated or encapsulates something else, like
right.
One of the Osiris lores.
Well, the the 70 fallen angels too, and
well, then they attribute the sun with 72 archangels, which are the angels.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But so, what was I getting at? Something about the uh, the symbolism of how the idea that they think 72 things made the sun stay in one spot.
Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about. Shit, I think doesn't that have something to do with like chaos magic as well?
Well, I mean, I think they were like they had a weird way of mapping out the
Yeah.
universe. But they didn't have any adjectives.
Right. Yeah, that's true. Everything was like double meaning on everything, so you couldn't tell if they were being singular or plural. No, but I've always like on myself, like just so much of the, and I don't mean to dog anyone who is Islamic or whatever, but I mean, so much of that I've always like had a hard time with because it's the same thing from the one perspective as the Gnostics, and they kind of come from a similar background if you look at it, because like in Acts they talk about Simon the sorcerer, who was the Samaritan, and Samaritans were half breeds to the
Well,
Levite Jews, right? And so they didn't
I've heard
trust him anyways.
that same. I've heard. I think it was the Simcha Jacovici talks about that there was a bad take on Simon or something. I
Well,
forgot
yes
how it
and no.
goes.
Yeah, like the account in Acts is that he asked for to buy the Holy Spirit, and then Peter rebukes him, and then he asks, well, I don't want anything bad to happen. He says, you basically damned yourself to hell if you really believe for what you did, and he's like, well, please pray for me so that doesn't happen to me. And that's the end of his story in the biblical canon of the Acts of the book of Acts. But then further on about it, the chronology reads out that he was a sorcerer and he was already doing healing and stuff as if he was a Jesus character. Then he encounters the apostles. Then he figures out about this Holy Spirit and he convert. And by the way, he converts in both stories. But in the other alternative telling, which I don't know where I remember where I got it from. I got to kind of trust that source better, maybe, that he supposedly goes back to Samarita, marries his wife, and then they both move to Rome and start the Simonistic Gnostic cult, which was one of the first, shoot offs was the Simonists. And then from the Simonists, you had like 8 other types of Gnostic cults that increased in different types of depravity or changing and like kind of like denominations of Christianity.
Yeah,
I mean,
you have to watch that episode of Naked Archaeology. He does an
Yeah,
episode about that.
check
And
that
I
out.
don't remember what the argument was, but it was really interesting.
Hell yeah, dude. But like for me, like I look at it that way, is that the Gnostics had so many things. I mean, they just kind of like conflated. They wanted to take the way message and they wanted to kind of like conform it to Romans to get, because they were probably true believers, but they wanted to bring more people in. So they kind of like they mixed in other beliefs to make it more palatable, which is what you see the Catholic Church do later with the pagans and the Germans and stuff, where they adopt pagan rites and rituals and days and stuff like that's where we get Christmas from, Yule and all that sort of shit. And yeah, so like I see them doing it that way with the Romans. And kind of what I was talking about before I took off and had a smoke was about the Moroccan thing. The Alexandrians, a lot of those Alexandrians were Coptic Christians, but they weren't true Christians so much in the sense that they were more Gnostics, because they were refugees from Nero's reign in Rome whenever they were killing Christians en masse.
Yeah.
So that would put them back there with the Gnostic believers as opposed to the true, Jewish to Christian converts, which is basically what the apostles were getting. When they started speaking to the Gentiles, you had the Orthodox traditions of the 7 churches. And that was that's all you really had as far as the Gentile world. And then by then all the apostles have been killed off except for John. Then John went back and, after he was exiled, he goes to Ephesus and he just lives until like 100 AD and then he dies and he's the last one.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, so John's interesting.
Yeah.
So here's Daniel, and that he's doing a sign of help.
Oh, and the lion's den thing.
Yeah. And then when in the other picture was 6th century, I forget what Byzantine. Yeah. So, and then this next one, I think this
Yeah.
is like first century.
That looks very first and second century. Yeah.
Yeah, like he's
That
he's
looks
inside of
very
an ape.
Syrian.
Well,
Yeah.
the same shape as the Templar temple.
Yeah, he's in an octagon. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's revealing that he's a Mason to the Lions.
Yeah. What a way to go. Well, you know what? It's funny too. They talk about
Well,
the capstone
because it's-
too.
Well, like when you're reborn into the Masonic stuff, symbolically, you get the grip of the lion's paw, and then
Mhm.
you're a lion.
Yeah. Soviet Russian lion becomes you. No, man, that's
That's
one.
interesting.
That is very interesting. See, also too, it reminds me because there's a point in biblical chronology where there isn't necessarily like the certain like Masoretic laws aren't in effect and so much stuff. So there's like a lot of gray area where they talk about the chronology and the lineage and the promise and stuff, even from Abraham. But like by the time you get to Moses and stuff, you don't get the lock in on this is how it's done, And even when they're the 40 years in the desert, and they're being attacked by the snakes and shit, and they have to have Nehushtan with the brazen serpent, and then
That's what's interesting. Some of the other perspectives, some of the Masonic perspectives, is that their evidence of this is that in Revelations that the book says that Jesus was crucified in Egypt and Sodom, and that which isn't part of the story, but it's a symbol. They were saying that Egypt was a symbol of the lower natures, and that the 40 days or the 40 years in the desert or whatever was a symbol of the Hebrews shedding off the profane religions, and then obtaining enlightenment.
And that's actually paralleled in his parable when he talks about, is it what goeth into a man defiles him? No, it's not what goes into a man that defiles him. It's what comes out of him, because what he goes into his mouth that he eats, it goes through his belly and out the draught, right? It talks about taking a shit basically, which is literally the same type of, it's the processional thing.
Well, then they chose, because I don't think it was take away any type of belief that it was a bloodline or something, but that they chose the lion as the symbol of Judah,
right?
Their tribe that they were proclaiming as themselves enlightened. That the lion is the one that obtains how does that go? It's very interesting because it's like,
I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Well, because they have they have the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom. You have Israel and Judah. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, then it's interesting that the Hashashim, I think it's the gate that Jesus goes through. They put two lions there in 700, I think, and that they're both holding their paws up, one paw each, to give the grip.
And what's interesting about that too is that even though that's there, it's the Eastern Gate. So in prophecy, he's supposed to, when he actually comes back, he's supposed to go through the Eastern Gate to Jerusalem, right? And then somewhere in I want to say, I don't remember when it was during Islamic conquest of Jerusalem, when they sacked Jerusalem, when they had Jerusalem, and whatever the ruler was, he walled it up because he didn't want that prophecy to happen. Yeah, which is really interesting. But here's a funny fact, and you may have never heard this, and maybe you have. So like somewhere in I want to say it was the 1960s or 70s, they were wanting to build a motel on top of the Mount of Olives, on top of the top peak. And so they had geology done about it, to make sure it's like a good place for building this motel. It's going to be a nice resort, blah, blah, blah. And they're like, nope, insurance says you can't do that, because they found a fault line that runs from the top of the Mount of Olives clear to about 7 feet before the steps of the old steps of the Eastern Gate to the temple.
Oh, wow. That's interesting.
So, literally, and it follows the prophecy literally when it says when he comes back that he steps his foot on the Mount of Olives and it causes the mountain to split in twain. One goes to the north, one goes to the south, and it's literally one of the weirdest faults. It's like the San Andreas fault. It's really right there. And they never, and how in the hell that was like 2,500 years. How the hell did they know about that? There's no way they could have known about it because it was never. It's not clear. It's a subdermal fault. It's a sublimated fault. It's way down in there, so you don't see it, but it's there. And when it decides to rub, it's gonna be really violent.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that's interesting.
yeah, that was just really crazy thing that I picked up on, and I had heard about it, and I just went and double checked it. I'm like, no shit, wow, that's really wild. So when you talk about like the symbolism of the gates and stuff, the way they have the two lions there, it's like talk about also like lions. A lot of times were also beasts in general were just placeholders. They used kind of different, like the beasts of Bashan, the bulls of Bashan, the lions of Judah, the behemoths
Yeah.
of Judah. They use a lot of different
It's like
similar language.
I found this one interesting lore about they were calling the whore of Babylon the Scarlet Queen,
Oh yeah, Scarlet Woman. Yeah.
and then they were calling the looking for something to roll a roach joint on so I don't ruin my weed tray.
Yeah, I hear you, man.
Yeah, they called the Scarlet Whore, the conquering woman, which in Egyptian
Mhm.
was Sobek,
Yeah.
which was no, it's not Sobek.
That's right.
The Sakmet, and
Sekhmet, yeah.
well, then their counterpart to that, which seemed to have been buried in time, was a lion that was a male. That was
Yeah.
a good version, because the female lion was the one that would destroy Egypt, and that they had to trick her to drink the river of wine and they told her that it was blood, and that it made her fall asleep or something, and that the
Yeah, I think I know that.
But
I'm actually super
they're-
rusty on my Egypt mythology. I need to go back.
well, then
into
they refer to Jesus as the
Yeah.
conquering the male character, and that the female character as in the Babylonian Astarte, and that
yeah, which is Inanna, Queen of Heaven, Isis,
yeah.
Ishtar.
Well, then in Revelations he says for without are dogs and whoremongers and idolaters, and that he's
Yep.
saying it's referring to dogs of Ishtar.
Mhm.
So it was like
Dogs of
two
Ishtar, Bulls of
opposing.
Bashan. Yeah, it's the same one. Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
like-
using the same symbolism for the same, basically referring to it in the same. It's kind of like whenever they use like earlier I brought up King Tyre, and they use that as like an allegory for the man of lawlessness, the Antichrist spirit, Satan. They use like they'll use
I
a
think it's
physical
Mars.
person. What's that?
Mars,
Mars,
Tyre of Naphtali. I'm pretty sure
Naphtali,
Naphtali
yeah.
is in the zodiac is that Mars is the ruling sign of it.
I believe so.
Yeah, it's like the destroyer, well, I mean, it's interesting because it's like it's weird, because it's like it seems like it's a mix of both somehow. It's a mix of
there's
real
the-
people and symbolism.
And they do that so much. They do that a lot, and really all types of ancient literature and mythology and stuff. I mean, like the Greeks did it just as bad as the Jews did it, and the Semites did it, and the Babylonians did it, and even the Egyptians, because you have so many different periods. And then you have like the two different kingdom periods of the Jews too. You have the second kingdom where it's completely like mixed in with the Greek, and so they're taking aspects of one and mixing it the other and calling it the same. Yeah, it's really it's a head scratcher. If it takes a lot of like it really makes it hard to keep the chronology straight when you're trying to understand the mystery of the story. One that's always bothered me, and I'm trying to still figure this one out, is when I brought up Mercury earlier, they had there's a certain term for it too. I forgot what it is. It's a type of red iron sulfide type stuff that they would find in the caves of Python whenever they would have like the Sibylline oracles and the Orphic hymns and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me just look out the front door real quick, make sure there's not a tornado.
Oh yeah, right on, dude. Yeah, yeah. We got rain over here, so.
Okay,
good.
sorry about that.
You're all right,
Oh,
man.
looks like oh damn it, my knee hurts like crazy.
Yeah, it's the weather, dude.
Yeah.
Take some magnesium.
Huh. That's a good idea.
Yeah, that shit ain't no joke, man. My dad used to say that shit to me all the time. He was like, you need to take some magnesium. I'm like,
Yeah,
fuck that
just slap
bullshit.
magnesium right on it.
I don't need none of that shit. Well, I mean, like just the pill, you know, and I just like fuck that. I don't need to take nothing. And then like I'm sitting around like my back's fucking broken from just laying on a couch, and I'm like, oh shit, I need to start taking some magnesium. And about a week later, I haven't had that problem, so I've been great.
Oh, there
So.
it is. Yeah.
But yeah, like the sibling oracles and stuff where they talk about, you know, they're inhaling the toxic fumes and shit from the fucking caves and stuff. And they're getting the spirit of Python, and then, you know, they get fucked up and they're doing like, you know, ritual orgies and shit like that. And then all these dudes like basically like hook up with this one chick, and then it's like a defilement ritual, and then she breathes in the toxic things, and then she drinks hemlock and stuff like that. She go through a seizure or two, and then she wakes up, and then Python speaks through her, you know.
Oh,
And
yeah,
that's
that
how
seems like some Crowley shit.
that's that's the ancient Greek stuff. And the funny part of it is too is they believe those caves actually the serpent is underneath there rotting, and that his rotten fumes are what makes everyone high, so they can be oracles and shit.
Serpent, the
And it has
sulfur.
to, and it's sulfur oxide and some kind of I forgot what type of gas, like basically like some kind of cave gas. But there was like, you know, toxic metals in there too, including mercury, which is tied into the symbology of Python in the Greek stuff. What's interesting about it too is that like that's where you get the whole Vestal Virgin thing from. Is from the Greek, like their divination thing. It comes from that. And then the funny part of it is the scribes are always men, but they were always like mentored by older men, which this comes from Crete. That's where Greek pederasty actually starts up, was from the island of Crete. And that's where they would basically open up the third eye, aka Crowley style. And then for your trouble, since I'm an old man and I don't have a wife because I'm a scribe and I'm not allowed to be married because I'm technically a priest for the oracles, and you know, so I get to keep you around, and I'll just throw a lot of money at you, and then one day you'll be old like me, and you'll go find you somebody to bring under your wing, and that's where that whole thing started from, if you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, they always pervert the priesthood, turn into sex.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like that was integral to actually getting the site to know what the oracle was talking about, because because see, they were the ones who took down what the oracle said, who was getting it straight from the deity, which is a form of necromancy. That type of divination is literally like second choice necromancy. It's the same thing about like in Syria, where, you know, if you wanted to talk to a deity and there was no one around and you're alone in the desert, you're going to go around until you find a carcass or a dead body. And then you take a piece of metal and then carve the name of the god that you believe in. You put it under the corpse or underneath its tongue, and then say an incantation, give it some blood or, you know, something on it. You know, like Parsons used to do, jerk off on a plate, and then that will be the transfer, the material transfer it needs to bring it in. It's like some weak form of sacrifice. And that's like in the traditions like that. That's where they started doing that. That's the same thing as the Babylon working and the.
It seems like they're all profane.
Yeah, it's always profanity. Well, I mean, that's the same thing as the Don May and the Sabbateans ended up doing. You know,
it's weird because, like, I think it's Cooper's quote. Damn, there's a moth in here. Moth isn't the worst thing, but
yeah, it could be worse.
Cooper's quote in no, not Baron von Reichenbach. He was quoting oh fuck, what is that guy's name? Uh, he wrote the Rosicrucian Cosmo
Oh,
Conception.
yeah,
Max Heindel.
yeah,
And
yeah,
they were
yeah.
talking about blood in the book. Other books talk about this as well, where they're saying the blood as the spirit, and
Yeah,
that they thought
literally.
that that it was some kind of primitive evil magic.
It's literally the life force. Like that's like, you know, Cain, where's your brother? How do I know I'm not my brother's keeper? Your brother's
Well,
blood cries from the earth. Like, how can blood
Oh yeah,
cry unless
it
it
was
has a life
interesting.
force in it?
Fulcanelli was basically saying that the that Jesus was a resonance of the blood from the the lambs on the doors
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah, he's literally the same thing. Yeah, he was designed from the get. Like, well,
The
when
symbol.
right, like Abraham does the whole thing. You know, he's met by a pre-configurement of Christ, like, you know,
Oh,
pre-embodiment of Christ. And then
Abraham
also
had another name as well. That was one
it
of
was
them.
Abram.
Was it? Oh, I thought
Yeah.
there was maybe there's a third name.
I'm not
Uh,
quite sure about that. I know he went from Abram to Abraham, and that was whenever like God tells him, you know, I brought you out of Ur of Chaldees, and you know,
yeah. Well,
yeah,
then
which
in
was still in
Hindu,
Samaria.
they had a god called Abram.
Yeah, Abram.
Well,
Yeah,
then,
that's I always
but
thought
it
that was
wasn't
kind of
really a
weird.
god. It was kind of like another Adam. It was like because Brahm was God, and then Abram. Or
God,
wait, how does,
another God man,
not God. God and
uh,
then not God.
shining man. You know, upper caste. You know, whatever. You know, not quite not the man. I tell you that you can get me started on that
It's kind of like
whole
that in
ring
Egyptian
circus
too,
over there.
where it's like Nu and Anu, or was it An and then Anu?
I knew, and yeah. Well, there's like, you
Well,
know,
it's like
in
the one means nothing and the other one means not nothing.
it means everything. Yeah, it's like the God person or something, or like
The creation.
the life. Yeah, all life or something. You know what's weird about that too is I used to talk to a few friends of mine who were like, you know, big, you know, Japanophiles and stuff. They were big, you know, they used to live in Japan and stuff. And be like, have you ever heard of the Ainu, you know, Japanese, the ones that lived on the northern side of the island, and how like
Oh, the
supposedly they
giants.
no,
Or no,
not
that's
the
the
giants.
island
No, like
north.
there's an actual tribe of people. They were just they stayed separate from the rest of mainland Japan, and they like took off and went down south through Midway and through the Spice Islands and through all that and went
Oh, are you talking about the psychic
basically,
blade people?
yeah, like I'm talking about like the
Three dots
second
on their head or six dots?
some of them did that, and some of them is weird is some of them would have like sort of like Indo-Siberian looking like headgear that they would wear. It looks kind of like the Orthodox Jews that have the big eraser head thing. You know what I'm talking about? The big hat.
Mm,
And some of those
yeah.
ended up in Florida of all places, which is before like, you know, typical like first contact is considered. It's like years before that.
I think
And they found those with like the Seminole Indians in Florida, like they were part like Jewish, which was really crazy. So how did that influence get there before, you know, first contact?
I think it was the other way around. It was
Yeah.
the natives went to the natives went to Africa somehow,
Oh yeah.
and then they
Maybe
were enslaved by the
Ethiopia or
Egyptians,
yeah.
uh, and then they left, and that's why the words it's like Jehovah, like you
Jehovah,
could
yeah.
you hear the native songs and stuff, and it's like similar words. The words are
Right.
very similar.
Yeah, the phonetics are real. That's like the thing I was talking about like Urdu, and
Like
Urdu
the
is
Iowa.
yeah, yeah. But like Urdu is it's the same thing. It's like Ba and Eli and stuff like that, and they use so many Semitic sounding, you know, phonetic structures in their native tongues.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like the song like hey yo.
Yeah,
It's
well,
like
like yeah, the singing, the type of singing too is like that's really the people look at it like Mongolian and
They're
Hun.
saying the magic words.
What's the air sound? It's all about the air and the intention and the holding the vibration. It's literally the same thing as throat singing.
Well,
Like
it's weird
Tibetan throat
because
singing.
when I tripped before like 15, when I still trip, I played an Ikaro song, the Jungle Magic or whatever, and that
Yeah.
you could see the song made the air
Vibrate.
make a story. It was like a
Oh,
literal
yeah. Okay.
but like nobody's ever tested some of those native songs and to see if if they were to trip and then see if a story was to come out of the traditional songs.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like that's string theory and vibration theory and stuff, which is the same thing as like resonance, which is the same thing that we know affects the mind.
I think of it more like a record.
Yeah, totally. Like, well, I mean, they even talk about like it.
Well, the recording of the record, it's
waves.
Excuse me. They're playing and it's like engraving it onto something. But it's kind of like the reverse, where it's like you're repeating the song, and then it's making the image.
That's almost similar to if you think about it, like when I was talking earlier about the Monroe Institute and the Hemisync thing. That's really similar to that because they use the binaural beats, and that what the binaural beats do is they're two different pitches, and depending on what the pitches are, if it's a natural pitch versus an inverse pitch of a lower vibration, then what that does is that creates the difference of the two pitches and vibration. Your brain comes up with that third one, and that's what's hitting your subconscious, which causes a shift in the vibrational resonance of your brain alone. So that's what causes you to go to theta brainwave, where it puts you to sleep, and then you hit 30 hertz or whatever, and then you're in the theta, which is like REM sleep, and that's also what people hit when they have. Yeah,
and
that's
has
also
anything to do with Scientology.
It's a little bit like the auditing process. Yeah, a little bit of the auditing process is that. Well, see what the problem is with Scientology is they use the ECT kind of, they'll cycle through talking in their interviews and shit, but basically it comes down to we're going to give you a little zap, and that's what it is. It's about basically trying to force you to get into that zone.
I mean, perhaps it's the word theta that they use in Scientology.
Yeah,
symbolism.
Thetans. Yeah, Thetans. Yeah, the whole. Well, I mean, if you look at their whole progression, the whole Dianetic structure of how you get clear, that's just ripping off. I mean, a lot of it's right there with just the Egyptian Book of the Dead, but some of it really, if you get serious about it, to me, I think it's always been Actually, I think I said what I meant to say. I think I just had a brain fart because Scientologists are mad at me because I'm talking about them.
Yeah, that fucking lightning just fucking made me not be able to think of anything.
Dude, but I'll tell you like
from Germany. How's Ellie doing?
See.
Oh, I don't know if she's there, but
her mic is like off.
Yeah, she might be walking her dog or something.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's interesting because all these cults seem to have this same system of control.
I mean, like we have like the Process Church. They literally directly ripped off Scientology and Dianetics with the they have the E meter and the P scope.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you were to look at the whole entirety of each cult, it's like the whole basic method is simply control of the cult itself, and it's like it doesn't really matter what the story is. It's that somehow it's captivating the initiate through some sort of logic of past, present, future.
It's got you watching it. It's got you giving it worship, so to speak. Like it demands your attention. Yeah.
Take the Scientology. It's like they think that they're spirits from the past or some shit that were put into bodies.
Yeah,
and they're awaiting their Lord Xenu or some shit in the future. But then,
which funny thing about funny thing about Xenu is he was a comic book character. I thought that was great. Stan Lee wrote that comic back before L. Ron Hubbard got out of fiction. So
Oh yeah. Well, then the third element of because the past part of them coming out of the volcano or whatever,
Yeah.
or I don't know how it goes, but then the future element and then the present element of them thinking that they're a thetan or whatever trapped
Yeah.
inside of a body.
That's
That
just Gnosticism. It's
well, I mean,
escapist theology. Yeah.
it seems like it's like because Alice Bailey she talks about the rhythm of the method or some shit. And she's talking about
Oh,
the brainwashing.
revelation of the method. Yeah. They have to
What?
tell you about it
Well,
before
no,
they
no, no.
try to.
The it's like somehow when the person thinks of the three things simultaneously, the past, present, future of these stories that are made up, that it locks them into the brainwashing or something.
Yeah, well, it's because it's disassociate. When you disassociate, it causes you to disassociate, which is really
Hmm.
marked physically by a brainwave change where you go from a
Whoa.
lucid state to an unlucid state, which is your subconscious, and often it goes through a religious experience, which is in the theta wave, which is the same wave that they hit whenever you
What's
MK
it's kind of
Ultra
like
did that. Yeah,
it's kind of
it's
like
the
that
same.
music thing you were saying where
Yeah,
the it's like the two tones and
yeah,
then the
the
third
binaural
tone.
beats. Yeah, the
Yeah,
beep,
but
boop, beep, boop.
except it's like with thoughts or something.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Uh,
no, see, they do it through like
Well,
so positive and
I mean,
negative
like,
stimuli at the same time.
well, I mean, I wonder if the thoughts of the present and the future and the past is somehow that puts some kind of thought tone in their mind or something.
Well,
Uh,
yeah, kind of, sort of. Like, I mean, this is also part of the reason why, like, like in scripture and stuff like that, Jesus would say, don't worry about the past because it's dead and gone, and don't worry about the future. Worry about the day. The present troubles of the day are sufficient for the day. Basically, trying to keep people kind of centered in the here and now, in the what you're doing, as opposed to what
yeah,
isn't happened yet and what's never going to come back.
yeah,
But
cognitive apprehension.
Exactly. And see, so to create cognitive dissonance, which you can see very easily through like, different systems of philosophy, like for instance, what a struggle session is. Like
Hmm.
a struggle session is a great example of a neuro-linguistic programming that kind of starts you. It basically will get you get into a dilemma in your mind
Hmm.
because you can't go against the thing, but you can't turn off what you know is true. That's something that human beings have a hard time doing. Once you've
A
experienced
mental
something,
a
it's like you hit a
mental
mental
post-traumatic
wall,
stress.
PTSD in real time, and then you have to like
Whoa.
you're expecting it to be all right. Once I do this, then the pain will stop, and then they
That's
crank it up another notch, so you never
that,
escape
that's how the occultists keep the
the circle.
initiates
Yeah, in the
in the
circle.
what is that called? The fuck the
I know
but
what you're
it's weird
talking about,
because
though.
Rima LaBeouf mentioned that in the sighting
Yeah.
show.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, like honestly, the thing about it is in terms of philosophy, like just to give Marx as an example, because he's the one who kind of like talks about heavily about the struggle session, about the endless critique of all that exists and stuff
Oh,
like
that's
that.
bizarre. So
Yeah,
he was using the
he was.
mentalism tricks.
Yes, he was. And here's what
Whoa.
you want to know where he got it from? From Faust.
Faust. Oh, that's interesting.
He was
Like,
he was a smelly fucking
I
happy
think
go lucky, loved that play, loved Goethe, and he identified primarily with Mephistopheles.
oh,
That's
that's interesting.
and if you look it up on him, he's like, holy shit, that dude was a fanboy. If
Well,
Mephistopheles was Hellboy, he owned all the comics. You know what I'm saying?
have you ever read Satan and Marx?
Yeah, I've
Yeah,
got
like
some of it. I haven't finished it, but
yeah, I've only made it halfway through, but the
my
in,
ADHD won't let me do much. You know what I'm saying?
but in the book it was like it was some kind of testimony of one of Marx's landlords,
Yeah,
and that I never really understood it until I understood the Illuminati of Weishaupt and how they were caught with that book.
yeah.
Better Than Horace,
Yeah. I know.
and the perverting of the religions, and that
Yep.
And
But that's the Sabbatean Frankish stuff. It's the same thing Shabbatai Zvi was doing,
Well,
where he
I think it
inverting the
existed
laws.
before the
Yeah,
Sabbatai guy. But
totally did. Totally did.
so the landlord of Marx walked into Karl Marx with the candles upside down on his menorah.
Yeah.
Because Karl Marx is no longer Jewish, he was a Satanist. And
Yeah.
so he was taking, like how they turn the cross upside down.
Well, I mean, this is the same thing like Chabad, Lubavitch, and other Orthodox Jews will say that our God is actually Satan, because they believe that Satan is an emanation from the same Hashem, the same God. You know,
well,
they call him Hashem, Baruch Hashem, because they don't say his name because you can't. But they go back to Isaiah 45:7, where I, the Lord God, made light and dark, good and evil. I alone do this. And so they use that dualism as God can give you blessings, he can give you curses, and both are good. It's literally the same ideology that the Christian tradition gives, except
Well, I mean,
with them, they literally take it in terms of like, because they have misvotes, so they have 613 things they have to do before the Messiah will return. And if they don't do them, they'll
that's
never.
interesting. That's the same number.
Yeah, we're talking about. Yeah.
What was I going to say? Something about well, the older rabbis and stuff. It seems like they didn't believe in a Satan.
No, they
per se.
didn't. Well, see, they go back to the Canaanite tradition where there's Yahweh in the desert, and then there's Azazel in the wilderness.
I mean, just the etymology meaning
yeah,
adversary.
Yeah, I mean,
it's like a
Hasatan,
descriptive term, not a
noun. It's a word in Arabic, and they kind of loosely use the Hashatan, but then they usually used him as they didn't look at him solely as evil. They looked at him as a testing agent that God had, which is literally, I mean, the Orthodox look at it the same way, that, you know, God has ultimate control over Satan. So he takes his hand off a person.
I mean, it seemed like they were using it as like a slang term for anything that
the
was
evil inclination, or the Armonic impulse. You know, the same thing Theosophists would bring up with Armon.
I mean, anything that was contending with their god. That was
right.
Like,
well,
sun god, moon god, all these.
Right. Yeah, well, for them, there's always a yin yang, right? And so, like, what they would do, you know, like Yom Kippur, this is where you get the whole, like, you know, Mashiach ben David, Mashiach ben Yosef, the two messiahs, you know, the two Jesuses, the one that comes, the one that comes after, you know, the one that returns and is the king, the Alpha and the Omega, that whole typology. Yeah. So
that's interesting.
Okay, well, I was going to break down real fast. I'm not trying to cut you off. I'm just trying to get this out so I don't forget it. So back in the Canaanite tradition of the Azazel goat tradition, so they would have two goats. They would have the high priest who would take a red cow, red heifer, unblemished, and he would purify himself with a red heifer, so he could go into the Holy of Holies in Solomon's temple. Before this, it was even the altar where it was in Moriah, and then once he would do that, he would say prayers and stuff for him so he could interact on behalf of the people. Then they would have two goats. They'd have one goat that they would give to Yahweh. And there was a thing about tying a string to it. And then if the white string turned red, or, you know, if the red string turned white, where do you get the red string in Kabbalah?
Yeah, no, well,
yeah, that turns white. That means it's accepted.
Well, the one goat was put out in the desert, the one with the red
for Azazel, which was like Pan, or
Mm-hmm.
you know, they confirm it with Esau, or, you know, they call it Edom, which is Rome. They call it the Gentiles, because they're kind of like on this whole racial separatist thing, like we're the chosen race over here, and then the rest of the world is the nations, and we're not like the nations because we have the one God. Yeah, I mean, even the older stuff, it goes back to. I mean, it goes back to Canaan. So I mean, it goes back to when they first started.
Though, this whole like Judah meaning enlightened, that Gentile, according to some of the scholars, meant unenlightened. And
like bestial. Like you have the mind of a beast, you have the mind of God.
Well, so then the symbol story of Nimrod, the first Gentile king. He wasn't a king, he was a god, but he was the first profane god.
Yeah.
and that
30
they were misinterpreting the ancient
uh,
lore, and that they were profaning it into what was it, Tulpa?
uh,
Tulpa. They were profaning it into like this things that weren't real.
yeah,
Uh,
like a delusion or something. I know what you're talking about. I can't think of it
yeah,
off the top of my head.
and but that's for the whole like lost word thing. Kind of, it's like they
Uh,
lost the
hold
key
on a
to the
second.
mysteries of the
Yep.
symbols.
Hold on just a second, man. I gotta see what my
Oh,
the
you're
kid's
good.
mom's doing.
Yeah, they lost the key. Oh yeah. How's Germany? Ellie, are you present? Uh, so anyways, I was thinking of because Nimrod also meant Marad, which meant he that rebelled. Uh, and so the perfect way to rebel would be to change the doctrine. And the doctrine being the ancient science of the understanding of the universe, but mixed with not necessarily a science, but like a philosophy. Then, thus, the changing of the doctrine was the.
You sure?
It's interesting. Hence the lost word, hence the lost initiatory force of Osiris, the symbol of the word continuing through the rebirth ceremony of the Masons or any religion. Because Christians do the same stuff, it's just different symbolism.
Yeah, it's just
They're
different
just
parts of it.
practicing the first degree, or they're practicing like. I mean that's complicated. That's freaking. Well, I can't remember why Peter was upside down, because Rome always crucified people upside down on Sunday.
Well, also it's because he said he didn't feel worthy to be crucified the same way as Jesus. So they said, "Oh yeah, okay, well we got something else for you," which was typical of Roman crucifixions and basically any kind of capital punishment. They were really quick to like, "Oh, how can we torture you worse?" Like if you ever heard the story of how they martyred Saint Longinus, the Roman centurion who pierced Christ's side to make sure he was dead. So the story of that goes, he was actually blind. He was born blind, but he was a Roman centurion. I don't know how that worked out, but it is like really fucked up part of it. But apparently it's true. And then supposedly, the earthquake happens, all this other stuff. He's told to stab the side of the man on the cross. He stabs him on the side, and then the blood, the water rolls out, of course, and it splashes him in the face. And it cures his eyesight immediately on the spot. And he looks up and he sees him, and that's when he proclaims truly this was the Son of God, and he became converted on the spot, right?
Oh, that's really interesting. I never heard that one.
Yeah, I had to go look through the Orthodox tradition to find out about that stuff. And then basically he's a preacher, and he goes off and preaches to people. Then he's arrested by his former soldiers, people who knew him personally. Like they're like, "Fuck you, you're a traitor," They round him up. They stab his eyes out. How bad is that got suck? You were born blind. You lived 20, 30 years. You just made sure that Jesus was killed on the cross by your government. He just somehow posthumously, after he's dead, he still heals you. His blood still heals you. And then you become converted to him and you believe he was God, and then turn around because of that, you get martyred for it. But he didn't care at that point. I mean, something about that.
God likes bad jokes.
Pretty much. But here's where it gets really crazy. So check this shit out. So they stab out his eyes, they kill him, they cut his head off. Then his head is curing other people of leprosy as they're touching it. And they give it back to the governor who ordered his execution, who is also blind. And he touches it, and his eyesight's restored, and he realizes that they killed a saint, which of course they didn't believe in, but he became kind of like, oh, and that's so really crazy to me. Like the fact that the dude who ordered one of his former soldiers' deaths for his beliefs was healed by his dead head. He was beheaded, like John the Baptist
That's
saw the head.
interesting.
Yeah, I thought that was so fucked up how that worked out. But I mean, that's the Orthodox tradition on St. Longinus. So I thought that was pretty cool.
I mean, you go to the Middle East and find some kind of lost relics and heal up.
Yeah, right. Like, there's that one. There's there's another story similar to that about
I need some enchanted armor, not
shit.
protect me from the devil.
Like I need that flagrum. I need that badass flagrum they whooped Jesus with. I want to fuck because it's got some holy blood up on that shit. You know what's really fucked up? I was telling a friend of mine about this after that thread that we kind of were talking about on Twitter that kind of like led to me jumping on here tonight, this morning or whatever. Was one of the interesting points is you ever see on the Jolly Roger where the is it my right eye? Yeah, where one eye, the inverse of it is always patched over.
Yeah.
You ever see the skull with the one patch? You know what that's, another reason that's a Christian symbol. So Christ was supposedly beaten around 700 times with a flagrum, right? And it ripped out his back and all this other shit. I mean, they hit him everywhere. He was naked, basically. And so they hit his junk, But then apparently they whipped him from the back, and one of the balls, because they had these metal balls on the end of them, right? These steel balls and like pieces of bone and other shit like that in them to really make them fuck you up. And then one of them whips around from the back side of him around his right eye and puts his eye out. And which is really interesting occult symbology, because you look at things like the
Odin.
Dajjal and Odin and the one eye. Yeah, it's the right eye and the left eye. There's a symbolism between the right eye being taken out is that it puts you out of divine. One eye is for divination, and the other is for
Church Ward had an Arcane of Freemasonry. Church Ward had an explanation that was far different than anything I've ever heard, where he says that the Jesus story came from the Yucatan Peninsula, and that it was older than the Babylonian stories.
That is fucking weird.
Well, it's interesting because it would explain why there would be so many stories that are similar but not the same, and that
there's like a running theme.
Well, then the Hebrews, though, they were like meticulous at keeping perfect record and perfect scrolls, and that somehow some kind of there's pieces of Christianity that were woven with the Old Testament stuff that was somehow lost, and that it was these understandings of these like connections. It's like the how does it? It's like
the chronology of it. Yeah,
it's like some of the stories. It's like how the Jesus story connects with the Jonah story. And
right.
It's like, there's a lot of them where it's like the reference another part.
One references another, and then one references books that aren't like that's where you have your apocrypha where they reference the Book of Enoch, for instance. And
the idea
no one had the Book of Enoch. Yeah.
Well, it reminds me of those old books from the 90s where it'd be like you would turn to this page, and then something else happened. Turn to a different page, something else happens. It's like the book itself has like a rhythm to it of some kind of like a cycle through the symbolisms.
Right. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Well, I mean, that there's like a they call it a deeper story or deeper wisdom within the story type of thing. That happens a lot of times, I've noticed, with stuff like that, because you have to look at it too. Like it's such a weird manuscript in the first place. Even from like canonical stuff, you have the 66 books, and you have over 1,500 years, over 30 or 40 something authors, and then that spoke 3 different languages and 3 different continents, and there's still one connecting idea of thought from Genesis to Revelation, which is really just fucking crazy. And then there's like 65,000 connections from one book to another, and if you look at it, it looks like a fucking rainbow in between. If you took it as a straight line from Genesis to Revelation, there's like, it's literally like a big old fucking rainbow of like connections.
Oh yeah. Well, the
Yeah, which is just
Gematria
wild.
blows my mind. 'Cause
Yeah,
I've studied mathematics and
Uh-huh.
both the Greek and the Hebrew Gematria.
yeah,
They blow my mind. It's like they had these encrypted in the story is mathematical sequences, and
oh, totally,
uh,
totally.
there's it's very bizarre that they would take the time to write the story to match up to mathematical algorithms. It's like
Well, I
uh,
mean, mathematics is the language of reality, and reality is supposed to be the creation of one. So it kind of gives the whole like, is it truly inspired by a spirit or a mind of
it'd be
a
like
different being?
it kind of reminds me of like if somebody took a coin and they
Yeah.
flipped the coin and then the coin landed right on the edge.
Right. Yeah, totally. Yeah. Well, I mean, I've always, like whenever I try to work out like mysteries of shit. Hold on. Fucking alarm's gone off. Whenever I try to work out like mysteries of stuff, I always used to tell people like, well, let's look at dialectic, or like let's look at like, binary 1-2 punch thing, like you have your, your positive charge, you have your negative charge, and you have the ground in the middle, and then all three of them create a full circuit, like a three-way circuit. That's a unified circuit is ground, negative, or negative is technically a ground, but like a positive side, a negative charged ion, and then a grounding that keeps it from jumping. So that's an order. It's an order of operations. It's a 3-part order of operations, which is interesting. And so, like, to me,
Oh, I didn't want to interrupt you. Sorry. Go
oh
ahead.
no, you're fine. You're fine.
I think we're making great points here. Maybe reality is reality.
Yeah, I can see that.
Israel.
She's making a joke.
Yeah.
So
aliens.
Okay. But the Israel word is, what is it about? I thought you was an hour ago speaking about this language and words. What does Israel mean?
Oh, what it actually means. Okay, so the given definition of Israel, which means it's Hebrew, of course, for wrestling with God or Yahweh or El, and living. It's specific the way it's put together. It's a specific action. This is why Jacob is renamed Israel, because he wrestles with
God.
Yeah, and it breaks his hip, and he doesn't let go of the angel to get his promise. Which is not necessarily, he couldn't actually wrestle with the Father God as far in the triune system, but a messenger or a pre-incarnate Jesus or something like that. They don't really specify. They specify it's a messenger, or what the Greeks would call angelos, or the Hebrew would be what the hell was that?
Then the allegory of Jacob's ladder, the allegory of him finding knowledge. It's like the knowledge of self-confliction of. Well, I mean, that's I guess I don't want to get into speculation, but
yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, that's very interesting. I mean, like one thing about Jacob's ladder always gets me is I look at like the 33 degrees too.
I'm back again. I'm sorry, my brain is not working as fast as your brains are.
I apologize.
No worries. The word Israel, I always thought it is 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 standing for Isis, Ra, the sun god, and El is name
the Canaanite god. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's also like that's a common Masonic thing, because they have a 3-part god too that they use, which is typically underneath Solomon. So they use Solomon as like kind of like the prefixer for like, because he built the temple. But then they have like basically the three gods intermingled as one for Gnostic knowledge, from what I understand, and all the things that I've looked up on it. To me, it reminds me of that. And there's the overlying theme of a Trinity is not only in a a Father, Son, Holy Spirit kind of way, that it also works in other types of like everything, like if you look at like a demonology, there's also Baal, Leviathan, and Jezebel, which would be considered a holy trinity. So if Yahweh was actually, or if God or El was, in our image, was the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit as three separate personalities, but as one person together as one triune God, they're all the same thing. If you've seen one, you've seen the other. If you've experienced one, you've experienced them all, but you can't be in the presence of all three at the same time, because they have the same thing with the concept of accuser.
The Hebrews, though, they didn't have a triune nature of.
No, not originally, but eventually they changed up to it, because like it was after the Shasu of Yah, the cult of the Shasu people, when they were the nomads before they actually settled anywhere, when they were running around northern, the Levant, from the Phoenicians and stuff, the Phoenicians who were seafarers.
Relocation. You say Moses. Do you call? What's your name, Jay?
Oh yes.
Jay. You spoke an hour ago about this cube of Mecca that was moved by Mohammed.
Oh yeah. From what I've read about that was the black stone from that's on the cube.
Yeah, the Kaaba.
Yeah, the Kaaba. Yeah, I forgot what it was for a second. I forgot for a second what it was. But yeah, the Kaaba, supposedly the black stone that's on the corner, which is funny enough, it's a cornerstone. If you take a look at that, that was a meteorite that fell in Anatolia in Turkey. And when that fell, kind of, I don't remember specifically like what I think Muhammad had. See, because a lot of Persians were also Zoroastrian, so they were following the movement of comets.
This is interesting because I'm a Christian and a follower of Jesus Christ.
Mm-hmm. So
anyway, we believe that stone is maybe the black stone, Lucifer, who fell from heaven.
Yep. Yes, I've heard that symbology before, and that claim, and that's that would not surprise me in the least. Also, when you look at Muhammad's like his basically his story, this is following the same warning that Paul gives in I believe it's Ephesians, where he talks about, if you hear another gospel from us, if we tell you a different gospel than what we tell you today, or even if you hear it from an angel of light, may that gospel be damned to hell, and then after, and then later you get the same, you get later on after that, you also get, this is after the Gnostics. This would be after the whole in the chronology of when the books are written. This is after the Book of Acts, and the Book of Acts follows Pentecost, and that's whenever the Holy Spirit descends upon them, and they're doing all the preaching and healing and stuff. And then Simon Magus, who basically starts out Gnosticism in Rome, he goes and he wants to buy the Holy Spirit, and then Peter condemns him, and he says, "Please forgive me." And then he,
wait a second, who started Gnosticism in Rome?
Primarily Simon the magician from the Book of Acts. I believe it's Acts 13, maybe it might be sooner. I don't have my Bible in front of me. I can't really tell you.
Okay, but I thought it was Constantine, but this is the other topic. He was bringing in Mithraism.
No, I don't think it was. I don't believe it was Constantine, because Constantine was way later. Yeah, that was way later. That was in the Holy Roman.
Okay. And back to the Lucifer stone and Mohammed.
Yeah.
Did you know that Mohammed was naming his daughter Fatima, and the Jesuits came up with this Mary apparitions?
Mm-hmm. Marian apparitions. Yep. The lady. Yeah.
And some Christians say that Muhammad and Islam, this part of Islam, Muhammad was a Jesuit operation, so to say.
There's definitely there's a cross pollination of what Muhammad's going through and what the Jesuits are doing later, because you also have the anti-popes around the same time that Muhammad's showing up in the 600s and stuff, and he founds Islam. You have the anti-popes in the Catholic Church at that time. That would be, I remember, that's like around 5th, 6th century or whatever, right? So
I think it was time with the Counter Reformation with Ignatius of Loyola and
right, yeah, it was, yeah,
the
totally.
Reformation 1500.
Yeah, well, that's much later, but I mean, like they also had that too. Yeah, that's another. I mean, because that's after the Templars too. So you have the But you know what's interesting too? You're from Germany?
No, I'm from Jackson County, Missouri.
Oh, so but are you
No,
are
I'm from Germany.
okay? All right, you're about to say you're making me feel like an idiot now.
No. It was Clint knows, because I make fun of the Mormons because they claim Jackson County, Missouri is Garden Eden. And
Jackson County.
joke.
Yeah, yeah. I hear you. No, you're fine. You're fine.
Yeah.
But one thing I was looking up was, and this is an old Germanic tradition too, which I thought was, because I've family traces back to Germany to 1400. So I definitely, I'm cool with you guys. You guys are my people. We're kinfolks.
I'm not cool with the German people, but anyways.
You're not cool with Germans?
No, I hate them. Not hate, but they're so lazy and so not lazy, boring. They're so boring.
Well, modern Germans, the Germans that I came from were the working Germans, I guess, the hardworking Germans back in and they were all priests and stuff too. And then they left Germany and they went to France and the Netherlands and bounced around there before they got out.
Anyways, but you was talking about your ancestors in the 1400s.
Yeah, I traced my family back to the 1400s.
Okay, just other people, so to say, with other mindset.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. But what I was kind of getting at about that was I was reading about the Totenkopf and where the symbolism for the Totenkopf was originally used, and apparently it had been a long-standing Germanic tradition. Like they used it as mercenaries before, back to the 1700s in armies. So you would see German soldiers and like Hessian soldiers and stuff and some Prussian soldiers where they would have a skull and crossbones on a turban or a helmet or something.
I thought it was a symbol from France, the hussars of the death.
But yeah.
Morte, hussars de morte.
Yeah, like the memento mori type thing, where it's like, yeah. See, that's what I traced it back to as well.
But I believe you. I didn't know that they were making deals with skulls back to time. And the Catholic Church is still doing it till today with their relics.
Yeah, they totally are. And it's really wild to me about that, because what I read in tradition about that was before the land armies could see a lot of the Hessian and Prussian soldiers were mercenaries. They weren't actually like German soldiers for Germany. They would go fight for other kingdoms and stuff a lot of times. And so, I mean, so before that, they were a big part of navies. And that really goes back to a Templar thing about the armadas, because the Templars had armadas predating the infamous Spanish Armada, like Columbus,
100%, yes. And this goes, maybe some say, back to the Phoenicians. The sea people, and there comes the astrology from, because they use the star system as a navigation system. And something totally normal and human, nothing bad about it. And over the time, it's merged into a religion, astrology.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
and I heard the other day a Viking ship was found in America.
I would not be surprised 100% at all about that. I mean, there's stories of Templars that escaped the persecution of the church, and they made it to the Americas before, and part of the possible reason that the Spanish were trying to find the New World And the whole fact that they called Native Americans Indians, which is a total cop out. Oh, we thought we were in India. That's not what it was. I think they knew where they were going. They were using that as a story to cover for, what they experienced while they were there. They were trying to find gold, and I think they were trying to find Templar riches from Jerusalem.
And how can you prove it that it's original gold?
I totally can't, but there are people who have done books
Okay.
about this, and they talk about places like Racine, Wisconsin, for instance.
Yeah, where this copper was found as well. This poor copper in the water in one of the lakes.
Right, yeah. One of the Great Lakes, I believe, yeah.
And this goes back to the Bronze Age, because in the Bronze Age there was the whole world covered with copper.
Right,
Copper.
yeah. And so it wouldn't be there unless it was brought there from some other place.
Yeah, it was used
Yeah.
as a conductor for technology, or
Mhm.
I don't know for what.
Yeah, and there's
reason.
also like theories around the whole mud flood thing, the Tartaria thing, where they had pre-existing structures in the Americas and stuff. Maybe has something to do with that similarly, but what I always thought was really fascinating was the chronology of, especially like when you because I used to study a lot of like geopolitics post World War II. And so I try to figure out why the Vatican and the rat lines happened, and why, which Nazis got to where, because we had a lot of them. I'm from Oklahoma. A lot of them went through to Texas. Werner von Braun was in Texas. And
you must know the Vatican, they are Christians, and Christians are helping the next.
Yeah.
It has to do with helping.
Yeah.
Helping
And
people.
what see
what
right.
Right. Story, yeah.
Yeah.
But I think they were on their payroll, and the Vatican created this.
Yeah.
Or the Vatican
that's exactly where I was gonna go with it, because
the Rockefellers and this money who financed the war were connected to the Vatican Bank, Rothschilds, and the Vatican's Babylon's bankers, so to say. Vatican Bank is heavily Rothschild.
Definitely. And the funny thing with the Rothschilds, they were the Bowers before that too.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean,
in my opinion, or maybe there's not only one reason, yeah. But I think it was a contract from the beginning.
Yeah.
We finance you guys, and the Nazis, some of them, did know what will happen to that they will be persecuted, maybe, and this was a contract. Okay, I'm doing this like you give money to a killer, yeah.
They were then, literally mercenaries. Yes,
I have to do this job, Pope Francis was it, I think. Then you have to help me out when I'm in problems.
Literally, the whole reason for the NSDAP and all that sort of thing, the Nazis, were because Hitler was working for the Kaiser, and he was trying to subvert any of the groups. So he was trying to find out what group was going to come to power, and then he was going to try to get in front of it and steer it. And the reason why he was set to do this was because he was already an operative. He was already known as a double agent, and from post World War I. Yeah, a lot of people.
He was simply a useful idiot.
I mean, he would go to all the push hall meetings, and he would, sit there and eat the brats and drink the beer and listen to the speakers. And then he would jump in front of them and start telling, what he thought and his ideologies. And when you read stuff that he says in Mein Kampf, he's actually pointing out what we need to do to mobilize the Volk is to be like the Bolsheviks, but we can't be like the Bolsheviks because we are superior to them. He already has the eugenics concepts in mind, right?
I never have read this book because it is forbidden in Germany.
I know. And I mean, I've understood, I don't know if it still is to this day, but I've heard that it's not. You can't?
Yeah, on the black market, or when some guys.
Oh, yeah, I hear you. I got you.
But when they will find, the police will raid your home, and they will find this book, you will get arrested.
Yeah, you don't want that. I mean,
in law. No, I don't want that.
No, absolutely not. But I'm telling you from with the study that I found over here in the West, that you can read up on it, That's what he says, and he basically cites the Bolshevik way as the way we need to do what we need to do as far as the National Socialist, because what the whole concept was to use the idea of to bring up the worker class so they would bring up and rebuild the country, because all these foreign outside influences is what destroyed the German economy from World War One, which
What
is
we
interesting.
see now in the USA, yeah, the left wing are
Oh
like
yeah,
the Bolsheviks with
yeah,
their
they're the same groups. They're literally
gen-
descended from the same guys. They listen to the same speakers. And the messed up part of it in the West is that a lot of the right wing and
yeah,
conservatives were
yeah,
enabling these people.
right.
Yes.
I
Like
had on the same.
when you have people like I forgot his name. He was one of the famous worker advocates. God, I can't think of his name. I'm totally blank on this guy's name, but he was the guy I'm talking about. If you look him up, I can't. Man, why did I not remember? Anyways, long story short, on this guy, he was an OSS guy, and then he goes around sides for all these South American communist movements and workers movements and stuff, and yeah, it just there's so many of that. I mean, in education, that's what Yuri Bezmov said in the 1980s about in 10 years, the ideology of the West will be destroyed because of your universities and the teachers in your universities. And yeah, he said,
Oh,
he goes, they will
yeah.
not think that they will call anything to have a Soviet style government. And then they will be smiling like idiots until one day a big boot comes and crushes their head or kicks them in their fat ass, and then they'll know what communism is really like. And yeah, I've spoken to so many
Oh,
expats
yeah.
from back then, from like back before the Berlin Wall fell when I was a little kid. And yeah, man, it's just ridiculous. But what
Yeah.
I did find out about that was if you go back to 1900, there was a secret society in Germany called there was a I'm not going to say it in German because my German's going to be crap. I'm just saying it in English. But a Neo Templar order, or order of New Templars, where
The
they used it.
Teutonic order.
What's that?
Teutonic.
Yeah, they were Teutonic, but they used a swastika, and they also
Okay.
had like fleur-de-lises, and it was a yellow flag with a red swastika, and it was a secret society.
Okay.
And they had the exact same ideological bent that the later Nazis would have, but they were the Order of the New Templars, and they traced lineage back to the Vatican and the Knights Hospitaller, you know what I'm saying, the Red Cross, and the original Knights Templars.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that's really interesting. And then you also see the
Yeah.
eugenics culture comes from the West. And it comes from people like the Rockefellers, the Fords, the
From Huxley,
Carnegies.
so to say, from England.
In England, yeah, I mean, you had
Galton, Darwin.
Darwin, Galton,
Yeah,
the Tavistock Institute, the Tavistock Hospital becomes the
right. And
central
Margaret
branch. Yeah.
Yes,
So,
but some say it is Old Greek, the Hellenics, the
yeah.
Spartans, so to say, did eugenics as well. But who knows?
Yeah.
We have to start in history. You can go back and back and back, and it gets messy.
I
You
mean,
have
yeah,
to
when you get but
point. And you said you are interested, especially in the time before World War II.
totally,
right?
yeah,
Yeah.
that region between the 1800s to the 1900s is really fascinating as
Good.
far as that, because like when you look at like like things I know personally better about, like the American Civil War, that was funded by two agents of the Rothschilds. That was Salomon D. Rothschild in France and August Belmont, who represented the English Rothschilds in the North, and he was funding the North while the other one was funding the South, and they were playing each other.
As usual.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And business as usual. And the interesting part of it was the carpetbaggers in the North who worked with the same railroad lawyers that Lincoln actually was. He was a railroad lawyer, and he would help out his friends. And then they're the guys who went to the South and bought up the plantations and bought the slaves. And then once ever Lincoln started to say, we're going to let some of these people go, then they would throw money at his first campaign to get him elected. because see, Lincoln was never against, he was against getting, he was for getting rid of slavery, but he was against intermarriage and he was against miscegenation and mixing. That's part of the reason why General Sherman and General Stuart burned Atlanta to the ground, because Atlanta had biracial housing and apartments, and they did not like blacks and whites mixing. And actually, the first Black Congress that Lincoln had between people like Frederick Douglass and other people who were, abolitionists and stuff, he proposed, can we move all these slaves? Can we move all these slaves to Liberia in Africa? Because it's more suitable, because we live this way and your people live this way, and this is better. And this is the same aims that the groups like the Knights of the Golden Circle were trying to do, where they wanted to move up. They wanted to move the capital to Cuba, and they wanted to use the ring of the Gulf as like plantations in Mexico instead. Like, we're just going to move all the slaves south of the United States.
Wow.
Once we win this war, and we're going to keep the South walled off at the Mason-Dixon line, and then that's going to be the northern territory of the new United States. And then and these are the same people who found the Ku Klux Klan later, and all this other stuff.
Because there are rumors in Germany there's a Freemason but he's a lot of knowledge, like Freemasons are used to be, but he's a nice guy, and he told about the Knights of Golden Circle, and he said that the Ku Klux Klan emerged out of it.
Yes,
and it was all military, all soldiers.
A lot of it, yeah. The Confederate veterans are the ones who start. So like the lore of the Ku Klux Klan, the first Klan actually starts in Pulaski, Alabama in 1865, and it's the Confederate soldiers, like veterans. There's 5 or 6 of them, and they eventually they like vote in General Nathan Bedford Forrest as their president. He was never a member before that. He didn't come up with it. He was just elected to be the leader. But one of the main ones who shows up said that they got all their ideas for their regalia, their costumes, all that sort of stuff from a fraternity in North Carolina called Ku Klux Adelphion, which was a Greek fraternity. And they're known today as Kappa Alpha in the University of North Carolina.
Also a society in Yale.
There's a lot of overlap, and the reason why
you have the in Utah they have offshoots,
yes,
as well. In Utah it's Cullen Bones.
Yeah, and they have
the
Cap and Key and Sword and Saber, and
something with owl. And this is the problem with these guys. They splinter so that you can't know who is in control. Do you know what I mean?
Totally.
Something. Oh, the Jesuits. No, the Zionists. I would say.
Christian
but
Zionists, different Christian sects.
And the Jesuits, and nobody, and it gets messy. And then when you want to dig into all the secret societies, it gets messy.
Well, they ultimately go back to one. It starts with one. It always starts with one.
And this time was cool for conspiracy theorists. They only had to dig into one secret society, and we nowadays have to look into thousands.
That's why I think like understanding the history and understanding the probable, like understanding the patterns is really important, because from my perspective, and I'm a Christian myself, so I come with the Old Testament understanding. When you look at some of these groups, like for instance the fraternity I just mentioned, Kappa Alpha, or it used to be Ku Klux Adelphion in North Carolina. See, the reason fraternities were even invented in the first place in most of the major colleges was because of anti-Masonic laws. So by the 1830s, 40s, a lot of states were banning Masonic membership in lodges. They were shutting lodges down, and so they couldn't legally meet to do influence peddling or like set up kings, queens, like governors and mayors of towns and police chiefs and stuff like that, to do influence and to keep family fortunes going, right? So what they ended up doing is to king make, as they call it, they would, their sons would go to a university for higher education. And of course, he would get into the fraternity where, so and so's other kids are in the fraternity. And then that means he's cool in the fraternity. Now, the old man at home can say, hey, pass this to your friends over at the fraternity and have them give it to his father. And then they're passing notes. You understand? Because they can't meet anymore at the Masonic lodges. So they did that until the Civil War. And then by the time the Civil War rolls around, it blows back up into full blown Freemasonry and lodges reopening during Reconstruction in the West. And that's a big part of that. But one of the things that's interesting about Kappa Alpha or other fraternities, one thing that Ku Klux Adelphion in Greek means is band of brothers. When you say band of brothers, a band of men, a band of merry men, a band of assassins, a band of fallen angels. When you go back to a literal brotherhood, when you go back to the original, Nephilim saga, when you talk about the fallen angels who saw the daughters of men and saw that they were fair and good to marry, and they took for each one of them a wife under their own. When they're talking about that and they're making the Nephilim and there was giants in the land in those days, that's what they were doing. Literally, the folklore that I've read about that was when the 200 fallen angels descended onto, it was Mount, I'm going to miss it. I know this. No, it's Mount Hermon. Yes, it was. So when they ascended on Mount Hermon, Shemyaza was the main leader of all these fallen angels. His name was Shemyaza, and he was afraid that he was going to take the punishment from God for what they planned on doing. And so he made them all make a pact, like, big old handshake time. So arm to arm, let's all hold hands. Now we're all going to make an oath to each other that we're going to accept this collectively. And then they went and did what they did because the whole reason was to corrupt the bloodline so that Christ couldn't be born, to redeem Adam, because that was the plan from the beginning. And so that's why you had fallen angels in Genesis and that's where your brotherhoods and your secret societies all come from. They have the same concept because they are literally run by the same deistic influences.
And they know that.
They do at some point, maybe not the lower initiates, but definitely the higher ups do, for sure. Like the Rothschilds know who they serve.
Holy shit!
Yeah, and it fucking blew my mind when I learned this shit.
My heart! I'm dying now. It's your fault, by the way. I'm dying. This is too heavy for me.
It's really heady. Like, I mean,
I'm dead. I'm a demon, so you can go ahead.
No, you're too nice. I don't think I want you to be a demon right now. I think I want you to be cool.
Can you repeat this, please, again?
Which
Mount
part?
Hermon.
Mount Hermon. All right, so Mount Hermon, the story that I understand
and I can write it down, please.
Okay. And please look this up. Get on Wikipedia or any sources that you like, and fact check this.
Yeah.
But the tradition that I've read from things like the Ars Goetia and other books and some apocrypha and extra biblical canon and stuff says that, like the Book of Enoch, that Shemyaza was the leader of the 200 fallen angels. There was him, and then there was what they called the chiefs of tens. There was 20 chiefs of tens, which are like archdemons. And then the rest were all the lower ones. And they all taught mankind all the things that God didn't want to teach them, like, war and, divination and how to necromancy and all kinds of stuff, bad stuff. And so what happened was whenever they descended from their heavenly places onto Mount Hermon, they saw the daughters of men, and they knew what they wanted to do was corrupt all the flesh on the earth so that God could not be born again, incarnated, because they knew the plan that Jesus was going to go be the savior for mankind to redeem the sin of Adam. So they said, before we do this, Shemyaza was like, I feel like you're going to put this all on me. I'm gonna be the only one alone in my punishment from the Most High. So I want you to make an oath to me that we will all be punished collectively together. And that's where the basically a brotherhood or a band. The word actually band would mean like, you know, many men in a group. There's also some not so savory aspects that have to do with that too, which it's part of the tradition of Nephilim too. There's a bunch of stuff you look into it gets really weird. But yeah, that's where basically you get that concept from, and that's where the like fraternities, for instance, were doing the same thing. Secret societies were doing the same thing. Royal colleges were doing the same thing. All these groups, secret societies throughout history, are basically
Okay. And
copying the same like
yes,
template.
it makes sense that they are all silent about it because there is a group punishment. When
Because they
one
made
is
an oath
blowing
to your,
the whistle, all will be punished.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
because of group
No
punishment.
snitching. No snitching. What do you when you're in a criminal group, you don't snitch on everybody because guess what? They're gonna get you, and then if you're gonna go down, they're taking you with them. There's
This
mutually
makes
assured
a
destruction.
lot of fucking sense.
I know, right?
Why?
Yeah.
Thank
So
you.
you're welcome. You're welcome. I'm glad I got to explain that to somebody. I've been trying to talk to like people
This
about it
is
for 2 years, so I'm really excited. I got to
I
tell
was
somebody.
wondering all the time. Okay, I know the Bible, of course, Gary Wayne and this guy,
Mhm.
and but nowadays, today, I can't not make sense out of it that it's that it's possible that
Mhm.
everyone on the higher ups of the
Mhm.
secret society is silent about it.
Yeah.
Men are making mistakes, and there are women nowadays into lodges as well, and women always talk.
Yeah. Mhm.
They can't be shut their mouth.
Yeah.
Maybe they let them not to the
Yeah.
apex. Yeah. Okay.
There's a teaching about that actually, which is kind of
This
like
is
if you
the
look at it, you
reason
feel
why.
you feel bad for Eve when you hear about it because it's not her fault that that she was the one that the serpent tempted. The serpent actually singled her out, and Adam was supposed to protect her, and he didn't, and that's why he's the one that's why the sin the fall
Yeah.
happened to both. It's because Eve wasn't
Well,
there when she was supposed to eat the fruit. It was God
look,
said to Adam, like, well, of all these trees in the garden are good for food, but the tree that's in the center of the garden you may not eat of, for when you do so, you shall surely die. And then in those days, God saw that Adam was lonely, and he said, it is not good for man to be alone. I will make a helpmeet for him. And then here we come with Eve, and then flesh of my flesh, bone of my bone. And then they're, together and all this. And then one day she looks at this tree in the middle of the, thing. And then the serpent talks to her like, oh, hey, did God say you couldn't eat of this tree? And what she's got to say is, well, she didn't actually hear it because she wasn't there. But Adam told her, right? And then so Adam failed to protect her. So really it's not, women always get thrown under the bus for original sin, but I think it's really, it goes down, they are
it
one
is
flesh.
normal. Women speaking and speaking and speaking, and men do not listen. And Adam was the first man who was not listening to God. God was talking and talking and talking, and men are listening to women as well. 1 minute, and then they shut up. They are able to not listening anymore.
Right. Yeah. I just thought that was always an interesting aspect, is that people always try to, like, put everything on the woman. And I think it's like, there's a collective punishment for them. So why wouldn't there be collective, later on? And I just thought it was really interesting.
But it's so childish that 3,000 years ago they make all women are guilty of because of the fallen kicked out of Jackson County, Missouri, Garden Eden, and sorry,
a bridge over Jackson County, right?
Yeah, Missouri. Jackson County, they were kicked out of Jackson County, Missouri, and it is so childish, maybe.
Yeah.
But our monastery in the town, they are so great. They are so great. They said, well, Mary is the mother. They are obsessed with Mary, Yeah. Yeah, the mother of Jesus.
And Mary,
Mary did something good what Eve because Eve messed up, and so Mary
And Jesus did something good because Adam messed up.
and so the women are forgiven. Oh, thank you, Catholic Church.
Right? Yeah. Yeah. They've always figured out a way just to be just on that side of creepily abusive towards women. I always thought it was weird.
I find them funny. I like the Catholic Church.
You do?
It's the most myth-making factory. Our Catholic monastery elevated Mary's mother into heaven. She was sinless. Pope whatever said. Like what? And
Yeah.
in the
Yeah.
time, the coup happened and the chibi chap
Yeah.
and came out that the chibi chaps are not that healthy. I was in the Catholic Church because I go sometimes to their mass because I find it funny. And the priest said, "Oh yeah, AstraZeneca." This means Death Star or something.
Yeah.
It's not working. Oh, but Mary is like a vaccine. And I thought,
But
what? Mary is like a vaccine as well. So faithful Catholics forget about that the AstraZeneca vaccine was maybe killing you. Mary is like a vaccine as well. And then I'll have to leave. I can't hear it.
Yeah.
But it's funny how they are speaking nothing out of the Bible.
Mhm.
Jesus said, only through me you can go to the Father. Don't elevate my
Call no
mother.
man your father.
Yeah.
Call no man your father. That was the direct command from Jesus. Call no
Yes.
man your father.
Right. The Orthodox Church is calling their priests fathers.
Yeah.
The Catholics, I don't know, I call them idiots anyways.
Yeah.
Mary.
I've
they use
always-
Mary
Mhm.
as the Queen of Heaven, I think.
Yeah, that's
Is,
exactly it.
and what is interesting about Mary as well, the seven seas, Mary, Maritime, the Marines, has it to do
Maritime.
with water?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And it's blue.
The mirror.
On.
Then
The mirror. Some say it was the horse of the sea. The mirror.
Oh, yeah,
that's
Mare, yeah.
the mare is Lilith.
Yeah,
There's the old sailor's tale.
The night
It's
hag.
water and the sea, the ocean. Maritime. The word maritime, the Marines. All this comes from there.
You know, it's
Mary.
interesting too. You know the women who did fornicate with the fallen angels. You know what their curse was, right?
To go to the fire?
No, because the world was flooded. So they became the mermaids and the sirens of the world.
They were Nephilim, right?
Well, no, I mean, like they were cursed by God for what they did. By fornicating with angels, right?
Again,
the ones who made Nephilim, the ones who birthed the Nephilim, they were basically they gave themselves over to fallen angels, and the Nephilim from them were the giants of those days, and they became something like sea hags, mermaids, water spirits.
What?
Rephaim is the term for the fallen angels that were in the water.
Yeah, the Rephaim. Yeah, that's right.
Symbols.
Isn't there another one after that? It was Nephilim, Rephaim, and
the Rephaim are those who showed up after.
But that's angels.
No, Seraphim was before. That's a choir of angels. That's the top choir of angels.
That's an angel.
It was an angel with six wings.
Rephaim.
Or Elohim or something. Or, yeah, it starts like with an A, I think. But anyways, yeah.
Elohim is God, God Most High, or EM is the plural of gods, Almighty.
Right.
We call them always the Almighty, the mighty ones.
Right. So El, what that is, yeah, that's the there's three separate people as one in heaven. And so when God's saying, let us make man in our image, he's talking to Jesus and the Holy Spirit, which are all men.
Oh, you're frozen, Jay. Why are you frozen?
Might be. Okay.
I
Oh,
know.
there you go.
Okay. I was looking at a
I
tab.
was
Sorry.
worried for a second. Maybe he's not real. He's hi. No,
No,
that's
trust
funny.
me, I'm
And so
real.
I
I'm
was
real.
distracted
I
a
wish I
little bit.
wasn't real, but I am. I'm definitely just real.
And so I was a little bit distracted.
Feel
I'm
too
sorry.
real.
Can you please repeat what you said in the last minute? Because I had to think about my brain is not working so fast
It's
today.
okay. Sorry.
You are telling me new stuff. Huh?
I totally understand. This is like a
And
new
then
thing
I have
for you.
to
Yeah.
process it first, and I was okay. The woman who did it with the angels were not the mermaids, the fish.
Yeah.
Woman.
Yeah.
After that,
And
okay. And this
okay.
was my brain was processing. Then you
Gotcha.
was frozen, and you was talking, and I didn't listen. Can you
Okay.
again there? Please?
Okay, well, so what Clint was saying here is that, like, you know, this is evidence because they would have been the Rephaim, they would have been the Nephilim descendant, or like they would have been connected to that, like that were from the water. And so when the flood happened and stuff, that's where, you know, you get the story of like mermaids and sea hags and sirens and stuff, which goes in many different cultures, from the Hindus to the Gaelics and, you know, the Druids and stuff. The Druid culture, I mean, like, you know, like that's a big deal. The Morrigan, that's a big Irish one about the 3 siren sisters. You know, there's a lot of those. You can look up any of the feminine water deities. One famous one for the Irish and the Druids is Danu, you know, which is, you know, connected to I believe it's if it goes to the Greek, is it what I found is it always goes back to Lilith for some reason, or Inanna or Ishtar or Asherah. So, and all those names are just more names for the same connected divine feminine deity. When you look in the old Kabbalic traditions, when they talk about Lilith being the first wife of Adam that was made equal to Adam, and then what happened is that he wanted to lie on top of her in coitus, and she didn't want to be under him because she said we were equal, and then so she left. And then the Jewish tradition is that she became a demon, like a night owl, or you know, like an owl.
She spoke the secret word to grow wings,
and she flew away to an island far away from the garden, and then, you know, she came back to like try to, like, you know, steal babies and stuff. That's where you get the story of nightmares and, you know, stuff like that. Yeah, Lilitu, that's your sleep paralysis demon. You know, my sleep paralysis demon is the guy from Sling Blade. Y'all got meat in there, you know. Kindly would mutter, but like, yeah, no, like that shit's real. I've actually experienced night terrors and sleep paralysis and stuff like that.
Yeah, all of us have here. All 3 of us.
What's that?
The sleep paralysis demon has a name? What is his name?
It's called a Lilitu, which means daughter of Lilith.
Interesting. Next time this dark shadow will show up in my bedroom, I will say, what is the name?
Lilitu. It's Sumerian.
Yeah.
Lilitu. I know that you are Lilitu.
Yeah.
Boring. Go on.
You could call her Lily. It's actually a man, because just like the triune God, that
it is a shadow. I had the experience one time. Clint knows about it. And you said you had this experience as well? The sleep paralysis?
Yeah, it's sleep paralysis, but it's also like it can be demonic. That it's also connected to if you know someone who doesn't like you, they'll try to curse you. That can happen. It can be. There's a plethora of reasons that they can happen. A lot of people just say it happens because you didn't drink enough water. You know, some people say it's because you took too much Benadryl that day, and so you ended up going on a Benadryl trip and having sleep. And the Hat Man's another one. The Hat Man is Iathan.
Interesting.
This is crazy.
Father, the Son, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. You have the same.
Again, and I think your internet was instable.
Oh,
What did you
maybe.
say?
I'm just saying that there's an equal unholy trinity and a holy trinity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
and they always work in three. And I actually have a friend of mine, a good close personal friend of mine, who when she was younger, she would see a being with three faces. And Clinton, you might actually know something about that because you study more about these like different types of like creatures and stuff that you might know. You ever heard of that, dude? You ever heard of like a three-faced shadow person or something?
Well, I mean, I found stuff that would indicate that the quote unquote quote face of Muhammad is three faced, and
That's true. Yeah.
well. Then it's
Oh,
interesting because
something
the
just clicked for me.
well, the Alex Gray artwork, he's got a three faced entity that's in the weird it reminds me of like some Ghostbuster shit.
Right. Yeah, yeah, it does. Remember you ever heard of have either one of you ever heard of Giles de Rye?
Hmm.
He was
I don't think so.
he was a
How do
bear
you spell this?
he was a French baron. He actually was friends with and fought along with Joan of Arc against the Muslims.
Can you repeat his name?
It's either Giles or Gil or it's French, but it's like
Yeah, I heard about it, but what
so
was it?
so he's notoriously known as a necromancer and one of the first possible candidates for a serial killer. Because what happened is he was a French nobleman, he was a baron, and he had he was part of a Rosicrucian type order of knights, of Teutonic knights. And he actually was friends with and very close friends with, I think he was in love with Joan of Arc. And when the corrupt Pope who wanted more land, or it was I forgot who the person was who basically betrayed Joan of Arc, but I believe it was a Pope or a bishop. I think it was a bishop. A French bishop had betrayed her and then had her put to death, because she was actually very devout, so it wasn't like she was breaking any laws. It was just basically, as the beast said, women can't be fighting, blah, blah, blah. You're going to be burned at the stake. And he did that for a chance at a bigger bishophood, basically. So it was totally for some selfish reason. And so he returned, her friend, Giles de Rye, became distraught. And then he spends the next years aiming from house to house, letting go of his possessions, like just being super depressed. Then somehow he gets into the concept of necromancy. And he starts bringing young boys into a castle that he has. And then he's eventually doing bad things to them and killing them, and then trying to resurrect someone's spirit into their body, probably his old friend. So he's literally practicing necromancy to try to do this. And by the time they figure out what he's doing, he's like, I forgot the way the story is, but like there's a heavy metal band, Cradle of Filth. They're like a black metal band. They're kind of satanic sounding, but they actually did an album basically talking about his entire chronology of his story, which I thought was kind of interesting because I read about it before in like other books. And it's like, well, okay, so you guys are making a big old light of the music, you're putting music to it or whatever. And it's just a really interesting story, but it's based on a true story. And I looked at that as like, maybe he's like a descendant of Rosicrucians. Like, where would he know about this esoteric knowledge specifically? Like, because there's a connection there. And then also there's a knighthood, there's nobility. And then later on around the same areas where you see the Rosicrucian order pop up out there on the other side of France, in the 1400s. Yeah. So I always thought that was really interesting. And so when I was talking about that sort of stuff, like on the artwork for the album, he's shown with three faces, like a dizzy, like a out of focus kind of thing, where he's like three, and it's drawn, commission drawn artwork. It looks really nice and stuff, but like he has three faces. I'm like, there's something to the three face thing. I'm wondering what this is about.
Faces of a man, or like a cherubim in the garden in the Bible with the four faces. They had the face of the lion,
right?
and
Yeah,
Yeah, you
Yeah.
know what I mean. And what you are speaking of, the three-headed man, are those three faces of a man and not any other creatures.
Not any other creatures I'm aware of. No. No, and what I understand about this, like what my friend told me about the sleep paralysis situation, like the shadow creature person thing, is it had three faces and they changed constantly. So
The good guys.
I don't know if that. I don't think the three-faced people are the good guys. I think maybe the four-faced people are the good guys.
Hmm.
Yeah, but I just thought that was really interesting because we were talking about the triune good, the Father, Son, Holy Spirit, and then you talk about the triune of evil, which would be just for everything that there's already exists, the devil or whatever entities of negative vibrations will try to copy it to subvert the other side of it.
They counterfeited.
Yeah, they counterfeit everything and they lie, cheat, steal, and kill. Exactly.
Because you said before, wait a second, I'm staying in my garden house and repairing the. It's you said what I had forgotten. What the fuck? I want to ask you something. Wait. No, go ahead. When I will remind it, I will ask. I lost it.
Okay.
Shit. It was important. Oh yes. One thing, Clint, you said when we had the topic about the Virgin Mary and the maritime and the sea and the ocean, you said something with a horse.
No,
What was this with the
I was
horse?
saying, no, I don't think I said horses.
You said mare.
Oh yeah, mare, yeah, the mare of the sea.
Yeah, the mare of the sea, which is
Some
interesting
kind of
because the Orthodox Catholic traditions talk about the Mari as a
You said nothing about a horse. I didn't understand it. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought
Yeah.
you mentioned a horse.
I mean,
No,
a mare is another word for horse as well, but
a mare is a female horse.
Okay. I don't know the group spirit thing.
Yeah, it's
Well-
kind of interesting how that works out like that. Like, but a mare is a female horse, and then a stud would be a male horse.
Group spirit. She's making a Baron von Reichenbach joke.
Oh shit!
It's from the book
Take
Rosicrucian
it
has no
serious.
conception.
The lost places of the lion. Book of High. Why are you laughing? You was reading out of the book and claiming to me, oh, nobody's
Oh,
listening.
no, you were thinking of that.
Wonderful books, and you are the only one. And I remember it, and I take it seriously. Of course,
Yeah, I was wrong. It wasn't a Baron von Reichenbach joke.
You read the books.
It was
And this group spirit, this was the
name?
cosmology of behind the Rosicrucian cosmo. Oh no, this was right. This was the Rosicrucian cosmology of
Conception.
that is one.
Yeah, what's
With,
his Max
spirit, right?
Heindel? That was his name. Yeah.
Okay,
It
and
was the Max Heindel
the-
joke she was making.
Yeah.
That's
And
what
the
all that deducted
name
to.
of the female horse is mare.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm native German speaking. I'm not a cool fucking American fucking English speaking
The mare
person
of the sea would be the
American language. So
well, I'm pretty sure the horse of the sea would be Sagittarius.
Yeah.
The water horse.
The water horse would be Sagittarius.
Sagittarius. Yeah, this one I know.
Yeah.
But is this a seahorse?
Well, that's
That's
what
one
that
of the four
sign is.
horsemen,
Yeah.
according to some of the
Yeah.
writers.
Yeah.
Sagittarius, Centaurus, Pegasus,
Centaurus.
and
Centauri.
Centaurus, half man, half horse. But this has nothing to do with the water.
It was about time. I
Well, yeah,
think.
water is also a medium for time, or for like a firmament. I mean, they call the firmament. They call outside the firmament the space around the planets is the water.
Biblically,
Spirit
it
water.
is as well when the flood happened. The gate of the heaven were open and the water
Right.
came in.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
some
totally.
say maybe the Bible says you can see it this way, that the time before the flood or before that, before God formed the earth, that the water was not separated, that God separated the water, and so
Yeah.
we have air.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of what the way they put it. Like they're very like it's really tricky too, and it's very exacting. Like the terminology used in the chronology of Genesis when they talk about creation is very, very specific in the way it works. And like more and more, I think I love this stuff. Is that like modern science is starting to prove those things? Like, well, we thought it was this for like 250 years, and now we realize it was like this book that's over 4,000, 5,000 years old.
And what is your take on the flat earth thing? I don't believe in the flat earth, but they
Well,
say it is in the
Charles
Bible.
Manson came on earlier. And
The firmament, and the God created firmament, and so the flat earth is flat. I hope that I didn't insulted you and you are a flat earther, but it's so they are making so laser tag arguments. Do you know what I mean? So their arguments are weak. And okay, God created the firmament. And when you don't know and realize that God had created a flat earth, you are a retarded, dumb fucking ass. Fucking retarded idiot. Yeah, that's the way they are. And what's your take on that?
some
Okay, have
some
you a good
people.
argument against them?
Well, I remember when I was a kid, I got in trouble once, and I was in jail, and this priest was talking about some kind of giant ice in the sky from some kind of leftovers of the Earth being made or something. It was an interesting theory.
Yeah, but I don't care. And but they say it's important. Maybe it's a CIA psyop mind war, Michael Aquino thing.
Well,
Because-
he claimed the ice melted, and then that was the water that made the flood or
Yeah, the
something.
water again.
So
And
evil
I
causes global
don't want to
warming.
go off topic here. Sorry guys, I was going off topic. We
okay.
ended
Oh,
with
there's no topic.
Huh?
You can say whatever.
No, you said that the horse and the
Oh, you're asking about.
now I got it. And go ahead, ignore me. I mute myself because the women talking too much. I know.
Oh, no, you're good.
You're fine. You're fine. Yeah.
No, don't be polite. You.
No, I mean, like if you were really like, all right, hold on a second or something, I would have said something. But no, you're fine.
Okay, it's good. Good,
Yeah,
but I
stoned.
want to say I want to ask you something and I have forgotten it, and I'm so I mute myself. I guess go smoking 5 minutes, and maybe I can remember and I can ask you the question. Damn it, it was important. So go ahead.
It'll come back to you. No, like that's kind of interesting. Like that, you would be told that, like oh, it was a like an iceberg that melted or whatever, and that's what caused the flood.
Oh yeah, like a sky ice.
When you don't pay tithes, that causes global warming. Do you want the world to flood again for your problems? And it's like, what the fuck? Like, who's gonna say shit like that? Like
the concept of Christian Science, quote unquote.
Oh yeah.
Because I mean, makes you wonder if there was somehow a water source that.
Well, they literally, like, the way they describe it is that like there was just water came from a dimensional hole in the sky, and as we saw it, like the blue sky, like that's where the water comes from, and then they came from the deep. There was a pit, and it came from up the pit, and it came from out the sky.
Oh yeah,
because it had never rained before. I
was roofing once, and it was like clear blue sky from like any way you looked, and then all of a sudden it just started downpouring right like in the spot where we were, and it was
I hate when that shit happens. That's that Florida rain, dude. That's that, like, I'm on one side of the street and I'm getting pissed on. Yeah,
it seemed like it didn't go further than a car block. or
Oh, really?
city
Yeah.
block, and that like,
Yeah.
and then it stopped after 5 minutes, and I'm hanging out with my dad, fucking working for him, and I'm like,
Yeah.
what the fuck was that? I was like, it started raining and then it quit. There's not a cloud in the sky. And he's like, oh, that always happens, I've never seen that happen.
Dude, that's happened to me one time, and it was the strangest thing. We were getting weird rain one year, and I was at my friend's house, and we used to be, we were just jamming or whatever on weekends and whatever, and sit around, drink beer, and just talk shit. And we're sitting out there just drinking beer and stuff, and literally like one half of the yard starts to get rain on, and not the rest of it. And it was like just over my friend's house, like one half of it, and it would just happen to be where the carport was, where all our trucks were, and we're just getting pissed on. And I'm like, well, let's just walk over here, and we literally just go do 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 do, and we're dry again. Like, it's that bad. And then it goes away like really shortly. But I mean, it's kind of hard to really because see, like, a lot of people don't really put it in perspective. I think that, science has always been trying to rationalize the divine by things we can measure, things
Yeah.
we know, things we can see, the five senses.
I don't think it can be measured or analyzed.
Right.
It's like the ash, the ghost ash, that
right.
They can see it, they can put it in a vial, but they can't. When they analyze it, there's just nothing there. But
Yeah.
they can see that it's there, but there's nothing to analyze somehow. It's
Totally. It's like a perception thing. It's like it only exists in your perception, but what if your perception wasn't there? Then would you? It's like the whole, like, if a tree falls in a forest, does anyone hear it type deal?
I mean, this is like the Vibhuti ash of India, that
right.
some of the real magic dudes or whatever, that they supposedly analyze it. Same thing occurrence happened with the in Tutankhamun's tomb with the ash. Yeah, there's like a thick layer of some kind of dust over everything in the tomb, and that they tried to analyze it and they couldn't analyze it. They couldn't figure out what it was.
I wonder if it was just like natrum salt,
Well, they say when it's like a powdered form of ectoplasm.
So century old ectoplasm, yeah.
Yeah, it's like remnants of It's interesting because the writer of the X-Files is so well read that whichever writer it was, one of the scenes when some kind of crazy shit happened, Mulder goes up to this garage door thing, and he like takes a white glove and wipes and finds this ash, and then he takes it to a scientist.
I remember what you're talking about. Yeah, I forgot about that too, because like that was like that's a big part of Theosophists too, because they were big seance heads, and so they were constantly like producing ectoplasm and like, look, here it is, and it was cheesecloth or something like that, or it was dipped in something, or but like sometimes they had actual like unidentifiable like real ones, like we can't figure out what this is. And that's the same thing that in terms of necromancy, when people have incubus and succubi cases, where like they like, oh, I had a dream, like a woman will say, I had a dream that me and my husband were getting it on, and then I wake up and then we're getting it on, and then I look over to my right and he's still laying to the side of me, so who the fuck is this guy in front of me? And then then they freak out, they call somebody, and then they find secretions on them. Like, how can a non-corporeal entity leave bodily fluid of some sort? That's a really fucked up thing that tends to happen. And that's part of the whole like necronetics, necromancy, incubi, succubi stuff, and like where they look at this phenomenon is able to manifest and stuff like that. And is that demons? Is that Nephilim spirits? What is it? And I just think that's sort of shit is really fucking fascinating.
One of the things that makes me believe that the shadow things that you see when you're in the sleep paralysis are real is because I've had the sleep paralysis dreams for so long,
Yeah.
is that one time my girlfriend, she was well, I was sleeping, and then I had a sleep paralysis dream. A spirit walked forward that was walked through the wall, and
Yeah.
then it was like, but then it started to go to her. My back.
Yeah. Yeah, I had a similar situation like that. Now that I think about it, like my friend had an apartment in downtown, and we were both in the living room just sitting down talking about something, and we both look over out the corner of our eye, and from his kitchen to the brick wall, like, you know, just a little shadow person. I'm like, what the fuck was that? You saw that, didn't you? He's like, yeah, I fucking saw that straight up, dude. And yeah, it's just, I mean, you know, in terms of Miriam apparitions, you always get the lady in white. That's another one, which is kind of weird because it's not a typical shadow person, you know? So, oh, damn. Are you froze up? I think you're froze up, dude. Uh-oh. I think I'm solo.
Yeah, Clint is frozen. Anyways,
Oh,
the lady in white kicked him out. White is standing for Lucifer,
yeah.
Yeah, the
Angel of light, right? You know?
the shining one in the Garden Eden.
Yeah.
God said to Satan, so to say, you was there when I created it, and
Among
he
the shining
down
stones, yeah.
Hillel, the Lucifer.
Hillel. Hillel is his name. That's the oldest recorded name for him is Hillel.
Exactly, it's Lucifer, and yeah, and it's changed later. And
Yeah.
the serpent who gave the fruit to Eve
That
was
was
the
Gadriel.
shining one.
That was Gadriel.
Okay, again, okay, and
That's
I
the,
heard,
that's the actual traditional name for
God
the
was
serpent in
talking
the garden was
to
Gadriel.
Satan in the garden. You was there when I created it. You was the most beautiful tree in the
Yeah.
garden.
How you
And
fallen from
it
your heavenly
means
abode.
to break down it to Hebrew or something like that, or Greek. No, Hebrew, Old Testament. It means the shining one.
Yes. Hillel means the shining one.
Mhm.
Yep. Totally.
Yeah,
That's it right there.
because hell in German is bright, shining, white.
Right.
Hell.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy.
What one thing I've always noticed, and I'm not really super sure about it, but like I think doesn't Germany originally, like, from you go back a ways, isn't there like a connection between the oh god, what group of people, like the Sanskriti people?
The Indo-Aryan.
Yeah, the Indo-Aryans, like the like Sanskrit, where Sanskrit comes from, was actually like Proto-Germanic stuff.
You must know Germany, the language I'm speaking, it's not the same German people spoke.
Oh, I know. Oh, yeah. There's so much
It
more
is
German that it's so much
when I
older,
read-
and
Mhm.
yeah.
When my
I had an uncle who could speak.
grandparents lived, so to say, yeah.
I
This
had
was
an uncle who could speak
Mhm.
old school, old Low German, and yeah, he would
When
put
I'm
me to shame
reading
for sure.
old German, this I can understand it, of course, but it was very different. And this
Totally.
is only 100 years. Now
crazy.
imagine go back 1,000 years. I think it was a totally different language.
Yeah.
And the Tavistock or something like this institutions existed in a form back to time, or Bletchley Park, and you have in America as well this Old English and
Yeah.
the English.
Well, old English, like
is
the English
changing.
the English we speak right now is really from two major sources: Latin and Teutonic German.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
As you
English.
said, there is a lot of Latin in all
Mhm.
European languages as well.
Yes. Yeah.
And Latin is a language, I learned Latin in school back the time.
Mhm.
And I thought always, why is nobody speaking this anymore? Maybe it was totally made up to weasel it into our language we had before.
Right.
Well, it was also, you notice the only trade that ever used Latin was the medical industry.
Exactly, and the the justice system, a lot of Latin words in there, and the even in the time when Hitler was in power,
Yeah.
and the time before, it was not allowed to speak certain languages. Even the middle nobility, they always spoke French. And
Yeah,
when
I've heard about that.
it was not allowed for them to speak German anymore. And so over the time, our languages were changed on purpose, a part of
Right.
social engineering. And
Yeah.
so when I can't even make sense out of the language 100 years ago, the German, I can understand it, but nobody talks this way anymore.
That's so
And then a
that's so
lot of
strange.
Americanization, also Anglicism words came into our language. So I can't tell you where German comes from. Maybe the people 100 or 200 years ago,
Right.
before the internet, and so could could
Maybe
explain
maybe they
better.
would know a little bit better. I always thought it was really crazy about like how Hitler and like the National Socialists were so policed the the flow of free idea. Like they talk so much about reviving Germany, like in their ideology, like the shit they said. They're always talking about reviving the folk, bringing us back to the days of the knights and like the Christian, and the Norse and stuff like that, bringing back all the great tales and all these
Mm,
stories and stuff, and having this pro-German Germany thing, whereas Germans for
it is
Germany,
now
right?
the Weimar Republic, when the left wing, so to say, the
Yeah,
communists destroyed, or
yeah.
after World War One, there was a massive uh,
It was a
mm,
total back to
the
basics, back to our
the
people. Yeah,
economy was collapsing.
yeah,
People
totally.
were starving. They were so
Yes,
poor that they sold their kids. They had to.
yes, yeah,
It was
yeah.
a horrible, horrible situation. All was bombed to the ashes. And when you are in these situations and the husband is not coming back from the war or is
Right,
disabled,
right.
and it's totally mess. We don't can imagine, I think, how bad it is. And then somebody comes in, like Hitler, makes the economy good. You will believe everything
Yeah,
because
that's true. That's
you
true.
are in survival mode.
Yeah,
You have to
yeah.
feed your family. You have to have a job. You have to survive, so to
So,
say.
so,
And
so
then
if,
you will
if
buy anything.
right, so that
They
means
say
if you thought so you don't need to read these books anymore, and you don't need to speak this certain type of language, and if you're this certain type of people, we don't want you here, and if that sort of thing, and you need to believe,
yes, and I really
yeah,
hope it will not happen to you and
it's
to
already happening
us
here.
again, because the economy is in a not good position.
We are overdue for our Weimar Republic, and we're getting there.
Yeah,
We're on there
exactly.
right now. Yeah,
and
we're
and
heading that way.
this and people don't believe me, and I see, because a lot of German people say it, and I proved it. You can find in the whole internet very few pictures of the Weimar Republic,
For a
because
reason.
people don't want to know, or they don't want to know you how fast it can collapse
That was like
in 3
10,
weeks.
15 years, wasn't it?
No, when you are at the bottom, you can, when you have an inflation, depression,
Yeah.
inflation of
Mhm.
money, and your money has no worth anymore.
Yeah.
You are in a starving situation, in a poor, totally messed up in a week.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
this is what they don't want you to know, that it can go so fast, because
That
a
is so
lot of
fast.
even woken up people say, okay, the economy is bad, but they think it's a process. It will go slowly and then we'll take this action. No. When they can control it, the bankers, they can
Well, they can
tomorrow,
lie and keep everyone thinking that there's
and
something
then
they can, fake the inflation or fake
it goes fast.
liquidity. Yeah, it's not like it's already gone, but they'll like hold on for 2 months that we have money and we have digital currencies. We're not talking about, oh no, we don't have those currencies. You know, they can
Yeah,
admit it after the fact.
another thing what will come next. But when the bankers decide tomorrow the money is worthless, and it was this way.
Yeah,
$1, so to say, was in the next day nothing worth,
Yeah.
not a penny, nothing, and you can't even buy a bread
yeah,
or something
Yeah.
to eat. It was this way, and then people, a lot of men were died in World War One, or were disabled, not able to work. The women were
Yeah.
alone, and back the time people had a lot of kids, 10 kids or so.
yeah, big
They had
families.
sold their kids. It is so evil, and I think half the population was starving
Yeah,
in
that's
a
about
month,
right. Yeah,
in a half of a year.
yeah.
And
I
I hope it will not happen again.
I mean, I hope it doesn't happen. Realistically, if it's going to happen again, which it's in place to happen again at some point, I think it's going to happen worldwide. So I think everyone's going to feel it at the same time, and I hope by then that there's a rapture happening pretty quick before we get to that point. Just my
And
personal opinion.
A lot
But
of people say, okay, prepare, buy a lot of food, and that you can live half a year, but
No.
your neighbor will kill you when he is starving.
and then you'll
even-
have to kill your neighbor to keep them from taking what you have, so you can feed your children or feed your family or whatever.
Exactly,
So
you are really in a survival mode, and you have children.
yeah,
You
well,
will eat your dog, you will eat your pets,
you may
Yeah.
even eat your children.
and the pets will eat you because they are
Yeah.
starving too. Yeah, it
Yes.
is
Yeah. And,
comes
and-
to these situations.
right.
And this
And
was Weimar Republic.
yeah, and what the interesting thing about that is too is that people don't look at the language where it says that woe to them in those days with children.
Right.
Like that's pretty prophetic. Like why? Because woe is not like, oh, woe you. No, woe is big time words back then. When Jesus said the words woe to you scribes and Pharisees, it wasn't like you scribes and Pharisees. It was like middle finger, you scribes and Pharisees. That's how big of an impact the word woe meant in language back then. So to use the words woe to those who have children in those days, for they will not find a place to lay to live. They won't have a place to live. They won't have a place to put their head down. They won't have a place to be safe.
Exactly. That's what you need. You need something to eat. You need shelter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's part of the reason why a lot of people, like, on the theological end of it, they don't realize that, there has to be the falling away first before there's a rapture, but there has to be a rapture for this to even work out in the first place, because the way things are going to go, it has to go bad enough. People got to remember also, the world is not going to make it, so why worry if the world's going to be flat, or if it's shaped like a donut, or if it's shaped like a macaroon? It doesn't really matter, because it's all going to burn up.
Yeah. And what I want to say with the situation in Weimar Republic, we will accept a hero like Hitler, and he can tell you anything.
Yeah.
Because
he can make a peace deal with Israel.
Was rising. The economy was in good shape when Hitler came to power.
Right.
Yeah. I see this in America. I see patterns there.
There are definite patterns. Yeah.
Provoking with their shit. Then the right wing rising. Now the economy is struggling.
Yeah.
And I don't want to say that Trump is Hitler, but I see the same hand behind it, and the same pattern.
I mean, you got to look at it this way too. He has the same like divine providence attitude that Hitler had. Hitler was Roman Catholic. He was raised Roman Catholic, and even though he was like, we don't have he was an atheist more or less, but he believed in divine providence, which I thought was kind of funny. Like, how How can you keep a
Divide
small
up?
amount? Yeah, how can you keep a small amount of Christianity and then just like say we don't have religion? We're all, you know, we're gonna worry about science. We're gonna worry about eugenics and good breeding, which is what his whole attitude was.
I heard you have in America an AI church,
Yeah,
a church who worshipping AI Jesus or something like that.
I've heard of that happening. I've heard of people having AI Charlie Kirk and having like little prayer
Yeah.
meetings about Charlie Kirk, who wasn't even
This is
like
so
he's not
sick.
Jesus. Yeah. The
Yes.
the abomination of desolation happens on a daily basis in the United States anymore. If anything, when they talk about the horror of Babylon being this woman, being this person, I think it's a country, and I think it's the United States myself, because
Yeah.
if
A lot of
Israel,
yeah, you're right. A lot of other people who are good researchers made this point as well. I'm
Yeah.
not an American. I cannot make a good estimation on it, but I believe you and the other guys. It seems this way. It turned out this way. The
Yeah.
whole war of Babylon is America. Or at least Washington, D.C.
It's either that or it's going to be Israel, and if it's Israel, then that would also make sense too, because I don't know who else has gotten more drunk off the blood of the saints other than Israel. And I don't mean
Yeah,
I don't mean
exactly.
that as any kind of racial thing. I just mean the secular state of Israel, like, you know.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Because you
Yes.
know,
What a mess we are
it is a
in.
mess. It's a wild world we live in, but you know,
Isn't it the Freemason slogan "Ordo ab cow"? Now we have cows, and
Cows.
when comes the order?
we've got the cows. Yeah. Supposedly we're supposed to get order, but their order is no order. Their version of order, it's a linguistic, it's neurolinguistic programming. It's a linguistic trick. It's like saying the friend of my enemy is my friend,
Here we are again, Clint. Right when you said the
or the
Illuminati
enemy of my enemy is my friend.
control the language, and what is this for noise
I was
in
gonna
the
say that
background?
we're in the 6th hour. I'm probably gonna pass out.
Your
soon.
sound is bad. Where are you? I can hear you.
Hold on here.
Yeah.
Okay. There.
Aliens,
Yeah.
aliens in the background.
My internet went out because there's a bunch of
Because you told the other day, Clint, the Illuminati, what's it, the Bavarian Illuminati, doesn't matter. They said when you control the language, what was this?
Oh well, you have one when you control the language.
Yeah, you've
Yeah.
won. Yeah, which is it's literally the speech is a form of spell casting. That's why you have to enunciate things. That's why you have to proclaim Jesus Christ with your mouth. It's because it's an esoteric thing. It's the sound.
Well, I was gonna say I'm like, I smoked too much weed, and yeah, it's freaking. I'm about to pass out. Freaking.
Well, yeah, we're about to hit that 5 like
Yeah.
5 seconds.
I check out as well. I have to work in the garden.
Yeah, I got to get up in a couple hours and take my kid to school.
Oh,
So
yeah.
It was a good
I'm
hangout.
fine. I operate on no sleep. I'm good.
All right.
So,
Well, take it
bye.
easy.
Bye. It's nice talking to you.
Definitely cool hanging out.
Well, thank you for the conversation. Cool. Bye.
Ouch.
Okay.
Freaking when my internet went off, I got a sliver in my foot.
Oh damn!
I tore my pants when I was walking. I was fucking.
Oh
Because I
damn, that
stepped on
sucks,
my pant
dude.
leg.
You're like trying to like I gotta be able to walk here. Damn the hell, yeah. And when you're already like stoned, it's like that everything like that is like it just seems like everything is twice the chore.
Yeah, I don't know what it was. Some kind of sliver. I don't know what the fuck it was. I pulled it out of my foot and threw it in the ashtray.
Watch it was like a piece of a screen or something.
Yeah, I don't know. It definitely hurts.
Fuck, man. Well, man, take good care of that, dude. Because fuck your feet are the hands for your body. You know,
rubbing alcohol on it.
Yeah. But no, dude, it's been cool chatting with you and shit. And you know, like if we had like I try not to talk over people, but I have an issue with that, and I've been working on it. So, but I wish I had a little bit more stuff to kind of go from. But like, yeah, I spend a lot of time. I'm a big eschatology nerd, and so I spend a lot of time on biblical eschatology and like tracing it and stuff. So I love that sort of shit. And
Oh
you
yeah.
know, all that kind
There's
of
a
stuff
book.
to me.
What is it called? I think it's called Beginnings by Albert Mackey.
Yeah,
It's a very complex book. It's interesting because it's got a lot of like
dude,
eschatology and
I
stuff.
think I actually have that. Oh no, I have a similar book. It's not nearly the same, but can I? Oh, I can't. If I pull this book, it'll fucking fall down. Is it Richard? All right, I had to look it up. It was Richard Bach's Illusions. Very, very good book. Very good book. Yeah, look that one up. Richard Bach Illusions. It's from the 70s. I know it's a paperback from the 70s. And when you talk about like little tidbits of esoteric stuff, like kind of like listening to the White Album, it does that. It has that effect to you. And it also is like a hell of a
That's
self-help
interesting.
book too. It's kind of got some
The
like
White Album. That was
like
the fourth
right.
album of the Beatles.
I think so. It was, you know how like they say you put on the White Album and you'll understand things differently when you're on acid kind of deal, you know, like they say that's the White Album is the main, it's like a programming one. Like Sgt. Pepper's is different. The White Album is different. You listen to them straight, you listen to them fucked up. It's a thing.
I didn't know
And
that was a thing.
yeah, that's apparently a thing. I mean, I've heard it before, but this book Illusions is really good for that, and it also has a lot of stuff about kind of how you it might be an introduction to self-effective NLP. Like it might be like how to neuro-linguistically program yourself by your perception or something. Like it's like a self-help book, kind of like Dianetics, like your own automatic diagnostic.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
read it in mind with that sort of thing. Just look for the interesting patterns. You're like, oh shit,
Yeah.
that's interesting. Yeah.
The idea of so here's what's interesting. Okay, so there's this thing that I read in a book. It was this principle. It was like magic is not to be taught, is only, or no, not to be understood, is only be taught.
Yeah.
And
You
so
only
like
repeat it.
imagine if you were trying to seek purity or seek what is that word? Damn it, I'm just fucking stoned.
like to sanctify yourself or seek purification.
Pureness of heart, basically. And that,
Yeah. Okay.
well, so and then you enter into a system of one of the secret societies, and then say it's the ancient Christianity. That's a better example. You enter into ancient Christianity, you achieve the purification, and that but like, so, well, no, I don't want to use that as an example because I'm trying to basically discuss the power of the will, of like intent. It's like it seems as though when someone's will or intent is misguided, or even, well, it seems as though it like, imagine then that you knew say it was Freemasonry or something that you went into instead of Christianity, and the like old Masonry or something, where like the if you knew that the system was to make you pure and you knew how it did it, then if you entered into the system, it wouldn't work on you because
that mystery element's gone.
Well, it wouldn't have the misdirection, which basically throws you right into the chair. I mean, it's a weird thing. It's like, imagine,
I get
like,
what you're saying.
Yeah, like the power of belief. Like I seen this video in a psychology class. The hypnotist took a pencil eraser and he said, "This is a lit cigarette," and then he dragged it across somebody's arm, and then it blistered up, and then
The power of suggestion. Yeah.
yeah, but it seems as though because it's like when people are in the hypnotic trance, that they can access things that are supernatural.
Oh yeah, totally. Yeah. Because what they're doing is, see, this is the same thing as like phenomena where it's an orb, but it shows up as, you know, your dead grandma Edna, you know, but it's an orb over here. It's projecting off of your attention to it, what it is, and it's cycling through your mind without you realizing it, and you're basically giving it life by giving it attention. It's worship.
Yeah. Oh,
It's the same thing. It's intention. It's all about your intention.
I remember the
Focusing
story.
intention on something.
I remember the story I was going to say before the internet went off.
Okay.
Yeah, so the reason why I believe in the spirits that
Like shadow
you
people and
see,
stuff.
well, that you see when you have the sleep paralysis.
Yeah.
So I was having the sleep paralysis thing happen. I couldn't move, and
Yeah.
I don't know if I was in the dream or actually awake, but I could
Right.
see a ghost or something, some kind of shadow thing. It walked through the wall, and then it was like looking at me, but then it started looking at my girlfriend, and then fucking like, and then it walked from or I don't know if it walked, but it was like it
moved.
just came in the room, and then all of a sudden it was instantly at the end of the bed.
Yeah.
Except it was in front of her part of the bed.
Yeah.
And like and I was like I was like paralyzed in the dream.
You were screaming in your mind, but you couldn't get nothing out.
Yeah. Well, then when I woke up, she was having a seizure, and fucking it was the scariest feeling.
Yeah, I would be fucking my timbers would be thoroughly shivered, Robert.
Yeah, because I think the ghost made her have the seizure. I mean, it sounds crazy.
Yeah, that's what it sounds. No, that's exactly what it sounds like. As far as like that sort of situation, like I'll tell you about mine real quick. I'll try to sum it up real fast. I had a similar thing where it was something that was climbing up the corner of my apartment bedroom, because I had stayed in an apartment. It was a 2-bedroom apartment with this buddy of mine, and he left for the day, so I was alone. He went to go do laundry at his dad's house or something like that, and my door's open, and it's in the hallway, and then it pokes its head in and looks at me just like type of shit, and then it's climbing closer.
One of those?
It climbs up to you and gets really close to you, and you can't move, and then it goes back out the door, and then it's like probing, you know, and then eventually it's standing at the foot of my bed, and it walks around to my bed, and it climbs on top of me. Like it starts walking up the bed, and it's laying next to me as I can't move. And then I just shut my eyes, and eventually I feel like a pressure right here. And then I open my eyes, and it's like that close, staring me eye to eye, like fucking me straight eye to eye, like staring at me. No facial features, just these two eyes locked on me. And I feel pressure, and it feels like I could almost imagine there's like a physical weight, like a 120-pound chick sitting on my chest, because it's small. It's like small size, like somewhere in between a teenage girl and like, you know, a kid, like that size, you know?
Yeah.
And it's just like, and I remember the eyes were like the red, green, blue, like Technicolor, like when you look at like static on your TV, on a modern color TV, and you see the static and you see the test pattern, like it has like the whole, like it's like a bluish tint, but it's red, blue, green, and its eye color keeps shifting like it's a fucking TV snow. Like it's scanning my mind, trying to get me, and it's trying to talk to me and shit. And it's trying to tell me, like, you know, you're mine. I could do stuff to you if I wanted to. You can't move. You'll never get out of here. You have to do what I tell you, and all this other shit. And I just start rebuking it in Jesus' name. But I can't say, I'm like, you know, I can't say nothing. I'm just doing it in my mind and just trying to block it the fuck out. Mind you, this isn't happening at night. This is happening at like 9 o'clock in the morning on a Sunday. and the sun is shining through my apartment bedroom window, and my door is open, and I'm the only one in my apartment, and if I screamed, no one could hear me, you know. So like,
Oh, yeah.
and it went on for like 3 or 4 hours, dude, and I just kept trying to shut my eyes and go back to sleep, and eventually I woke up and it was gone, and I could move.
Oh, that's weird.
That's and that happened to me like 13, 14 years ago, and yeah,
Was the house haunted?
it was an apartment complex. I don't know if it was, but here's the thing is that I never saw anything like that ever before. And the apartment that my buddy lived at before that, he had something. So I'm wondering if something followed him, piggybacked off of him. And then when he moved in a place with me and we were splitting rent on stuff, it was from his side, you know, like it was his. Like something he brought back from the apartment, like, you know, like a cup, a pair of shoes, a fucking hat, you know, who knows? Because see, like a lot of times, like in old like mystic traditions of like necromancy and stuff, that's why whenever someone would die, like in the Hebrew tradition, when someone would die, the in-laws would go into your house, and if there was a cup like this, they would put a lid over it or a cover over it, because any vessel can hold a jinn or a melech, you know, like a spirit, a malevolent creature.
Yeah.
And that's part of the whole thing where they talk about like when the unclean spirit gone out of a man, he'd walketh through dry places seeking rest and finding none. Then when the spirit comes back, he finds that the house that he exited from is all clean and unfurnished, and then he brings in 7 worse than him, and the state of the man is worse than it was in the beginning. That's literally talking about demonic possession, that once you get rid of something bad, you keep that shit cleared out. And that was their tradition. That's why they have that tradition of like, you know, in-laws coming in and inspecting the house because they also believe that like death was like a contagion that would go into some vessel, and then someone else in the family would die, and anyone who lived in the house would die because of, you know, they start seeing the spirits of the dead people, like vampire legends and shit. Whenever they would see it, the dead person come back to life, you know, at the outside the door or outside the window at you know 12 o'clock at night. You know, why is Uncle George back from the dead, and why has he got red shit around his mouth, and why are his fingernails all super long? You know, but yeah, dude, it's just weird shit like that. But yeah, that's the way my SP thing went, and it was ridiculous. And yeah, I still to this day I don't know. Not only a couple of years ago, I almost felt it again, you know, and like it happened for a second, and I just said, "Fuck this shit." And I got up and did not let it happen.
Oh yeah, I always try to sleep with the TV or light on.
Yeah, I do a fan.
Well, I think that there's different species of spirits, not like in a, well, I mean, just in a visible sense, some kind of different
like form or something.
Yeah, somebody's trying to jump on in the background. Well, I was gonna pass out anyways. They labeled their name as the Too Late Show.
Dude, we've been going for straight 6 hours at 11 and 11 minutes. So
yeah, I'm pretty tired here.
Yeah, I am beat the fuck up. I drank coffee, and I'm going by coffee and the fucking ADHD, and I'm out of coffee, and the ADHD is about to catch up with me.
Yeah, I quit coffee, and I'd like to drink coffee.
You quit it? How in the hell you stay up if you smoke that much weed and fucking no coffee or nothing?
I'm just
magic
stressed
power.
out.
It's like, because I'm a G.
I used to smoke a lot of blunts when I was a kid.
Oh yeah, dude. Like I tried, but I've never been a big pot guy. But man, because it's so strong now, dude. I can't handle like the newer strains of shit. The concentrations are ridiculous. Like I'm old school creek weed, like 10%, you know, 20%, you know, Reggie shit, you know. I could do that all day.
Flavor.
Yeah, just basic hydro from somebody's backyard, you know, someone's back room of their apartment, you know, like hey, I got foil on the windows so the fucking infrared can't catch this hydro up in here. That's the weed I'm used to. The other shit
Yeah.
is just like Superman weed. Like I remember the
Yeah,
first time I hit a dab rig in Dallas. A buddy of mine had a dab rig, and he's all like, "Hey man, you want to hit this shit with me?" I'm like, "What the fuck is this? Is this drugs?" He goes, "No, dude, it's fucking THC. It's fucking weed oil." He puts his peanut
Yeah.
butter on the end of this nail, and he's like, "Bro, you just smoked 4 blunts." It's like fucking motherfucker. And I was like high for like 12 hours. It was so good. But like that's the last time I actually smoked. I might hit a dude with somebody, but
Oh
dude,
yeah.
like
Back when I was a
fuck.
kid, we would take one of my friends. I don't know if he invented the technique, but he would, like, in the '90s or whatever. You'd take an electric stove, and then you would. I mean, it didn't have to. You put 2 butter knives on it, and then you would
Yeah.
take the weed and then press it in between the 2 red hot knives, and then like
Yeah.
breathe in the
Straight
smoke
up.
with like
It's
a
like
pop bottle or something.
instead of I just kind of like pow out, breathe. Yeah, that's fucking sick. I
Well,
like that idea.
well, then I think it was like 2005 or 2006 or something. We started uh we started putting hash in the knives.
Yeah.
It
Man,
evolved.
dude, I used to have this drummer. He lives in California now, but he used to live in Oklahoma, man. He was such a connoisseur. He was like, "Hey, you want to help me make some hash, man? Yeah, go and give me that ice out of the fucking freezer, man." Shit like he would get all his keef out and fucking bust it down to this fucking espresso brick of fucking dank. And he had like one of those like 3-foot roar bongs and shit. He just always lay around playing WoW and hitting this roar thing. Anytime he's like, "Hey, dude, we're gonna do band practice," and yeah, I'll get back on the drums just a second. And he had like the fucking built-in, the nice carbs on the fucking bong. He'd go back there and start playing faceless drums and shit, like fucking just beating the shit out of his kid. He's so fucking slick drummer. He's a really good drummer. His name's Zach Morris. If you ever look him up, he lives out in California. He was in a band called Arbalest out there. I don't know if they're still going or not, but yeah, it was a real good music. They have stuff. They have stuff on YouTube, like like I think shit. What is it? Slam Worldwide and stuff like that. They have on there.
Oh yeah. Freaking. Yeah, I think I'm probably gonna pass out here.
Yeah,
it's definitely cool hanging out.
Definitely, dude. Definitely a lot of cool topics we got to talk about, and I'm sure like next time we talk about something else and we can kind of go more in depth on it. I really appreciate you letting me have like a bunch of time to speak and shit like that too. It's really cool.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
yeah,
you seem really cool and laid back, and you just like to let the conversation go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ellie, the lady that was on, she's from Germany.
Yeah.
She's always pretty funny.
She's really fun. She's got a good sense of humor, and she seems like a good sport on shit too. And she's really knowledgeable too. I like that.
Oh yeah. And then every other Friday, Todd comes on, and then sometimes Wednesday. Oh fuck, I forgot I gotta do a movie review on JJ's tomorrow. I still haven't watched the movie.
What's the movie? I might be able to give you the cliff notes on it.
The Producers.
Oh no, I ain't watched that one either. Shit.
Yeah. Hopefully the power's back on. I'll have to. Usually it's always like open subjects. Sometimes there's quite a variety of people that come on. I mean, not necessarily like a schedule. Just whatever.
I mean, but like, what about the flat earthers that want to like fucking talk some shit like fucking Randy Savage up on that bitch?
Oh, the one guy.
Yeah.
Well, if people are polite, they can.
Yeah, he was. I mean, he was polite, even though he was just he was getting rude, but he was mostly polite.
He's just too drunk. I've just heard every, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I can't think of it. Sales pitch, It's
No, I know I'm a piece of shit. You just go ahead and talk. It's like I hate when people do that shit. I'm like, why are you trying to talk to people if you want to just talk shit about yourself? Like, ain't there a mirror that's got a bigger heart on for you than people you don't even know on the internet? Like, go talk to that motherfucker and talk shit to yourself. Like, ain't
yeah,
nobody want to be here for that. Like, that's just uncomfortable to hear people do to themselves.
like just the whole. I mean, there's so many different reasons why the spinning of the water in different directions and two
Yeah.
hemispheres.
Like, at
There's
least hear it out before. Like, give a good argument for why you think it's flat. Like, give a real statement. Like, what's your argument? You know,
I
like,
speculate that it's like a psyop to get people to believe in some kind of
yeah.
fanaticism.
I mean, yeah, it's some Q stuff. You know, it's like let's get you signed up on every drop that there is. You know, even though 4chan has been proven to be CIA propaganda, but still keep listening.
Yeah,
To it.
it's
Yeah.
like a way to hold people in a state of post-traumatic stress in a way, because they think that they're being lied to about something like that.
And you're right, dude. I just actually thought of this too. That question I asked him about, like, if he believed if like we were being purposely driven towards psychosis as a society was literally, and then he goes right into the flat earth shit. Like, I almost wonder if that dude was like kind of like unknowingly like back of his mind, like kind of doing that. Like, he just meet Muppet.
It's like a psychological power move.
Like a trigger. Well, yeah, it's like some NLP shit. They do that. It's like a confidence game. Like, you know, you don't know
like,
that I'm running game on you, but I'm like, motherfucker, run better game than you. I know when you're running game on me. People do that shit.
Well, I mean, it's similar if like somebody was to like be really obscure or like weird or something,
right?
And they're just doing it for the reaction. They don't actually think it's cool or anything.
Yeah, like Vermin Supreme, but he doesn't have nothing to say. He just comes out with the same jokes. Doesn't matter what the subject is. I have a boot on my head. Look at me. I'm Gallagher. Here comes the watermelons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Damn it.
It's so crazy that I thought about that too. Like, I asked him that shit, and then he goes straight from that to flat Earth. It's like, whoa, were you trying to wait to just bust out your precious? Like,
never. Well, I mean, there's people that have with the YouTube surfers. They always they'll come on. They try to say something that's like a flat Earth or some kind of anti-Semite stuff, or like
like the Alex Jones Jew.
Yeah, like the what's another one? This one Mason dude comes on sometimes, and he seems really smart, and he does seem like he's a real 32nd degree Mason, but he always wants to debate religion.
Is he that old guy?
No, he's some dude. I think he sounds like he's in his late 20s, early 30s. He goes by the name of Hyperborean or something.
Hyperion or something like that.
Hyperborean.
Hyperborean. I think I know what you're talking about. I think I've seen him before.
Yeah, I mean, it was a decent conversation, but he's only came on the show twice in like 2 years.
Oh, for real? Yeah, he must. You must not be going. You must not be liking the way he makes cabbage slaw. So he just gonna stop bringing some over, huh?
Well, you could tell he was a Luciferian. He kept trying to bring the story of. Kept trying to bring the stories to the Lucifer stuff, but he has this trick question. It was like,
have you watched Prometheus? You know.
Well, I gave an answer that he didn't expect, which was, well, technically, the God of the Old Testament is Elohim in the Book of Genesis. He didn't expect the answer, and he like got upset and left or something.
What I know? Yeah,
it was like a trick question because he was trying to get us to answer that.
He's trying to get you with a gotcha, and you got him with a better gotcha.
Yeah.
Do one more thing I'm gonna say before I jump off here, but like, what I love to do, especially with Luciferians and like people who are like, you know, like this side of actual, like they're not, some people who are Satanists like can be good people. Like it costs, you don't have to believe in a higher power or a specific higher power to not be an asshole. But a lot of them are because they believe in this person as the God of their lives. So what I love to do is remind him like, well, if Satan is your God or whatever, then he's still under, because like if you go by where he comes from, Hillel is still under the fucking hand of Yahweh. So Yahweh has to take his hand off a person so that Satan can affect him. And he asks. That's why whenever you go to the Bible and he talks about, surely I say unto you that Satan is asking, he's petitioning the Father right now to sift you like wheat. He says that to the apostles, especially like Peter and Luke and stuff, just because he's like, Satan wants to test you. And so I'm telling you right now, I hear him telling the Father that he wants to test you. He wants the Father to take your hand off, but I have said prayers for you that you would resist him and he would flee. It's like, oh shit. So that's the power of the devil. He has to be like, so can I please do something bad? Well, I don't want you to do anything bad. Well, you know, you have to because you're God. So you have to be fair because I'm a created being. He's like, yeah, for now, I guess. Okay, you're allowed to do this, but you can't take their life, or you're allowed to do this, but you can't do anything that I don't want you to do. You know, he has sovereignty over everything. So that's back to that 45-7 thing, the make the good and the bad.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just love to piss off Satanists who like to try to like drag me around, like, because they think they know Christianity. And I'm like, no, I'm a Christian for me, not for you. I'm not a Christian to fucking be a gotcha. I don't tell nobody about it unless they ask, you know, or unless it's relevant to what I'm talking about, you know, like it ain't for everybody. I don't want anyone to walk in my shoes, try to say that they live in my life better than me. It's for me to fucking fuck up and do good or do bad. And it's for me anyways. Doesn't matter. So
I speculate that I guess I'm gonna ban the melted copper, dude. So
never again.
What was it? I like what Cooper says. He says,
yeah.
Well, I mean, he doesn't say these words. It's like there's a philosophy of what Jesus says or whatever, regardless of if Jesus is real or not. There's still some kind of philosophy there, and that.
Yeah, I mean, they call it the golden rule, so you don't tie it to religion. Like, if you want it with religion, it's the commandments that Christ gives everyone. If you don't want to, it's called the golden rule. Everyone follows that shit. This is how society works. Either which way, it's the same exact rule. You're just putting a guy's face in front of it, and another person says you're putting an American flag in front of it. That's the only difference, right? You know, it costs nothing to be an asshole, and it costs nothing to be nice to people. You should always try to be nice to people, because I would wish that people would be nice to me when they haven't been in life. So, you know, it's always be humble.
Yeah, definitely.
Who says that? Kendrick Lamar? Yeah.
I say the meaning of life is just to help people.
We're all, in the end, we're all going to one place. If we go nowhere, we're all going there together.
Yeah, what is it? Fall asleep. Well, I mean, the idea of what was it? I don't know. The whole thing is very interesting.
Well, you ever heard that saying that they say about either you hang separate or you hang together, we still hang, you know, like either we hang together or we hang separate. It's also the same concept, in my opinion, you know, like it's that same thing I was talking about earlier.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, I hear you.
Well, it's definitely cool hanging out.
Definitely, man. You have a good night, and I hope the weather is better to you up there in the north. And yeah, man. Yeah, let's do this again sometime.
Yeah, I'll send some random links out whenever. If I go on tomorrow or the next day or something, I'll let you know.
Yeah. Actually, I got some shit. I got some shit to do in the next couple of days, but like Thursday, Friday, something like that, I might be good. Yeah.
Yeah, I always just send out random links to everyone just because.
Like, if you show up, you show up. If not, I won't worry about it. It's a lot faster to do it that way. I agree with you, man.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely. All right. Well, you have a good night, man.
Take it easy.
You
Peace.
too, man. Later.
All right, and